Housebound to the Attlee-Truman discussions, 1 million people cram New York Central Park to hear the president outline America's stand on atomic power.
There has been talk about the atomic bomb. We must find the answer to the problems created by the release of atomic energy. Indeed, the highest hope of the American people is that world cooperation for peace will soon reach such a state of perfection that atomic methods of destruction can be definitely and effectively outlawed forever.
Осталось 10, 9, 8, 7, 1, 0. Нажатие кнопки, все осветилось ярчайшим.
Far beyond normal shipping routes they lie, and until 1952, only pearl fishing boats entered the blue waters and left the cliffs surrounding their shores.
Censored by the French authorities, but this picture is impressive evidence of the bomb.
The great result of the cooperation of education with research. This is another victory.
Emergency alert system capabilities.
This is an emergency action notification.
National alert and warning authorities, in coordination with emergency alert system participants.
My fellow Americans, as you know, our attempts at preventing nuclear war have failed.
Finally, Mars has accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me.
I see you, enemy. I see you, enemy. Enemy! Enemy! You are my enemy! And I swear total resistance to you with everything I've got. Disingenuous, fake, false, broke back, twisted, a defiler, a betrayer, a backstabber, a devil! You will pay. Yeah, you think I don't see your face, scum? You don't think I don't see you? I see you, you understand me? I know what you think of me and my family. I see you right back. You understand that? You understand that? You will fall! You will not bring humanity down! God is going to destroy you!
Hmm. Mm, 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 mm. Oh my god, I swear to Christ, man. Every time I fucking update my video card, the shit just starts going nuts.
I'm here with Helen Lewis. Helen, thanks for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
So I've been a fan for quite some time. I have not read everything you've written or heard everything you've said, but I've been following you. I think it's been has been 4 or 5 years or so. How long have you been at the Atlantic?
Yeah, since 2019, so about then.
Yeah. So maybe we can start with your background as a journalist before we launch ourselves into the whole catastrophe, which is modern politics and culture war issues. How would you describe your focus as a writer and journalist?
These days, I'm more and more interested in reporting. I don't know about you, but I kind of went through a phase where I felt like I'd gorged on opinions. I sort of thought everyone in the world has many opinions. I have many opinions, but actually, to me, the hard work of journalism is going out there, talking to people, finding out facts, writing them down, publishing them, all of which are, I think, a lot more difficult than sometimes people would think. I always think of sort of Rashomon as being the model for journalism, is you can get the same event that is reported by people who are there in the room into you completely different ways. And that is really hard intellectual work to do, to try and sort out what actually happened from among this conflicting mess of all the people's versions of reality. So that's the stuff I'm most interested in doing at the moment. The Atlantic gives me a berth to do that. It also gives me a berth to do commentary, which is my kind of natural home. I started out as a copy editor, but I became a writer now over a decade ago. And I've always been somebody who has been quite free with their opinions. But yeah, I think you can overdose a bit, can't you?
Yeah, so how do you write pieces that are, in your view, ever free of commentary and opinion, and it's just actually straight reporting, or you're definitely, everything I've read from you, it seems to be on at least it has a foot in the opinion side of the journal.
Yeah, I can't do that. I really respect people who are just hardcore reporters, and they really work a beat really hard, and they go in and they just try not to put any of themselves into it. But I've never managed to do that. I think, my natural tendency is often towards snark. So quite often snark creeps in there. But I don't think that's necessarily a bad response. My model of journalism is being the boy in the emperor's new clothes, right? You're the one who has to stand in the middle of everyone else, and everyone else is saying that they're having a wonderful time and everything's brilliant, and you have to be the one that points out, no, the emperor's naked. So having a kind of snarky British sensibility, I think, kind of helps. I mean, maybe some of the stuff we'll come to talk to you about later, but I feel like journalism has been kind of eaten alive by influencers. And these influencers are often very credulous. They're very happy to be near people who are powerful. And that, to me, is not what the model of, I'm not saying journalists should be sociopaths exactly, but you certainly shouldn't be in it in order to have a kind of nice life and hang out and for people to like you, I think is a really big problem.
Yeah. There are certainly several podcasters of late who interviewed very prominent people, starting with the current president. And I see all the scars there of people imagining that if you simply maintain a good feeling during the conversation, you have done your work as a host. Even given this rare opportunity to interview the incoming president of the United States, and therefore they don't ask a single skeptical question. It seems to me that the norms of journalism somehow have to be plowed into the most influential influencer venues, podcasts and other contexts. I don't know how that happens apart from just complaining about it.
Let's try that one. I think I've been trying that one for some time. It hasn't worked yet, but it might do.
How would you describe the difference between U.S. and U.K. journalism at this point? And maybe it's journalism and political culture. I mean, how would you what could one side learn from the other, or which are you more worried about? Which is showing the signs of erosion of our ability to make sense of the current moment more?
Oh, I mean, I think my work in America is definitely helped by having one foot still in Britain. And I know it's very easy to be jingoistic and assume that your country is sort of doing everything right because it's what you grew up with. But just think about our last election here we had last year, in which we went from a conservative majority government, we'd had conservatives in power for 14 years, to a big swing to the Labour Party. But, absolutely nobody called that as being, the most important election of our lifetimes. It's an existential election on which democracy depends. If the other side get in, either it's communism or it's fascism. Where are those things that I heard when I travelled around Pennsylvania in October? One side genuinely thought that Kamala Harris, I would talk to people who genuinely thought Kamala Harris was a communist or a Marxist or whatever it might be. And I would talk to people who thought Trump is bringing in fascism. And when that's your opinion of the other side, it's very hard to see why anyone would vote for that person or why you might ever switch your party allegiance. And so you get into the same situation that you have with the problems of party corruption in much more religiously sectarian societies, right? Where if you never, if your family's Protestant and you always vote for the Protestant party, and there's nothing on earth that could make you vote for the Catholic party, that is not an invitation to the Protestant party to behave really well. They know that they've got a certain level of block votes. And I think something similar feels very true to me about US politics, is if the number of swing voters is so small, that is fundamentally very unhealthy for the parties.
How do you explain that? I mean, do you think that the nature of the candidates justified that level of hyperpartisanship this time around, or are the differences as stark in the UK and the response culturally around them is not as hysterical?
I don't think there's any world in which you can say that Kamala Harris or indeed Joe Biden are communists, right? Which was literally in some cases the accusations, or even Marxists. And I think that's just from people who use those as a kind of boo word for very left wing. What I think they actually meant by that is, what you might call quote unquote wokeness. They meant that they were identity progressives.
Yeah.
They didn't really think that they wanted to, expropriate the means of production and put everybody to work on collective farms. But, I do think that the media in America is more extreme, the politics is more extreme, more polarized. And I don't have a particularly good explanation for why that is, apart from one of the things I'm guessing is happening is people are sorting themselves out into communities that are less mixed than they once were. And I think particularly in terms of the media, so the BBC is our state-funded broadcaster. Everyone has to pay their license fee of £160 a year. But what you do there is you have political programs that have a duty to be impartial, a duty to present both sides. I've sat on question time panels with people who are on completely different places from the political spectrum to me, and I have to listen to them and their opinions are given equal weight. And you don't really get that in American media. I would watch CNN a lot during the election, and they would have, there's Scott Jennings, who's their kind of Republican, vastly outnumbered, and everyone would scream when he said something. And then you'd watch Fox News, and then maybe occasionally they let a liberal creep through the door, but then they'd say something and would immediately kind of get screamed down. And so you just don't have that tradition of listening to, of being forced to listen to the other side. And then social media obviously allows you to opt out completely of listening to the other side. My boss at The Atlantic, Jeff, did an interview with Obama a couple of years ago in which he said he watched the change happen even during his runs for president. He said he used to go to a little town in a swing state and there'd be a guy with a bow tie who edited the local newspaper, right? And maybe he was a Republican, but he knew that he had a district that had all kinds of different people in it, and he'd give you a fair shake. And those people got, those local papers have just been obliterated, replaced by very opinionated talk radio and now very opinionated conservatives. And so the number of places in the media that see their duty as talking to a wide spectrum of people has really dwindled.
And that hasn't happened in the UK to the same degree?
It hasn't happened to the same degree. It's definitely happened. We've had in the last couple of years the launch of two very, technically under broadcasting regulations neutral, but in practice right-wing TV channels. One of them folded. It ended up just as Piers Morgan's YouTube show, and then he kind of left. And then 1GB News has become a kind of Fox News of Britain, really. Its viewership is relatively low, but it's definitely had an effect on British politics. You must notice sometimes where you see these memes kind of creep through, and it's like everybody's been issued a kind of order, like there's some event that everybody now cares about, or something that you say that just gets thrown at you, and you just can't quite work out where it's come from. Like it's like overnight everybody has sort of heard the same phrase or the same argument. And quite often I find that those come from those very partisan media sources. And there is an almost kind of like droid-like way that suddenly they kind of crest and they go into the public consciousness and they move on and everyone's talking about someone else. And it's very hard if you're outside of them to kind of get an insight into how those things are happening and to understand why everybody's talking about this. And because of the BBC, there is still a sense in Britain that you are more likely to hear what the other side are talking about rather than these memes arise that you just, like a sort of invasion of the body snatchers. Suddenly everyone is talking about something you've never heard of before, like it's always been there and it's the most important thing in politics.
Yeah. I mean, there are phrases where you have almost a whole orientation toward not just politics, but information online crystallized in a phrase. I mean, if someone uses the phrase Russiagate hoax without scare quotes around it, I think I know everything about their political worldview at this point. Right? I mean, it's just it condenses so much, and it has been reiterated with such slavish loyalty now for years.
Right. When I'm writing about youth gender medicine, for example, there's a couple of ones that come up recently. So, and you heard them in the congressional hearings on girls' sport. The idea that actually what Republicans want are genital inspections.
Right.
And people just go, of course, what the right want are genital inspections. And you go, well, actually, the way that they sex test in sport is through a cheek swab and then through a blood sample, right? Genital inspections used to happen in the 60s, but then a lot of bad stuff used to happen in the 60s. That's not what actually we are asking for now. But I presume they've had a briefing from some charity or governmental lobby group or whatever it might be, or there has been something that's been in, some very prominent influencer in their social media feeds has been putting this in. And then suddenly everyone kind of goes, of course, what the right really wants are genital inspections. And there's a question for me as a journalist is always about how much time do you spend rebutting stuff versus how much you spend actively trying to make the points that you want to make. And I think I still don't know where the balance is for that, because actually there is still a merit in somewhere like The Atlantic writing stuff down and if it's not true, saying that it's not true. But you also do get this feeling that you're spending an enormous amount of time chasing phantoms. And actually, is it stopping you from doing the good work that you would otherwise be doing?
Yeah, I mean, there's also a perverse psychological effect where merely discussing something in order to debunk it kind of ramifies it in people's memory as being true. It's called the illusory truth effect. I don't know. It could be one of these things that will not replicate when further studied, but there is something about it. It's just there's just asymmetry in information warfare, which is if you can force people to keep talking about something, you're doing the damage, even if they're spending all the time debunking that something. And these are many topics we will, however regrettably, cover here. Before we do, is there anything that you in your daily life as a journalist are just refusing to touch because of the hassle or perceived hassle of touching that topic? I mean, for me, it has always been, I noticed you got here way before me, but for some period of time, I was avoiding the transgender activist debate just because I saw other people dealing with it, and it just seemed like it was more trouble than it's worth, right? I mean, it really had this outsized negative impact on everyone's life who touched it. I just saw what happened to Jesse Singal, and I'm sure there are many people who are in his orbit who shared some of that pain. J.K. Rowling, obviously. Is there anything like that is still out there that you are just inclined to ignore, though it's a real issue that could be talked about in good faith?
I think there are issues that I don't think about it exactly like that. I don't mind sticking my fingers in the plug socket, mostly because I kind of feel like if you don't, someone else always will, right? This is the kind of, the idea that there is any way that the media can gatekeep what people talk about. If the media doesn't talk about illegal immigration, then no one will think it's a problem. That has just obviously turned out to be, has been very demonstrably proved to be not true.
Yeah.
I take a different approach, which is, I think this is probably how you maybe felt more about the transgender issue, which is there are some issues on which I don't necessarily have the expertise to add a lot. I don't think my voice necessarily is the one that's needed.
There's that, and also just that there's a perceived sense that just personally, it's just the hassle factor is too high. I mean, I distilled this once myself, in a piece of advice that I never wound up taking, which is not everything worth saying is worth saying oneself, right? I mean, there's enough of a hassle associated with certain views, however valid they might be, that you just spend way too much time cleaning up the mess that everyone is eager to make on your behalf, right? Your people are going to willfully misunderstand what you said, even if it was only, for 2 minutes on a podcast. And you could spend the next year of your life having that be the first question you're ever asked in every context. And it just was, in hindsight, it just wasn't worth it because either the point wasn't important enough, the topic wasn't important enough, or it's just so easily misunderstood that, albeit important, it's, you've got better things to do.
I do feel like that about Israel and Palestine. I'm not a foreign policy expert by any means, and I have my own views on it. But I think that what happens with that debate is you get sucked into having to say every bad thing that has happened on every other side, dating back almost to the Middle Ages, right? You need to kind of say, of course, we need to see this in the context of the displacement of the Palestinian people. Of course, we need to see this in the context of the Holocaust. Of course, we need to see this in the context of October the 7th. Of course, we need to see this and I think you can end up being just derailed out of being able to say absolutely anything, to the extent that I think that's the closest I think I come to the mere hassle idea. The other one is probably IQ. So I've been writing this book about genius, which is out in the summer. And I've gone a little bit through the history of IQ. And I went and obviously I read, lots of the debates about the hereditarians versus the environmentalists. And I asked two friends of mine with very different views on the subject to see whether or not they would both read those chapters. But I've taken a policy decision with that if I'm asked about that in interviews and off the cuff, I'm going to say, I'm sorry, you're going to have to read the book. I just think that is a subject on which it is absolutely not worth taking an idea for a walk in a kind of casual way, right? And I don't think that's necessarily such a bad thing. There are subjects for which discussing them in a debate format or in a podcast format absolutely works. And there are others where actually just, I think I more and more appreciate that feeling of just having time to sit down something, say, do I really think this? Can I absolutely sure I support this? Have I got all the footnotes ready? And that being an okay way to approach some subject. I'm not sure. Tell me, do you think, is that cowardly or is that responsible? I don't know.
Well, I do think you have to pick your battles. You only have so much time. So it is a bit of a triage question with anything you do, right? And insofar as you can foresee the outcome, often you can't, right? So you don't know just how much having touched a topic is going to eclipse every other thing in your life for a period of time and prove to be a massive opportunity cost. So I recognize most of those things in hindsight. As far as
I know what you mean, though. I went through a phase. I interviewed Jordan Peterson for GQ back in 2018.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I went through a phase where every time I did an interview on any kind of podcast, someone would ask me about it. And it was obvious what was happening, which was that everybody wanted their little slice of the controversy pie, right? They wanted to get me saying something about Jordan Peterson. They could put it on YouTube where his name was, instant karma. And I just thought, this is going to make me look like some weird monomaniac who's just going around the internet talking about something that happened to me now years ago.
Yeah.
But you also feel like you can't be, it's impolite to say, I actually don't want to talk about this, like you'll kind of share, in your 19th interview of the day. So I think that happens too.
Yeah, I had a similar thing with Ben Affleck. I think that took about a year for that not to be the first thing that I had to talk about in every context. And it's, I feel your pain. Although I'm probably going to ask you about Jordan Peterson in about 5 minutes. So, let's start with the internet. I think this has to be the layer at which much of this mad work is being accomplished on our brains. What is the internet doing to us, in your view?
The thing I keep thinking about is the fact that we used to live in geographic communities, and they were, people obviously sort themselves into people who live like them. If you are rich, you can go and make sure that you only live near other rich people. Lots of people end up living soft lives of racial segregation by the places where they choose to live. That is all possible. But nonetheless, your neighbours were much more likely to be varied in age and political temperament and actually just personality terms, right? You have this kind of just mixture of people around you. But what the internet has done, as far as I can see, and I'm somebody who's been online since I was a teenager, is it's allowed people to sort themselves by interest. And that's had just some incredibly weird effects on us, I think. We've ended up over-indexing on people who are very like us in particular ways. And you see some very unhealthy communities that I don't think it'd be so easy to form in real life. So my friend Hadley Freeman, for example, she wrote a brilliant memoir about being anorexic, and she talked about how unhealthy being on a hospital anorexia ward was for her, because it was full of anorexic women competing with each other to who could eat the least and who could weigh the less, and that's really, those things are really unhealthy, but that's quite a specific environment. But if you go onto the internet, you can find pro-Anna forums, you can find very unhealthy situations for teenage girls to be in, who we know are really prone to social contagion, and they are just absolutely everywhere. You want to find somebody to get into competition with about your dissociative identity disorder or your alts or whatever it might be. Like, that's just something that is just lying in the middle of the road for you to pick up. And I think those things, and you see it now. I think that what's happened with Twitter is a really fascinating example of this, which is that it's gone in the space of 2 years from an unrepresentative left-wing echo chamber to unrepresentative right-wing echo chamber. And people have just aggressively sorted themselves into the place that they want to be with only people who are very much like them. I've just finished writing a piece about Ayala, who does these kind of massive sex work research surveys and people's fetishes and even things like that. Even at the level of human sexuality, people have now got ideas about things that they could do that they probably never would have met someone in normal life in the 1990s who was into that thing. And I think we don't really have a way of kind of conceptualizing that. We don't really have a way of talking about that. But if the way that people organize themselves has just become narrowed in these ways, never mind the fact that now we're interacting with these things one-on-one, it's just you and this, black screen that you stare at for hours and hours a day. All of that is really changing. I think I've been writing a bit about young men and their approach to the presidential election. And it really just struck me how ready-made the kind of whole lifestyle from those podcasts is. You have your Zyn pouches, you have your protein powders, you have your crypto, ice baths, you have your day trading, your gambling. And it's like a whole pre-packaged consumer lifestyle that you kind of buy off the shelf. But it's kind of sands a lot of the rough edges off. And when I see people kind of complaining about, online dating and stuff like that, a lot of the complaints seem to be about it feeling so much like a marketplace, but then everything online feels like a marketplace or a slot machine. And you just don't get these kind of baggy, messy human interactions in the way that, I think if you had to live in a small village somewhere, even though you'd be seeing only a very limited number of people, they'd all be sort of weird in different ways rather than you finding all the people who are weird in the same way.
Yeah. No, I think that's a very interesting insight. I mean, there's something about the internet that also filters the social idiosyncrasies and pathologies that would disqualify a person as a source of information too. I remember seeing this in a family member now almost 25 years ago with the 9/11 truth conspiracy theory stuff. So this is like an early internet phenomenon, at least in my world, where I saw someone go down the rabbit hole with 9/11 trutherism. And one thing was clear is that if he had to go to a conference, a physical conference out in the real world and meet the people who were similarly obsessed with this idea that 9/11 was an inside job and that all those voicemail messages from the doomed passengers on Flight 93, those were faked by CIA voice faking technology, and that plane landed and those people were brought off and murdered, and et cetera, et cetera. It gets as crazy as you want it to get. If he had gone to a conference and met the people who were manufacturing these ideas, in many cases he would be able to see at a glance the dysfunction in their lives, the fact that this was that their attitude toward what was passing as journalism for them was born of psychological and social pathologies in many cases that were quite stark, right? And what you get with the internet is a web page or now a feed on X, which is exactly as the person wants it to be. I mean, some of them are shrieking psychopathology, despite the best efforts of the person involved, but still, you can't tell that the person who made, to go back to 9/11, the documentary Loose Change that deranged the brains of a generation on that topic was, I think at the time, 18 years old and living in his mother's basement, right? Like what you saw was the product online, and it was radicalizing because it was just a pure information, vector of ideological contamination. And now we're living in a context where if you want to stay on the anorexia ward, surrounded by the most persuasive anorexics on planet Earth, you can stay there forever now on the internet. Whereas in the real world, that kind of thing would have a natural half-life.
Right. And that's what Hadley writes about the thing that finally sort of snapped her out of it was watching somebody who was 32 having a tantrum because they put butter on her toast. And she thought, she was then in her teens, do I really want to be 32? And my entire world, the scope of it, the largest thing that's happening in my life is whether or not they put butter on my toast. No, I want to go to university. I want to live. I want to have kids. I want to have a life.
Yeah.
And I think that mechanism, that really important mechanism of there is something bigger than this, has been slightly broken by the internet, because there doesn't have to be anything bigger than this. You can sit at home and get DoorDash and game and crypto day trade, and you can just have, and that's the world is set up for you to do that.
Okay, so let's talk about the two sides of our politics. I hesitate to put too much stock in the notion of left and right at the moment, because they're we have horseshoe theory and other variables now that make it a less than useful schema. But something like that is my way into this. I mean, there's kind of the failing liberal order, right, where we have this loss of trust in institutions, in many cases for obvious reasons. Some of those reasons are exaggerated, but I share many right of center concerns around DEI and trans activism we mentioned. I worry about how we reboot in the U.S. context, how we reboot the Democratic Party into a sane platform for politics and an antidote to the populism we're seeing on the right. Let's take the nominally left side of this before we talk about the right. How do you view the loss of trust in mainstream journalism and other institutions, and what do you think we can do to regain that trust?
I really worry about it, because I know what you mean. The difficulty in talking about it is about keeping the correct sense of proportion between the errors. And I've written a lot about errors in journalism. There are some, but it's the same procedure as with science. Is that what really matters is not the idea that you're never going to get anything wrong. What matters is what you do when you get it wrong and what the correction mechanism is. And journalism does have a correction mechanism. It should do. The idea of a free and diverse press is that everybody scrutinizes each other. And yes, you won't get a complete picture of reality from the New York Times or the Atlantic or Fox News. But if you have all of them in the same environment, then you are hopefully, if you want to, getting somewhere closer to a kind of complete picture of the truth. And so, it worries me that people don't seem to care about that. And I do wonder how much of that is about a feeling of just the fact that the world is very overwhelming and people want a kind of simple narrative. Conspiracy theories are very simple usually, right? There's a bad guy who did it, or a load of bad guys in a room who did it, and it's very obvious, and the solutions are very obvious, and that's what strongman politics is. So I think I see some of those things as being a reaction to what people feel is just overwhelming complexity in the world. But from my point of view, all of us are only kind of stonemasons who can only build our own little houses one by one, right? I don't think it's possible to fix everything at once. What I can do is kind of keep going out and doing the work that I think is important. And I suppose, that doesn't feel very meaningful, but this is, tell me whether or not this is unbearably bleak, or if it is in fact actually quite hopeful at the end of the day, which is that I just think that we're also an incredibly complacent society. And I think that's true of both Europe and America. I'm primarily talking about, professional middle class people. When Louis Pasteur invented pasteurization, people were absolutely delighted. When they got the smallpox vaccine, people were absolutely delighted. The measles vaccine, they were absolutely delighted because they knew what the alternative was like.
Yeah.
At the end of the Second World War, when we built all of these liberal institutions, people knew what it was like to experience a world war, to experience the idea that your son wouldn't come home, or that, your entire family was murdered. And I think we've just been coasting for a really long time on things getting a little bit worse, but for most people, still extremely tolerable. And so I think when I talk to people, and this is true on both sides of the political aisle, there is a kind of great deal of complacency about how bad the world can get and how bad it still is in lots of places. Something I think about a lot is the fact that Michael Lewis wrote, I think in The Fifth Risk, about these awards they had for civil servants, who'd done really great bureaucratic things, or they'd come up with great initiatives. And he found that a hugely disproportionate number of them were from first, I think, and second generation immigrants. So if you've come to the US from Somalia, then you are not complacent about the fact that it's nice to have drinking water and not to have a militia come around in the middle of the night. And I wonder if some of that, this is what I cling to as Trump passes ever more kind of crazy executive orders, is that when things do get bad, that's the necessary mechanism for people to react against it. And what has happened at the moment is that people have had things a little bit bad, but not actually that bad. And therefore they, when I talk to people, I talked to a young woman who was very interesting in Pennsylvania, and I asked her she was a Trump supporter, and I asked her about January the 6th. And she said, well, if he didn't respect democracy, why is he running for president? And I thought that was a really great and insightful thing to say, because from her point of view, there was nothing that I could say that would counteract that. He was paying deference to the electoral system by participating in it. And I thought, you know what, we're right. She believes that if he was a maniac, the Republican Party would have stopped him. And the Republican Party didn't stop him. And that's the failure there. But it's not, she doesn't have a bad understanding of politics. It's just that politics has let her down in some profound way.
Yeah, I think complacency is part of it, although when you look at the real, the extremity of the problem, I don't know that the complacency covers the nature of the error. I mean, so, I wouldn't think of the January 6th rioters as especially complacent. I mean, they actually, many of them traveled halfway across the...
Yo, Right Wing Jesus, what's up? How you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Legion. Hell yeah, MAGA. Yeah, what's up?
Country to attack the Capitol. And so it is with, people who go all in on, anti-vax, religiosity, essentially, right? I mean, they're completely subsumed by this concern, and they're spending a tremendous amount of time trying to find, all of the nefarious things, nefarious clues online that reveal, how dangerous vaccines are, or how corrupt the pharmaceutical industry is, or, they've listened to scores of hours of RFK Jr. Spread his misinformation and half-truths and genuine lies in some cases. So there's a massive, in many cases, there's a massive investment of time and even resources in becoming kind of actively misled, or what we would consider misled based on having a sense of what the ground truth reality is on any one of these topics. I mean, no, Donald Trump did not win the 2020 election. It was not stolen from him. And, all of your QAnon-inflected ratiocination on that topic is in fact a waste of time. The problem, I think, is that whenever you find a kernel of truth...
How's that going? It's all right. I just updated my fucking video driver, or my graphics card, and my screen keeps doing fucking weird shit. But other than that, I'm good. How you doing? What's going on?
To any of these conspiracy theories, right? I mean, the real, background incidents of vaccine injury, or the actual case where DEI has led to some horrifically bad outcome. I mean, just take this recent plane crash in Washington, in D.C. Trump's first allegation is that DEI explains this plane crash, whether it was on the FAA side or the military helicopter side or both. It seemed an utterly grotesque and borderline psychopathic thing to say in the moment when your job is really to restore people's sense of normalcy and assure them that you're going to get to the bottom of the problem. And it was obviously it was before any of the facts were in, so he couldn't possibly know if DEI was the real reason for it. You certainly couldn't know that at that point. But if in fact it proves to be true that the FAA had some, as is now rumored at the time we're discussing this, the FAA had some aggressively and in hindsight probably patently insane.
Just chilling? Yep, same here. I'm a federal contractor, so we got Monday off, and I took today off to create a little 4-day weekend for myself. Kind of like an old military habit. So I've just been chilling. I fucking literally just laid on the couch all day. Kind of just doom scrolled the day away. And now I'm just listening to this Sam Harris podcast with Helen Lewis, staff writer at The Atlantic. Get some sleep? I mean, yeah, obviously, but I'm a creature of the night anyway, so. I'm in Texas right now, and it's, 4 a.m.? So I'm used to it. I'm a late night streamer anyway. I usually stream at night. I'll probably go to bed around, 5:36. I guess it depends on how many people show up here. Usually I'm like a 5-6 viewer Andy, but I don't know. I guess everybody's either hanging out in another stream or they're asleep. But I live in Texas, so I'm usually streaming anywhere from midnight till 4 in the morning on a weekday, and then weekends I can go till 6 or 7 in the morning because it just depends on what's going on. Sleep every 2 days, yeah. Nice, very cool.
And DEI program that was selecting not for competence but for skin color for some considerable period of time. That's going to be that will seem to confirm everyone's worst fears about everything on that topic, right? I mean, so it's again, this comes back to something like asymmetrical information warfare, whereas when you can find
the gathering storm comes a tall, handsome man in a dusty black coat with a red right hand.
Hell yeah. Such a great show.
The half-truth or the single conspiracy that is in fact true, then that gives people more or less carte blanche to believe anything on insufficient evidence as long as it's to their taste in that vein, for years to come. And you have to do so much extra work to debunk any of that misinformation because what
Alex Jones with a beard. I got some Alex Jones stuff here. Where's it at? All together in the stone and the stone and the dusty black coat with the red right hand. Where's he at? There he is.
You gotta set your eye on the enemy, not worry about what propaganda they put out. You're the enemy, you're the scum, you're the filth, you're the murderers, you're going down. We're never stopping. Hell or high water, we're going over the top, and you're never gonna stop us. You understand that? That's what I'm talking about, and that's what they're scared of, is that spirit. You gotta set your eye.
I got a bunch of them.
Come on over here. Come on, coward. Coward! I know that I want to punch you in the nose. Don't beat your goddamn ass, you son of a bitch. You're an intellectual dumbass. And I'm coming. You coward. You think you're a tough guy. I hate you, coward. We're gonna defeat this anti-human scum. We're gonna wreck their world. Come on over here.
So good. I have a bunch of these.
You're turning into a bunch of self-centered, walking dead trash. And we're such zombies, we're such self-centered crap that we don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. And my very spirit is just absolutely ready at every level to we're under attack, people. Where is the animating contest of liberty? Where is the spirit lifted up against these people? All right, I'm sorry. I focus in on the evil. It really freaks me out, and I don't get like that a lot, but I know that the enemy spirit, and I start talking about it, and it just gets to me, because my spirit gets close to that evil, and I feel it, and my whole spirit just goes, They call that crazy. That's not crazy. That's my will, my human spirit saying, crush those that would hurt the innocent. Go after the enemy. Build a civilization. Be honorable. Crush the snakes under your feet. Get behind me, Satan. Your turn.
Oh, man. It's so good. Where's another one? I got a bunch of them. Where are they? Oh, this guy is fucking... This guy is BASED, this guy.
Guess what, man? I'm an American citizen with the right to keep and bear arms. I'm going to carry my freaking gun however I want to. That's correct. You think I need your permit to conceal carry my gun? Screw you. I will disregard any law that goes against my fundamental rights as an American citizen. I carry guns everywhere I go, across state lines. I don't give a crap. I don't even look at the law. And I may wind up in prison one day. I don't freaking know, but I don't care, because I will not obey a law that violates my right to keep and bear arms. And here's the second thing for you listeners. If you do not carry a gun as an American citizen every single day, everywhere you go, you are neglecting your duty as an American citizen. You are failing to exercise your rights, and actually I would go as far as to say one of your most important rights. So if you aren't carrying a gun, if you're listening to this, look at yourself right now. If you are not carrying a gun, or you are not within arm's reach of a gun, you are wrong. You are dead wrong. Guess what, man?
Well, I'm not within arm's reach, but I'm probably within 5 or 6 arms reaches of it. Where's he at? I know I had more. Here we go.
I told the globalists a long time ago, and I meant it. You want to fight, you better believe you've got one. And there are people all over this country engaging in the information war, and we're going to smash your system. We're going to return the republic. We'll never be perfect, but my God, we're not going to keep babies alive and harvest their organs. We're not going to sell their parts for women's cosmetics. We're not going to have Pepsi with baby flavoring in it. I mean, what the hell have we become? Excuse me, but I'm tired of it. I told the globalists a long time ago.
Oh, man.
They look up to some twit instead of looking up to Thomas Jefferson.
This one says, babe, please keep it light at Thanksgiving. Of course I'm going to chill me after 3 drinks.
Or looking up to Nikola Tesla, or looking up to Magellan. I mean, kids, Magellan's a lot cooler than Justin Bieber. He circumnavigated with one ship the entire planet. He was killed by wild natives before they got back to Portugal. And when they got back, there was only like 11 people alive of the 200-and-something crew, and the entire ship was rotting down to the waterline. That's destiny, that's will, that's striving, that's being a trailblazer and explorer, going into space, mathematics, quantum mechanics, the secrets of the universe. It's all there. Life is fiery with its beauty, its incredible detail. Tuning into it, they want to shatter your mind. Talking about Justin Bieber. They look up to some twit.
Oh, man.
You gotta set your eye on the enemy, not worry about what propaganda they put out. You're the enemy, you're the scum, you're the filth, you're the murderers, you're going down. We're never stopping. Hell or high water, we're going over the top, and you're never gonna stop us. You understand that? That's what I'm talking about, and that's what they're scared of, is that spirit. You gotta set...
He should have been a football coach, man. I'm not saying he missed his calling, but man, he would have been an amazing football coach. Holy shit.
I will go to hell before I sit here and I watch this country and the world turned over to these savages. I'm done, I'm pissed, and I'm not putting up with it anymore. You Satanists want to sacrifice the West. You want to kill the beautiful goddess that is the West. You people are enemies, and we're going to get your asses, and we know what you're up to, and we're coming for you. I will.
Oh, man. It's so good.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for all that you've done here today. It is time to kneel before the royal globalists and thank them for allowing the taxpayers of the UK to pay for the police presence in the millions and millions of pounds. You can be assured that you will be bankrupted in further endeavors as we worked under Agenda 21 to shut down your infrastructure and only allow our operations to operate. So rest assured, the global mafia will be protected from media scrutiny while they rape your entire future. Ladies...
Oh, man.
You gotta set your eye on the enemy, not work.
I saw that one. Well, whatever. Yeah, I got a bunch of those.
It's always lingering. We have this with the Wuhan Institute of Virology lab leak issue now, right? I mean, because that was stigmatized as a racist conspiracy theory within 15 minutes by the left, and now it is proved an all too plausible thesis, although albeit one for which the jury is still out. It's now the New York Times is no better than Fox News, or even paradoxically worse, et cetera, et cetera. And you're now dealing with people who won't believe anything that the normal gatekeepers say, whether it's the government or media.
There's an awful lot of Mott and Bailey, though, isn't there? And that's that term for the argumentation strategy, where you go out on a limb and say something really crazy, and then if challenged to it, withdraw back to your castle. And some of the claim about that was that COVID was a bioweapon developed in a lab, right? And that's not what anybody who's now saying, well, look, we don't know what was happening. So that's, and I think the same thing is possibly true with the case of the air crash. In the Tracy Woodgrains, who used to be a reporter on Blocked and Reported, did some really interesting reporting on the FAA under Obama changing the regulations. But what that's turned into is the fact that, the relatives of the female pilot who died were afraid to have her name released because they thought she'd be, torn apart as a kind of tokenistic hire. But people will kind of just throw this sort of chaff up into the air, and then if any tiny bit of it is true, they claim victory. And I think that's the bit where I really struggle, because it does make you feel very, like the kind of ground shaking beneath your feet, and that you can point out the facts all you want, but the vibe is just so much stronger. I had a friend who described the point of journalism as the war of facts against narrative. And I think that is the big challenge now today for journalism, is saying, yes, there might have been this going on, but it's actually a little bit more complicated than that. And that bit of that you believe isn't true. Whereas what people want it to be is, was it a Chinese plot? Yes or no? And you kind of go, well, actually, it's a bit more complicated than that. Was it DEI? Yes or no? Well, actually, yes, it might be a bit more complicated than that. And no one really kind of wants that. And I think it leads to a lot of faulty thinking, because people just apply that heuristic, don't they? They just apply the frame that they want, that they are now used to thinking of everything through, to every new situation. Sometimes that frame is right, but as a shortcut, inevitably, sometimes it's wrong.
Well, what do you think the sanest way is to thread the needle on DEI and trans activism and intersectionality and all of these other ways of framing or misframing our obviously well-intentioned concern about civil rights and political equality? Maybe I'm asking you not so much to put your journalistic hat on here, but just your ethical, political one. I mean, what is the right answer here, do you think?
The one thing I have some sympathy with the criticisms that you've made of DEI, but one of the things I find in some of the most active DEI critics is that they are. I wish they had a little bit more sympathy about what led to DEI, if that makes sense. And if you think it's really terrible to discriminate against white people, then you should also take into account that the fact that the history of the United States has an extensive history of legal discrimination against black people, right? Which is what the civil rights movement arose in opposition to, which is what the subsequent movements arose in opposition to. And so, yeah, I think we should talk more about equality of opportunity. Realistically, that's the bit that works for the left, that people intuitively understand the idea of fairness, right? They understand the idea that if you're a really well-qualified woman, you shouldn't walk in the door and people go, oh, we all know that women can't be pilots, she'll be rubbish, right? That they would actually genuinely take a really fair look at you. The bit where I think that people really revolt against is actually affirmative action and quotas. And I think I probably, in the last 10 years of thinking about this, toughened up my feeling that they just are not worth it. In the same way that I think, there was a big discussion about reparations, and that was a big left-wing cause for a time. And I remember reading a piece that said, and I thought this was a very compelling argument, which said if you do universal welfare programs that apply to everybody in poverty, in America, you will end up helping a lot more people who are black, because a lot more people who are black are living in poverty. But what you will never say is, here is my grant that is going to help one particular racial group of people, which will make everybody else feel like, what am I, chopped liver? And I think that the left has just got to be smarter about the way that it talks about that stuff, because, for a long time, people weren't allowed to be openly gay in the military. It is good that we've ended that. As a prohibition. It is good that women are now allowed to go to university. These things are, equality of opportunity has been a really brilliant, I think a real success for the left that it should be really proud of. We are now harnessing more of the talent that was latent in the population that people weren't getting a chance to exercise than they were before. But the bit that people don't like is the sense of a kind of government mandated fiat from the top down. And I think that's the bit where, and I wonder if that's due to a lack of confidence on the left, right? The idea, I think trans activism being a very obvious example, a feeling that people won't really like this if we explain this to them. So why don't we just push it through? I think Yasha Monk calls it the short march through the institutions. Let's push it through. Let's get every corporate HR department to sign up to this, and then we'll present it as a fait accompli, and then everyone will, accept it and job done. And I think that, the polling is really stark to me. So if you look at the polling in Britain on something like gay marriage or whether or not gay relationships are wrong, in the 90s, I'm being vague with my figures here, but I think, a majority of people would have said that gay relationships are sometimes or always wrong. And that has completely flipped. Because what's happened is everybody's kind of met very normie gays and gone, oh, right, okay, they're very boring. They're just like heterosexuals. And they're not kind of weird and scary and here to demolish the nuclear family. You do not see that at all on some of the radical gender activism. Actually, if you track the polling over the last 5 years, as people have heard about it, they have liked it less and less. Something like, biological males competing in women's sports, for example. Just as soon as people had that explained to them, they went, oh, no, that sounds really unfair. We're not up for that. And so I think it does speak to a lack of confidence on the left to be able to make and win those arguments. But making and winning those arguments is the only way you really embed that change. And that's what, the left in its best manifestations, whether it is the suffragettes, whether it's the civil rights movement, those people went out and they fought and they fought and they made the case. Often they had to make the case for their own humanity first. It wasn't easy for them. But they did it and they changed people's minds. And I think that there has been a sort of shortcut of, if only we could just find our little cheat code to get around doing this. And I think that has been the problem. And I think we've got to get back to that sense of, here's what I believe in, let me, hear me out, and I think I can convince you.
Well, one of the things that's so interesting about the trans activist debate is that the argument in many respects is unwinnable, right? I mean, it's not a unitary phenomenon in the first place. When we talk about gender identity issues, there's the phenomenon of teenage girls having gender dysphoria is just it's it's obviously functioning by different dynamics than the phenomenon of young boys, biological males having gender dysphoria. And which is to say, there's an impressive evidence of social contagion in the former. I'm not aware of any in the latter. And so to even talk about it as a unitary phenomenon is somewhat misleading. But the other interesting thing is that there are clear trade-offs between championing the rights of transgender people and championing those of gays and women, right? So it's in tension with feminism and gay rights in ways that very few people anticipated. And I mean, the competitive sports is one, but I mean, it's just the very weird conceptual tug of war, which is from the trans point of view, biological sex, your actual gametes at birth is just fundamentally not important, right? I mean, you can your gender is a layer on top of that, which you're completely free to change. Whereas from a gay rights point of view, biological sex is the only thing that makes being gay intelligible, right? I mean, if you're a gay man who's attracted to other men, you are defining that attraction in terms of your biological sex, and you have these perverse allegations. I mean, my friend Andrew Sullivan has spoken about this at some length, but you have it said of gay men, if they're not equally attracted to trans men, they're transphobic, right? And that's so there's these weird zero-sum trade-offs.
The movement really ran into trouble at that point because, gay men just went, what? No.
Yeah.
Whereas I think they had a little bit more success in bullying lesbians. And, that, which again was one of the things I wrote about this in my book, Difficult Women, that we have a long history of women being told they don't really have a sexuality, or lesbians being told they just need to find the right man. That was the kind of sexist bore thing that got said when I was, when I was growing up, was that lesbians just, they just needed some dick, and then they'd sort themselves out. And so then I think this is why in Britain, at least, lesbian feminists often led the charge on some of this stuff, is that this was stuff that they had heard coming out of the mouths of pub room bores of their dad's generations, was now coming out of the mouths of men in their own generation, but rebranded as progressive. But I think that one's going to be a really difficult one because I looked at all those Trump executive orders, and there are things in them that I agree with, undoubtedly. I might not agree with the way it's been done. I think it would have been much, I think executive orders generally seem to be a very bad way of governing. But I also think that there is a kind of gleefulness and an othering in them that is really unpleasant, and a sense of saying that some people are freaks and degenerates that I just do not go along with. And I think, you and I are in this interesting position where we piss off people on both sides. And so people kind of go, why are you talking about this set of people? Why aren't you talking about this set of people? And the answer is that I will talk about whichever set of people I feel have the most cultural power at that time, right? Like I'm here to be oppositional to people who I think are being unscrutinized in the level of power that they have. And so I fully expect to spend the next 4 years writing about all of the Trump overreaches, having spent a lot of the last 4 years writing about the left's overreach. It's just the thing that I'm against is overreach. But I feel like, I don't know if you feel this, I feel just lonelier and lonelier doing that, really.
Yeah, well, it's where all the interesting conversations are, but it's amazing how few allies you can seem to have if you're not aligned with one side of the cultural tribe versus the other. It's got to be easier to just be on the right or just be on the left and always firing in the same direction.
That's true.
Well, the phrase "freaks and degenerates" is still ringing in my ears, and I think we're going to build a bridge to them in a moment because I want to talk about the Retvrn scandal. But let's linger on the point of feminism for a second. So, what is the state of feminism in your view, under the shadow of all of this conversation around trans rights and the fluidity of gender? How does one
what's up, bud?
Articulate feminism now in a way that doesn't just pitch you into maybe it's unavoidable, but I'm just picturing the X feed of J.K. Rowling as the state of current feminism.
Hey, did you frickin' actually, I had a question for you, but I don't want to. I'm getting better at realizing that I might, say something I shouldn't say on the fucking internet. So I'm just gonna DM it to you. But yeah, how you doing? What's going
on? How would you articulate feminism to a 20-year-old woman who wants to be a feminist at this moment?
I think, I feel like, we had to take a big detour to just establish some, basic concepts again. One of the big challenges to me, and I should be open about the fact that I think this is something that I have changed on, and I probably got wrong or got the emphasis on wrong before. A friend of mine said, do you think that, all the kind of gender critical stuff has made feminists more essentialist, more open to the idea that men and women are fundamentally different? And I thought about it for a long time, and I think that's right. I think that the wave of feminism that I grew up with when I was in my 20s...
Yeah, I've just been not online at all for, I don't know, days and days at a time. I just wanted to stream less and less, so... Although I got a DM from Skade the other day asking if I can join his, Twitch team. So I think it's right now it's me, Skade, Casey, and non-smoker. We're on a Twitch team. Although Casey said you might have to be a partner to do that, so I'm not sure. But I don't know. Skade's trying to set up a team for us. So we'll see what happens with that.
Really just wanted to wish away any kind of either biological or psychological differences between men and women on average. And I think that there has been a kind of a crawl back towards that. Now, I would still caveat that by saying I think, obviously, biological differences are pretty cut and dried, right? We can talk about those. Psychological differences are much harder to kind of delineate because they're so affected by culture. In the 1900s, people said women's brains were physically smaller, and that meant that they couldn't...
Yeah, this is Zelda: Link to the Past. This is the only game that came out for Super Nintendo. But I'm playing a randomizer, so all the items on the map are randomized all over the place. But it's my favorite. I never played the N64 or the Switch or any of the GameCube stuff. I've only played NES and Super NES Zeldas, but this one is just a fucking classic.
Go to university. And now the problem is that, in fact, we're having trouble getting young men to go to university. So, I think you have to be very humble about the fact that there are limits to what you can know about sex differences in the brain. But that is definitely something that I feel I think I'm okay now with saying that mostly because of testosterone, men are on average stronger and more violent and more prone to committing sexual crimes, right? These are things that actually in my 20s, it would have really been difficult for feminists to say. And I think as part of the kind of, backlash to gender ideology or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, this is the best
feminists
one.
have become a lot more okay about saying those.
Because it's really chill. The GameCube and the N64 and the Switch and all these 3D versions. I mean, I've watched them before. They look great, but they're very, 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 very interactive. Whereas Link to the Past is just super chill. Very just left, right, up, down. Not a lot of crazy maneuvering that you have to do. But when you randomize it, it's really, really fun too. So just kind of makes it a little bit more interesting. New Wave Zelda fan, Breath of the Wild, brought it back to me. Yeah. My little brother was playing all the newer ones when we were growing up. And I watched him play those. I was like, yeah, it definitely looks cool. He played Majora's Mask and all that stuff. But I'm fucking 42, so I grew up in the era of Nintendo, Super Nintendo. And then by the time all the 3D Zeldas came out, I was already playing PlayStation and stuff like that. So, where's Ask for Its Time? Yeah, I think Windmaker was one of the main. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, but if you ever do Link to the Past, you just get an emulator, get the Japanese version of Link to the Past, and then there's a website where you can just upload your version of it, your copy of it, and then it'll randomize it for you. You just re-download it. It's really cool.
Things. And that's the kind of stuff that I would say to young feminists now. I would say that, you are probably more likely, all the statistics show that if you're in a heterosexual relationship, you will do more unpaid labor around the home. Your career will take a hit when you have kids. That happens to almost every mother. Whereas, your partner will be told what a great daddy is and might get promotions on the basis of being like a settled, stable kind of guy. That you do have to be on the lookout for domestic violence, which is still incredibly widespread. Things like that are just part of the female experience. Women's health problems are still underdiagnosed, under-researched. The things that we don't know about menopause would, vastly outweigh the things that we do. For example, my friend Carolyn Criado Perez wrote a book called Invisible Women, which is about the fact that women aren't included often in drug trials because they'll say, well, we just really worry about, what if you're pregnant or whatever it might be. And so you end up often with drugs that are primarily used in women, not being tested on female bodies. And all of that stuff is still there. It's still happened. There is still a point to feminism. But it doesn't have to necessarily kind of aspire to a kind of future in which men and women are exactly the same. And I think that's been the difficult thing, right? Because the great triumphs of feminism, like getting the vote, were about saying we want to be treated exactly the same. We want to be able to be president. We want to be able to be magistrates, and we want to be able to vote. And then actually the new phase of feminism, which is saying that there are some ways in which we differ in important ways, and we want to be treated differently but equally. I think that's conceptually harder to defend, and people have kind of struggled with.
Do you think treating people as individuals, just rigorously across the board, is a formula for bypassing all of these ethical and political conundrums? I mean, because obviously the differences between men and women are statistically valid, right? I mean, you can generalize over the course of across a population and say that, in the main, men will be stronger. Certainly their upper bodies will be stronger than women, and they'll be more interested in things than in people when compared to women, et cetera, et cetera. So these are probabilistic judgments about individuals in a population selected at random. But when an individual actually walks through the door applying for a job, the burden is on you, or to get into a medical school or to do anything else. The burden is upon you, ethically and politically, to evaluate that person as an individual. And there, obviously, you can find women who are stronger than 90% of men, et cetera, et cetera. And why isn't that? I mean, this is a kind of the libertarian, centrist, or in some cases, right of center, magic formula. Why doesn't that solve all of our problems?
I think that solves your problems in hiring. Certainly. It doesn't solve your problem with how do you set a federal or company parental leave policy. Because if we say you're going to have 3 months leave for everybody who has a baby, what we know is that men who don't have to, who are not physically recovering from childbirth and maybe breastfeeding, tend to use that time to, I know personally men who've used that time to write a book or do a research paper or whatever it is, do a project. That option isn't available to women who are devoting their bodily resources to sustaining the life of another human being. And that's when I think you can't treat people individually, because it just ends up with certain assumptions about who the default human is. So it doesn't always work.
I've thought about this for 4 seconds. I'm going to make up a policy and tell me what's wrong with this. So I think when you look at parental leave policies, many people want the mother to be able to stay home with the kid for a good long time, because that is just clearly optimal for the kid, for the mother, for the family, for society, et cetera. So you want that. So let's call that 3 months or however long it takes, 6 months, and then to make this truly equal and cognizant of the different family arrangements people have. So you imagine 2 gay men who adopt a child, right? You need paternal leave that is equivalent to maternal leave But in the vast majority of cases, that ignores the obvious difference between most moms and most dads, whereas most dads are not going to be in for the truly labor-intensive first few months or even first year or even years, the way the mom is. But we can acknowledge that in a relationship between two gay men, one of them has to do it, very likely, right? So why not have a policy which is, again, focused on individual caregivers and individual parents, which acknowledges this difference? Like who in the family is basically going to be the stay-home parent for a good long time, and who is going to keep working? And couldn't we just design a policy, a kind of an honest evaluation of that, rather than default saying it's only the mom if she's in fact a biological woman, or it's got to be both parents in order to be fair and to cover all the anomalous cases where it's two moms or two dads.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, and the case in Britain is if you do, same-sex parents, you do get parental leave on that basis or adoption leave on that basis. There's also an interesting thing in the Scandinavian countries, I can't remember which one, I think Norway, where there is a portion that is for the father or same-sex partner that can, that is paid by the government that can only be taken by him, right? Because they found out there was not a very high take-up of shared parental leave. But if they say, here's the portion that you can only take. And I think, lots of dads would love to be at home a little bit longer with their kids too. As you say, maybe a bit later on in the baby's development. The problem comes, I think, with this, let's treat everyone as individuals, is that you end up with these isolated incidents and no way to kind of link together these things that are happening across the constellation of women's lives. There are a whole load of things that happen to women because they're women. And if it's just happening to random atomized individuals, and there's, and that's actually weirdly, you've kind of talked yourself there into the kind of trans activist point of view, which is you erase the word woman. And therefore, there are just some people with uteruses who need abortions. And, but what there are women who are the same people that might not get taken seriously at work because they're seen as having mum brain, or not get taken seriously in public debates because they're an old crone. All of these things that are linked together, that are across the life cycle of women, that all have to do with their perceived or actual reproductive capacity, aren't things that happen in isolation. You're removing your ability to join the dots between lots of commonalities of experience. And I'm sure the same is true of experiences that happen to men as well. And that is my worry about the fact that if you take away the idea that you can actually put people into groups who all have very similar experiences, obviously when there are legal constraints and stuff, back in the days when you had redlining or Jim Crow, obviously people weren't being treated as individuals. You needed to be able to name those groups that were being disproportionately affected in order to fight effectively for them. And I still think there are softer versions of discrimination now, often not, ones that are embedded in law, that you still need to be able to say this is happening because someone belongs to group X. So yeah, I think there are definitely situations in which you have to treat people as individuals, and that's definitely happening more. I think that's happening in hiring a lot more. And I think the DEI stuff that you're criticizing was about the idea that you lower the regulations for a certain type of person, right? Yeah. And I think that is the one that people get upset about. But, it's quite widespread, and I don't think it's always a bad idea. So, for example, when I went to university, there was a different grade offer for people who had been to private schools versus people who'd been to state schools. You had to get higher grades if you'd been to a private school. And that was, I think, a perfectly reasonable acknowledgement of the fact that your parents pay thousands and thousands of pounds in order to have you like delicate flower that you are, coached through this. Whereas if you go to a state school, it might be you get one duff teacher. You might have to be in a class with the most disruptive kid, who, whatever it might be. And that, therefore, through no fault of your own, even as a brilliant student, you might drop a grade. And that, that is positive discrimination. But I think it was one that I think is entirely defensible, personally.
Yeah, that's a hard one. It really depends on the context, I think. There are cases where I think you want to be blind to all of these variables and just be looking for competence because it's just, lives depend on it, right? If you're looking at airline pilots, honestly, I don't want to know anything about the person other than how good they were in the simulator before you let them in the plane, right? It's like, it seems perverse to care about anything else. And so it is with neurosurgeons, or it just when someone's going to go into your kid's brain with a scalpel, you don't want to be thinking that there was some DEI machinery that promoted this person past their, their natural aptitude. And
Sure,
now
but
you
there's,
have to.
there's,
Now
for
you're
example,
a racist for thinking the thoughts that maybe they're not the best candidate to perform this one life-saving surgery on your kid, or to fail to.
Yeah, sure, and I think
Debate with him on Pluto's planethood. That sounds awesome. When's that happening?
I think that's entirely reasonable. But like, for another thing that Oxford does, for example, is it does a foundation year, again, for people from marginalised backgrounds, that gives, that takes the opportunity of saying that they may have come from further behind, but then by the end, they still take the same exams as everybody else. So that's the version of it, I think, that in the case of whatever it might be, pilots, that's reasonable to say, if you come from a terrible inner city school where, and you grew up in a household where no one speaks English, maybe you need to have a foundation year before you do this, but at the end, we're going to put you through the same exams as everyone else, and you only if you pass them. This is what I mean about equality of opportunity. I think that's the stuff that you can do without people feeling that standards have been lowered, or that everybody who succeeds in that, who's from a woman or from a minority, has got this kind of mark on them that everyone will always assume that they were a token.
Yeah. All right, so now we're going to get to the perhaps the deepest part of the morass here.
End of Feb. Okay. I wanted him fully prepared with heads up. I've jumped into a couple streams of his. I haven't seen him preparing at all. He's been just mostly coding. But that'd be cool anyway. I'm fucking fascinated with space, so I'm totally down. I'll be there. Who's moderating it?
I want to talk about the Retvrn scandal, and this is a bridge to talking about the fever dream right of center that is, kind of swirling around, the MAGA cult and, Elon's contributions to it, all the conspiracy thinking and just the algorithmic derangement of everything right of center. Once again, we have this problem of the kernel of truth or the half-truth or even the wholly true scandal that is getting stumbled upon and amplified by, in this case, Elon, who has the world's biggest megaphone, and doing it in a way that is, despite the fact that there's a true scandal here, there's no journalistic sensibility at all to how he's interacting with this information. And needless to say, he never corrects his errors, and his fans don't care. What was the Retvrn scandal, and how is it being treated now in the current conversation online?
I mean, I think this is a classic example of what you were talking about earlier about the ways in which certain subjects are not too much hassle to talk about, but very prone to misinterpretation. I wrote a piece about this for The Atlantic. I talked about it on the Private Eye podcast. And in both cases, people who normally would be, I think, ideologically aligned with me, they said they were very disappointed in me, which is one of those great criticisms, like they're your mum, very disappointed in you. Because what I said was this, which is it is a real scandal. So beginning, the reports that we have date it from the 80s or 90s, that there were towns across northern England and the Midlands in which young girls primarily were groomed. And this was not seen in those terms at the time. It was seen that there were some people who were engaged in what was then called child prostitution. But the classic dynamic of it would be that a young girl was a tearaway, or I think about a third of the girls in some of the cases were in care. And they would meet somebody, a handsome young guy. In most of the cases I'm talking about from an Asian background.
I typically find self-regulating unless we both are in a really, really bad mood from other things that brought us into the debate. Yeah, okay, I gotcha.
From British Pakistan.
How did that topic even come up for like a potential debate content?
Background, who would act like their boyfriend, buy them drugs, buy them alcohol, buy them cigarettes, and then introduce them to his friends. And in return for the continued supply of drugs and alcohol and cigarettes, or sometimes just through flat-out coercion, they would essentially be pimped out to all of those people. And you have situations in which, girls as young as 9 or 11 are ending up in situations like this. And people are trying to raise the alarm and no one listens to them. The girls themselves, when they rarely interact with police, which they obviously don't want to, are not believed. And the way that this scandal is talked about is often in terms of people not wanting to talk about it because of race and the idea that there is a kind of political correctness angle to it. Now, that was true in some of the reports that we have into it. People really do talk about that there was an idea that we don't want to talk about this because of community tensions. But there were also some very old-fashioned misogynistic views that I think really held back people from taking it seriously. Lots of the police, for example, didn't listen maybe to female social workers who brought this up, or the girls themselves, who they saw as little slappers, little tarts, These girls, they're getting something out of it, they're getting vodka, they've consented. And I think that's another big thing that has changed in the last 20 years is the idea of a 13-year-old who's being picked up from her care home by a 30-year-old struck some people as a kind of lifestyle choice. And now, hopefully, we see that more for which is statutory rape. And so this was a genuine scandal. This happened in at least a dozen towns that we know of. In the picture of overall group child sex exploitation, this is grooming gangs, Asian grooming gangs are a distinct phenomenon. So there were 2 cases in January of grooming gangs, both of which were white. There was a white one in Camborne in Cambridge in 2010. It is not exclusively an Asian problem, but we do know in some places that the fact that it was primarily British Pakistanis involved prevented people from feeling that they could speak up about it. So there is something legitimate there to be talked about. It was also seized upon by the far right, which complicates the situation, because then a load of well-meaning people said, well, we mustn't talk about this because we'll have English Defence League marches down the street. And all the government reviews, you read the review by Louise Casey into Rotherham, and she says this was entirely counterproductive. People thought this would sort of shut things up, but it just made it worse. And then there's a whole other load of stuff about the fact that these guys were often working in the minicab industry or running shisha bars. They were stalwarts of takeaways. They were running in the nighttime economy. So I think it's useful to see it. I wrote this in my piece for The Atlantic, a bit like school shootings, which is it's a particular type of crime that comes out of a particular set of social circumstances. And race is a part of that, class is a part of that, misogyny is part of that, as is the kind of nighttime economy. And so the scandal of it really was broken by the London Times, owned by Rupert Murdoch, by a very brave reporter called Andrew Norfolk. And again, you read the reports and the councils involved say, oh no, we're being attacked by the Murdoch press. They're just battering us. This is, this is terrible. And he specifically wrote about Rotherham to start with. And then it kicks off this wave.
This was about 20 years ago, right? Didn't the story break?
Yeah, his first story was 2011.
Okay, 15 years ago.
And the Times under James Harding, who was a liberal editor, ran a series of front page stories on this.
Didn't Julie Bindel write something in the Times? I feel
Julie Bindel tried to write about it in the 2000s, yes, and she says she was turned down by one paper. She also wrote about the case of Charlene Downs, I believe, who was murdered in Blackpool and no one was ever convicted, and her body was never found. So it was, there is a point to say that it was hard to write about. Julie was accused of being Islamophobic. Andrew Norfolk was accused of being Islamophobic, both of them for pointing out the racial dimensions of this. But from about 2014 onwards, I went, when I wrote my piece and read all of the reports into this, you have the leader of Oldham Council in 2014 being very overt about the fact that we are talking about people from a particular Asian community involved in this. It is in the first sentence of Louise Casey's report in 2015. So the bit that got to me from Elon Musk getting interested in it over Christmas was his belief that he was a kind of lone voice in the wilderness who was the only one who's prepared to say the unsayable.
Right.
And that's, that is both a kind of very classic right-wing trope, right, that the media's lying to you. And he accompanied it with an awful lot of, this is why you don't hate the media enough. X is the only place you can get your news. But also a kind of narcissism.
Debate on it before. Many space-related combos recently have been trying to focus on more science and came across a pretty high-level master's PhD debate on what constitutes plan. I have enough information to come at Casey for part 2, based on how he reacted to our evolution convo. I have a feeling Casey will reject reason. Gotcha. So, what, you're pro-Pluto then? Sounds like you're pro-Pluto.
which is that because I've only just heard about this, so has everyone else.
Yeah.
Which I think social media also encourages. You see all this kind of, sort of participatory ventures where people do their own kind of true crime podcasts that they're making with them and their friends. And that to me, I think that really got to me in a way I wasn't expecting, because I know people who've worked really hard to get those stories out. Somebody like Andrew Norfolk, who until he retired, thanks to ill health, worked incredibly hard on those stories, never really, self-glorifying himself about what he'd done or kind of making a big deal about it. It was just it was the work. And then this new era comes along in which, somebody strolls into it, hears about it for the first time, assumes that it must be they the one who've broken open the scandal. And there was this incredible detail. Sorry, I'm ranting. There was this incredible detail in the Sunday Times at the weekend about one of the guy who posted some of the sentencing remarks, who goes by the pseudonym Max Tempers on X. He found these sentencing remarks from 2013 trial, posted them, they were picked up. So two things about him. One, he uses a pseudonym on Twitter because he's got a job in finance and he doesn't want to get in trouble for posting, shall we say, racially inflammatory content. And the other was that this was the first time that he had ever posted about these scandals. And this was to me was just the absolute paradigm of it. So you're getting somebody who has just wandered into this, and suddenly the media are getting it in the neck for, why haven't you covered this? And there was no real way of rebutting it, right? How do you rebut it when you say, actually, we did cover this, you didn't care. I'm sorry, you didn't read this. You weren't an informed citizen. And if you had been interested in violence against women, perhaps you might have heard about it earlier. But, it was a kind of, it was a runaway mind train of people being incredibly self-righteous. Some of them, like Julie, who have suffered terrible consequences for lots of things she's written about, I think have every right to be annoyed about some of the liberal parties on the subject. But some of it was, men who don't even have the courage to put their name behind their spicy opinions, telling people like me that we're not brave enough. And that was the bit I found very symptomatic of what social media has done to these discussions.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's one of those cases where the half-truth is so disorienting, because what is true, the kernel of truth here is that the fact that it was so hard to write about, the fact that it took years, the fact that you had the examples of parents hearing that their daughter was raped, coming into police stations and not being taken seriously, not just the daughters not being taken seriously, but parents not being able to find authorities who would do anything on their behalf, or you had labor MPs who made initial noises about it and then were shunned. The fact that all of that identitarian moral confusion was so consequential for years, and I think we're still talking about. I think these numbers sound impossible, but it was some thousands, or well over 1,000 girls we're talking about being, in many cases, just raped and gang raped. There are gradations to the phenomenon. There has to be something like a bell curve of more or less consent, but on one extreme end of that curve, you've got 12-year-olds being gang raped by Pakistani men who feel a license to do it because they consider them subhuman, and you have a DEI woke apparatus at seemingly all levels of social work and government and journalism concealing this problem and prolonging it. And then you have, but this all began to be understood and talked about, as you pointed out, for years ago, over a decade ago. I mean, I've mentioned it on my podcast several times over the last, 8 years or so. I mean, I've known about this scandal for a long time. And obviously, Douglas Murray has been whinging about this problem and adjacent problems for his entire career, virtually, as a public figure.
But I have to say that Douglas Murray has not been helpful in some ways, because one of the people that he's championed and that Elon Musk has championed is Toby Robinson, who's this convicted mortgage fraudster known as Stephen Yaxley Lennon. Now, he's kind of revered on parts of the hard right as being the guy who broke open the scandal. which is just, again, not, in fact, true. He's a guy who, in fact, poured a load of petrol over it and made a lot of people very reluctant to touch the subject.
That's true.
Yeah.
And also, he went and filmed outside. There were a series of interlinked trials, and the way that it works in Britain is that, there are reporting restrictions on one trial so that the people in the next one get a fair hearing. The jury isn't prejudiced. Very different to America, where, the presumption is that you can report anything and the jury should just sequester themselves. So Tommy Robinson very nearly collapsed one of these trials. In fact, his signature move in all of this has been that he nearly made it, he made it harder for the justice system to send these guys down for a really long time, which is what they deserve.
Right.
And I think that, that's the complicated. I don't think anybody comes out of the grooming gang scandal particularly well, because I don't think anybody comes out of these horrific, really just, absolutely incomprehensible acts of evil very well. We just don't know how to react to it. People instinctively think, as you say, the numbers are huge. 1,400 was the number in Rotherham, according to Alexis Jay's reports. And then the follow-up report by Louise Casey said people are really reluctant to believe it. They question the number, right? In the same way that they question anti-Semites question the number of Jews killed in the Holocaust. It was almost too disgusting. People just wanted to say, well, that can't possibly be true. And if you're lying about that, then you must be lying about everything else. And I think, it makes me think about, I don't know if you followed the Giselle Pellicot trial last year. It is incomprehensible to me that a man found 50 men, 100 men within a small region of rural France who were willing to rape his unconscious wife and be filmed doing it. And I think these stories, one of the reasons you might say that the media doesn't cover them is people don't want to read about them because it is staring into the pure heart of darkness. That the fact that, I think the way these work is often that there are people in the heart of them who are just purely evil and would always have been evil. And then they are surrounded by a penumbra of people who are weak and end up doing evil things because they have no resistance to a charismatic leader. And those things are just really, people don't want to spend time thinking about them because they're too horrible.
Well, but there's another ring in that penumbra, which is that the people who, based on their own sort of self-righteous moral confusion politically, are confronted with this evil and the cowardice that enables it, and they have precisely the wrong reaction to it. Right? They have the opposite reaction. Rather than take the side of the little girl who has been gang raped, they based on their left-wing shibboleths around political correctness and don't be racist, don't be Islamophobic. They shut the whole thing down, even in many cases, while knowing what is true. Knowing the actual shape of the evil that has occurred in their society. The most egregious case. I can't even believe this is true, but it was reported at the time when you had this is just a symptomatic of how deep political correctness can run. There was the example of a woman during the exodus of Syrian refugees out of Syria and into Europe. There was a German woman who apparently was raped by immigrants, and she was so worried that that would stigmatize unfairly all of the refugees coming into her society, that when she reported the rape, she said that they were native Germans who had raped her, right? And then she later recanted and confessed that these were immigrants, right? So if you just imagine that the level of masochism and delusion that enables such a thing, if in fact that story is true, there's a kind of a left-wing masochism that many of us worry about in society, which is we will, in the interest of not being racist, in the interest of not being Islamophobic, we will, in the case of a scandal like Rotherham, we will allow young women and girls to be gang raped for decades by the thousands and do nothing about it, right? So so into this morass wanders Elon Musk, albeit quite belatedly. And basically his point is, I'm bending over backwards to be charitable to somebody who's at this point, a fairly psychopathic troll. Yes. But the charitable interpretation of his behavior is, I don't care Who wrote a few articles in the Times about this a decade ago. This is diagnostic of everything that ails left-wing society, both in my country and in every other. The fact that this was possible is such a sanity-straining aberration that this hasn't been. This should have been talked about 100 times more than it was. And I'm going to use my megaphone to talk about it right now. And anyone who's at all tainted with this thing, who's avoiding this thing in the UK, whose political career is dependent upon us not looking too closely at what they were doing 15 years ago in whatever position of responsibility they held, I'm going to rip the lid off of all of this and talk about nothing else until I get distracted by the next shiny object that I'm going to whinge about. And all of the fact that I'm late to the party and not acknowledging the fine and courageous work that was done by a handful of journalists is irrelevant, because it should have never required courage, right? It should have just required moral sanity, and everyone should have been on this from the very beginning. So let's talk about it now. Why is that? I mean, I almost feel like if Elon were a saner, more careful, and obviously compassionate person with the same enormous platform, no matter how judiciously he could have made this discovery and tried to perform an exorcism on it, it would have had a similar effect of just all of a sudden tens of millions of people who never heard about this thing just hearing about it for the first time, and the social media algorithm would have done its mad work, and it would have seemed like no one had ever talked about this before, and all of a sudden this now has to bend British politics in this moment, even though British politics seems to think this has all been priced in for now more than a decade.
I think there is a really fair point there in what you're saying, which is we're very bad at holding people to account for systemic failures. There were various resignations of councillors and things like that, but now one of the things that's being introduced is mandatory reporting. It's the idea if you see something like this happening, you are under a legal obligation to do it. And that's been around, as I understand it, for a while in America. That seems to me to be a straightforwardly good change. But, I can think of how little justice there's been over something like the football stadium disasters, like Hillsborough, which is also the subject of a big inquiry, or Grenfell, the tower that burned down. And now it looks like, we have all these tower blocks in Britain covered with cladding that is unsafe. Well, hang a minute, who certified it as being safe? Somewhere along the line, these systemic failures have led. We've had inquiries over things like train crashes. We are very bad at kind of apportioning blame in those circumstances like that. I think the difficulty that I have is that I think there are interesting things to be said about culture and ethnicity and the concept of this, and about whether or not that some people who come from parts of the world that have, where there might be Sharia or other types of law that are deeply inherently misogynistic, whether or not they bring those cultures with them to Britain. The difficulty is, as I said, only last week as we're talking about this, there were convictions of a grooming gang in Glasgow, which was entirely filled with white Scottish people. They took kids to a house that the child nicknamed the Beastie Den, where they were also selling drugs, and raped them. And what's the cultural explanation for why they did it? I think we have to say that culture obviously influenced some of these people, not least in how they got away with it, right? Not least in the way that they formed networks that were based around ethnicity. But this is not a kind of unique evil to the British Pakistani community or to Islam. I think that, you've spoken very strongly about Islamism and about some of the misogyny that is inherent to extreme forms of Islam. But I think it comes back to what you were saying about why can't we treat people as individuals? I think there is a feeling that the vast majority of British Muslims would have nothing to do with this sort of thing, would absolutely abhor anything like this. And to what extent can we draw wider lessons from the ethnicity of these men? I think that's the really sore spot. And it's not a question I necessarily have the answer to about the way to talk about that. I just think that one of the reasons that liberals are so tense about it is the feeling that they're being asked essentially to sign up to the Douglas Murray view, which is that Islam has no place in Europe, and that's the sort of shadow argument that's just out of sight. That in a way maybe people would feel better if it was just out in the open and we were having that argument, but that that's lurking somewhere in the background unacknowledged.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. It's been a while since I've spoken to Douglas on this topic. I don't think he would necessarily sign on the dotted line there. I think there probably is a little daylight between him and somebody like Geert Wilders, and say that
Sure, I don't mean to
Islam
be
has no
unfair
place in Europe.
to
I mean,
Douglas,
there are gradations
but to
here.
say
You know,
that-
you have
yeah, but-
jihadism, you have Islamism, you have conservative Islam, you have some versions of liberal and even secular Islam, no doubt, and then you have the phenomenon of ex-Muslims who have all of the cultural background of the former categories, but are no longer believe in the faith, and they're some of the most embattled people in any society because it's apostasy is punishable by death if you're at all doctrinaire there. So it's yeah. I'll let you hash that out with Douglas, but I'm not sure he would agree.
I don't mean to overstate his position,
Yeah.
but you know what I mean, is that is the argument that people feel is lurking behind it, which is the sense that this is a kind of alien culture and that letting it into Europe was a mistake. And I think that's what people feel is what makes them uncomfortable, is drawing too broad conclusions from very specific
the problem
local
there is just,
situations.
it is again a statistical one. If you tell me, it's statistical in the sense that 100% of jihadists are Muslim, right? So it's like if I'm worried about jihadism, and you tell me, I can know one thing about a person when deciding whether to let them into my society, I'm going to ask whether they're Muslim, right? I mean, it's a natural way to filter against jihadism, and there are attitudes toward women that are enormously well subscribed in Islam, and they were very well subscribed in Christianity about 500 years ago, right? So there's historically contingent differences here, perhaps, and one could hope that Islam is reformable on these topics, but it's just you do a little opinion research on a variety of questions, and it's rarely consoling in the percentages who want to live under Sharia law, or who think that homosexuality is a killing offense, or et cetera, or support.
What are the political values here, or is this just about disagreement? You just talk about me, or are you talking about the content? You talk about the interview. I mean, I'm just a normie. I'm a normie Republican, so yeah, me, yeah, I'm just very, very vanilla normie Republican. Guns, money, speech. That's my. Those are my priorities. How about you? What's going on, Atticus? You tell me.
Suicide.
What do you consider normally Republican? Radical leftist? Okay, cool. Well, welcome in. We have some radical leftists in here from time to time. This is, I don't care what you do or what you are, as long as you're not, blasting slurs in my chat and putting my channel at risk. So I mean, like when I say normie Republican, sometimes people can describe me as conservative. I wouldn't consider myself conservative. I tend to reserve that label for more religious people who happen to be religious, and they to me, that's where I'm seeing more conservative, but it doesn't have to be, obviously. And I'm probably and I draw much stricter lines than libertarians, so I fall somewhere in between. What are your main core values as a Republican? Like I just said, guns, money, speech. Those are my three things. Those are my core values. Guns, money, and speech. What about you? As a radical leftist. What do I mean by money? I'd like to keep most of mine. That's what I mean by money.
Bombing in defense of the faith against non-combatants. I mean, you drill down on any particular ideas. Whether you were a fan of the 7/7 bombing in London. it's easy to be worried that it's a statistical argument. Like what percentage of Scientologists are at risk of becoming suicide bombers? It's very, very low. It might not be zero, but it's just like that. That's just not a thing with Scientology. Scientology has other things that you could well worry about, and it's certainly worth criticizing as a cult. But it would be worse if suicide bombing was part of its program, right? And so it's a.
I'm only smiling because I'm thinking back to what you said before, which is why can't you judge the person in front of you? And I think
you can. The thing is, you can.
This kind of talks to the problem of the fact we're never going to solve these questions about group versus individual because they are so complicated.
It's not complicated it's just. It's hard to solve. So I think you could absolutely treat everyone as an individual if you could get access to the information, really, right? So if you in an interview could decide reliably whether someone is a jihadist or they're just pretending not to be a jihadist so as to get into your country to perform an act of terrorism, right? Like if we had lie detectors that were as good as, DNA reading machines, right? So there's just no ambiguity as to whether you really are the person you say you are because we can reliably read your DNA. Well, now we can reliably detect whether you're lying about being a jihadist. Then I'm down with an individual screening of everybody. I mean, then there would no longer be any argument to care about group level ideological risk, in my view, because you'd be able to simply ask people, what do you believe? And they would tell you, and you would know whether they were lying.
Whereas instead what you get is the US visa form, which you will never have had to fill in one of these, but you have to tick a box saying that you confirm that you were not involved in the Nazi genocide of 1934 to 1945, which is just one of those things where you just think, does that weed out a lot of people? But I take your point.
Yeah. All right, so coming to the final stretch here, how do we deal with the tension between freedom of speech and the obvious problem of misinformation and the empowerment of obvious bad actors who are eager to spread misinformation or outright lies?
Technical access is broken and the rich are running the country. I believe in honest work for honest money and that there are too many people being exploited economically. If you're working class, sure, keep all your money. Do you think millionaires and billionaires should be keeping all their money? Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of capitalism because it has worked for me thus far, but there probably should be some kind of threshold. I don't think anybody needs $100 billion. Do I think anybody needs $100 million? No, I don't think anybody needs $100 million. Do institutions need hundreds of millions of dollars? Probably. Yeah, I'm not against any arguments that would support some kind of threshold. I've just never really determined what that threshold is. I don't know if NOK is still in the chat, but he'd probably be able to speak to something like that. You guys might get along. What's your income wealth like? Like almost six figures. Almost six figures. I'm a federal contractor. You think anyone needs $30 million? I guess it depends, like how many businesses are they supporting? How many jobs are those businesses providing? I guess it just depends. Now, if you're talking about personal wealth, I probably not, Most people just need a couple bedrooms and a bathroom and a bed. That's the bare minimum, right? So, once we get into tens of millions, you can afford multiple instances of that. So let's think about it. What do you think the threshold should be? So what do we think the threshold for personal wealth should be? 10 million, 9 million? I'm not, look, I don't mind thinking about it, but I'm at the tail end of this podcast here. So I want to, before I get completely sidetracked on wealth thresholds, I got about 15 minutes left. So let me get through this real quick. It's almost over.
What do you do with as a journalist,
Mars has accepted
in
my
interacting with this?
sacrifices and unleashes me.
Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Legion. Appreciate that.
This pseudo-religion of so-called free speech absolutism, again.
Actually, I'll be listening, but I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back.
Elon Musk is the fake avatar of this because, he no sooner espouses it than he will deplatform somebody or demonetize them when he doesn't like what they say on the social media platform that he personally owns. But what do you do with this tension where we understand that sunlight is almost always the best disinfectant, that the antidote to bad ideas are good ideas. The antidote to fake journalism is real journalism, which is to say you should be free to talk about more or less anything, anywhere. And yet what we have built is a kind of hallucination machine where the most lurid and confabulatory and outright false and divisive and dangerous ideas seem to spread like wildfire, and the patient debunking of them spreads exactly nowhere. What should we do about all this, Helen?
Just a nice, easy one to finish. Yeah. Thank you. I think about this a lot, and I have to say I don't. It doesn't ever make me feel particularly optimistic when I do, because I think the bit that's broken is the idea of consequences. I think you're right. You should have a wide latitude to say things, but people should therefore be able to judge you appropriately on them. And from my point of view, if I got something catastrophically wrong, it would harm my career, right? There would be severe personal and professional consequences for doing so. And the problem I see particularly with, anonymous social media is there are no consequences. There are no consequences for starting a rumor that ruins someone else's life. There are no consequences for spreading a conspiracy theory about why Paul Pelosi was attacked in his home and then just deleting it when you kind of can't back it up.
But it's not even anonymous social media. There's no consequences for someone like Elon Musk, right? Like as you move right of center, certainly in American politics, the consequence of getting your facts wrong, even in a way that materially harms people. I mean, even to the point where you've accused someone of being a pedophile who quite obviously wasn't, and they now have to leave their home because you've turned your fanatical mob on them, and they've been doxxed. There are no reputational, much less civil or criminal consequences for that. It's just more fun. There's just more lulls in your X feed.
That's the bit I find really worrying, because one of my colleagues said this to me this week. I think about Eric Adams, the New York mayor, about, wait until he gets into real legal trouble. You can see already he's creeping towards MAGA. Mm-hmm. And it's very true, right? You look at Russell Brand, who I worked with as a New Statesman guest editor, and and I should have seen him coming a little bit more than I did. Who turned to Jesus very coincidentally about the time that he was had to leave Britain because of a series of sexual assault allegations against him. I think that's one of the things that is very most worrying to me about the MAGA movement is the kind of. I can see why it started out as a coalition of the cancelled, and you and I have both spoken about the way we feel that the left has been censorious and kind of totalitarian in some ways, but it has created a really unhealthy dynamic in which the idea is now that, there are no standards at all. And all you need to do is just say your allegiance to the kind of the MAGA flag, and at that point you don't have to obey the same rules as everybody else. And so, unsurprising, therefore, it has attracted some of the most unsavory people you could possibly meet. Ultimately, the only cure for that is by people rejecting it, and that's why. The Atlantic is doing well, right? It's got over 1 million subscribers. And that's because people like what I think it is doing, which is talking about, the problems on both the left and the right. It's not a deeply partisan operation. It's not, it's not a pro-Trump, but as much as it is a pro-left-wing, it's obviously more sympathetic to the Democrats than it is to the Republicans at this point. But it still will carry an enormous amount of criticism of where it thinks the Democrats have got things wrong. And there are lots of people who have spoken with their wallets to say that is what they want. And I think that's the bit where, this is why I think what you've done with your Substack and Patreon is important. People want to be able to, in the same way they would have once paid their dues to a labor union, they want to pay their dues to create the kind of media that they want to see in the world. And I think that's a bit that we have to encourage, because the ad-funded model has just completely failed to deliver proper accountability journalism.
Yeah.
And the attention economy has similarly failed. And so the rebuilding of those institutions comes from people caring enough about them to invest in them and make a financial contribution to them. And that's the... And the other bit, which we haven't really kind of got to talking about, I don't know if you've been following the Democratic National Committee elections, which seem to me to prove that party is not yet ready to get out of its, voyage out from the shores of sanity into the wild fringes of madness quite yet. But at some point they do need to go, we'd actually like to get back into the business of winning elections. And that involves us compromising with the electorate that actually exists in the America that, that is here now, not the one we'd like it to be. And at some point, I'm sure that will happen. It happened in the UK. We had a Labour Party here, our centre-left party, that elected Jeremy Corbyn, who was a fringe anti-colonialist, who, wasn't at all interested in the gender stuff, but inevitably picked it up as one of a suite of opinions and was declaring his pronouns in 2019, the same as anybody else. And what happened was that he lost so badly that the party went away, and under a new leader, Keir Starmer, who's now our Prime Minister, went, okay, there are some things here we have to say. People want us to be tough on immigration. They want to feel they can trust our borders. People want to feel that we understand that science exists and biology exists. And sure enough, he came with a platform. It might not be a very inspirational platform, but it was one that reflected where the majority of Britain is. And as a result, he won an enormous majority. It is not that long ago. It's only 2008 since Barack Obama won, a majority in America, which we're told was, much less enlightened than the one that we have, now. These things aren't kind of completely impossible. They just have to be fought for really aggressively. And the bit that worries me about the Democrats at the moment is at the moment, they seem to be so focused on their internal battles that they don't want to seem to talk to the America that they actually hope to govern and hope to get the votes for. But at some point, surely that will happen. I can only hope.
Yeah. No, I share that concern. I've yet to meet somebody kind of high up in the echelons of Democratic politics who is still woke. I mean, these are like private conversations, but everyone, the spell is broken for every major donor or name brand politician I have come across in really even before the election. But convincing everyone all at once that the activists don't have to be listened to is a coordination problem that we have to solve. But it was never more. I'm convinced it was never more than a tiny percentage. Probably still a single-digit percentage of the party that really truly believed most of these things. But they were so loud, and the reputational consequences of crossing them were so excruciating that everyone just fell into line, right? Everyone just put the black square on their Twitter bio and declared their pronouns and decided, okay, I can keep my head down and it'll still work. It's just important we don't have Trump in the White House. But it's I can't imagine Kamala Harris.
I think Kamala Harris
is especially woke at the moment.
I think Kamala Harris realized that, right? Right, but I covered the election, so I saw a lot of the election material, and she was trying to frame herself as, Trump's a threat to democracy, which I don't think ever really connected with that many people. It was too abstract an argument, too far away from where they lived. But also that she's a prosecutor. She puts down bad guys. The thing that gets thrown at me when I've been writing about this in the last couple of months is they didn't make a big deal out of this stuff. They weren't talking all the time about gender. And you're like, right, because they had come, as you say, privately to the realization, this is toxic electoral poison. What they didn't have a way is going, by the way, just to let you know, guys, when I was saying this stuff in 2019, I didn't believe it. I was just saying that because that's what you had to get on in the Democratic primary.
Yeah.
Right. What they need to be very careful to do is pick the leader next time around who does not carry that baggage.
Right.
Right, which is why Maddie Glazes wrote a very good piece saying throw Biden under the bus, which is the test one of seriousness for the next Democratic leader. Maybe they can't do it during the primary, during the selectorate bit, but they shouldn't be heading into the election going, that guy could have served a third term. He could have been governing until he was 120. And the other thing is, I think Gavin Newsom has got really big problems because California has been ground zero for a lot of the gender stuff. In order to win anything in California, you have to you have to appeal to your left flank. It is not like becoming the governor of a swing state where you have to be much more sensitive to pressure from both sides. And I just think, if they go into 2028 with another California politician with a huge load of baggage, then I'm not saying that America deserves what it gets, but I just think at that point you think, I said this to my boss, I just think like at that point you're like a giant panda. It's like, do you even want to live? Do you want to survive? Someone needs to, these people really need to decide that if the thing that got to me, right, was the argument about the fact that this is existential, that Trump is a threat to our democracy versus the revealed preference of, I don't want to ruin my career by saying Biden is too old.
Right.
I don't want to be the one that if you really genuinely think that this guy is, he's Hitler in the 1930s, but you think, yes, but this is going to cause me an awful lot of trouble in my primary if I say something about the guy running against him not being up to it, then either you don't really care about the future of America or you don't believe what you're telling everybody else. And I think that's the bit of the hollowness that lots of voters just sniffed, right? You're not acting like people who believe this thing that you're saying is true.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a path for Kamala or really any politician to disavow the pieties that they espoused in 2019 or 2020. I mean, you just need to be able to rationally articulate how your views have changed. I mean, even if they were sincerely held, let's imagine they were sincerely held at the time, you can certainly make the case that you've learned a lot in the intervening years, and this trans activism as the most dangerous third rail, at least for Kamala Harris this time around. You could easily say, listen, this issue is way more complicated than I realized 4 years ago, right? It's not even a single issue. And you could actually, you could be fairly verbose on, as we've been in this podcast, and take your foot out of your mouth, and I think still be politically viable. It just has to be, you have to be free to offend the fringe of the fringe that will be offended by anything you say that's not just a pure genuflection to their religious conviction.
Yeah, I mean, I think they probably correctly intuited they couldn't do that in 3 months.
Yeah.
And I think that's the bit where I think I forgive the tactical team on that one. But you're right, they have now got 4 years in which to do that, if we assume that America will have another election as on schedule. So it cannot be beyond the wit of man to do it. Keir Starmer did it, and people who are on the left really hate him for it, right? He chucked Jeremy Corbyn out of the party over the anti-Semitism blind spot that he had. And he has, overseen the changing of the, for example, Wes Streeting, the health secretary, has come out and said puberty blockers are banned except for in research trials. And, that annoys people like me because they didn't do the bit where they said, and by the way, Helen Lewis, you were right and you were right all along. And now fair enough, they didn't do that. But you know what, they did it. And people on the, can say how terrible you U-turned, you changed your positions, blah, blah, blah. What matters in politics is you got to the right position eventually, and how you got there. Yeah, it's probably going to be messy and it's probably not really going to stand up to close scrutiny, but you went into the election with a set of reasonable policies that most people felt they could stand behind. And I just, that to me is that's the kind of thing that kind of gets me up in the morning as I try and wade through, as I'm sure you do, the kind of blizzard of incoming stuff that is happening.
Well, as always, the right wing is more forgiving on these topics. You can have your road to Damascus moment, no matter what your backstory is. I mean, you can even have compared Trump to Hitler and still be his vice president.
Right.
It's quite amazing. Well, Helen, we covered a lot of ground here. It's great to finally get to talk to you, not just read you. What are you doing next? You mentioned you have a book coming out on genius. When does that come out?
That is coming out in the summer with Thesis, who are the the kind of problematics division, I guess, of Penguin.
Mhm.
So I'm really delighted to be published by them. And
Nice.
it actually does it, as we mentioned Elon Musk a lot tonight. It's about the idea about what society thinks of as special, and the way that we have arguments about what we value through it and what we're prepared to tolerate. And that takes all the way through from the kind of romantic poets through to the kind of tortured artists, and the way that they get that amount of license, through now to the idea of the tech disruptor. But all the way through it, the kind of central braiding thread is it's very unhealthy for people to decide that they belong to a special class of people, and that every opinion that they have is worthwhile, not just on the subjects of their expertise. So I always feel I feel slightly bad coming on a podcast and talking about such a range of topics. When I am sort of ideologically opposed to that, I suppose, but people will hopefully forgive me.
Yeah, well, let's talk about genius when the book comes out, because
Okay.
I think I share your sense that having that concept is more, it produces more confusion than illumination on just even the nature of human intelligence. I mean,
Right.
Elon is the perfect example of somebody who's widely described as a genius, who is so obviously not aware of his lack of aptitude for certain for thinking clearly about certain topics, really a wide range of topics, that it really it deflates the whole category. I mean, it's just not. I mean,
Right, and that is not by no means rare. I'm thinking about, I cover in the book William Shockley, an undoubtedly gifted guy who won the Nobel Prize and went later on in life onto a race and IQ, and decided that he knew absolutely everything there was to know about this topic because he was a smart kind of person.
Yeah.
Or some of the other, Hans Eysenck, the very highly cited psychologist, who decided that, who did lots of work on IQ, who decided that, the cancer maybe was caused by a cancer-prone personality rather than smoking.
Right.
And you will find in his writings the idea that, well, of course, geniuses have to futz their research findings a little bit. They can't be held by the rules that apply to mere mortals. And that, which I think is what you're talking about in the case of Musk, is exactly the kind of poisonous thinking that I'm a special person, special rules apply to me, often does not lead people into the best places. But yes, I will talk to you about that with delight at some future point.
That particular problem is not going away. So
You're right.
great to meet you, Helen. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
I'm here with Helen.
Okay. What else did I have queued up here? The craziest bread tuber you haven't heard of. I did want to see that. It's only like 15 minutes. I want to say I've seen her before. Is she like a crystal mommy? I forget her. Who's this? Catherine. Oh man, there's one that talks really slow. She's so annoying. Holy shit. I don't know if this is her though. Hassan Piker is unironically evil from President Sunday. What else was there? There's a couple Nicholas Diorio videos that seemed interesting, but they're pretty long. So what do I think the first personal threshold should be? I don't know. I guess it would have to scale, I guess. It would have to scale. Depending on how many businesses you own. Or how many businesses your wealth supports and operates. If like some fucking Nepo baby comes in and gets a fucking windfall inheritance of $30 billion. I would say at the very least, let him keep $1 billion and then take 29 from him. I don't know. There's all, we could spitball a bunch of ideas, but I think the threshold would have to scale, and it would depend on what that wealth supports. If it supports, a yacht the size of fucking, the Lower East Side in Manhattan, then I could care less. But if that wealth supports, a chain of businesses to the tune of 40 or 50,000 locations across North America, and all those locations have good paying jobs and things like that, then I think I'd be fine with that. I'm not sure. It's hard to threshold that one, but it's a good question. Let me see.
And I think the more we try to repress that inner Hitler, that shadow side, via denial, dissociation, or projection.
This is definitely her. I can hear that voice. I have heard this voice before. Holy shit. I don't know if she's a crystal mommy, but this is definitely her.
The more likely Hitler is to rear his head in uglier and uglier ways, because things we repress have a tendency to fester and transmute. I think the challenge then is to acknowledge and confront the Hitlers within us.
This is Catherine, a lesser-known bread tuber that seems to be absent from many conversations about this genre of YouTube. But credit to her, she has kept it up for 5 years and done some relatively good numbers on her videos. I have had a particular interest in her because I believe Catherine to be completely lost in the breadtube source. And because of this, from time to time, she'll say things that I find to be absolutely insane. So I've watched a bunch of her content and I'm here to share my findings. And I would like to give Catherine one piece of praise, and that is that she has found herself a niche, that being incorporating spiritual and mystical style commentary into her videos.
If I mention psychedelics as
Okay, so maybe she is a crystal mommy.
plant allies, people claim it's unscientific.
She say plant allies? She better not have said plant allies.
Incorporating spiritual and mystical style commentary into her videos.
If I mention psychedelics as plant allies, people claim it's unscientific.
She really said that. She really said that. I gotta hear it again. That's crazy. Plant allies.
Being incorporating spiritual and mystical style commentary into her videos.
If I mention psychedelics as plant allies,
I never thought I would hear something like that in my life. Plant allies.
people claim it's unscientific. If I suggest it might be instructive to listen to the wisdom of our bodies, nature, our ancestors, people say it's hippy-dippy mumbo-jumbo.
Yep. And you know, this isn't my thing, but I'm giving her a point for originality. Maybe Catherine can find a route to break free from the shackles of generic breadtube arguments.
But I do worry that the rejection of these things often mirrors the very logic of white supremacist capitalist patriarchy.
Okay, maybe I was being naive. It's all going to be the same old shit again. It's long, faux intellectual video essays about the harms of patriarchy and capitalism, delivered with a cadence that if you're unfortunate enough like me, you'll be able to recognize as a dead ringer for the delivery of the type of poetry women do, where they talk about how they dislike their previous boyfriends and how they're really sad about oppression, hanging on certain words to try to make things sound profound, does not make this content more palatable.
When you first clicked on this video, what crossed your mind when you heard my southern British accent?
Well, for me, I have my own personal Vietnam flashbacks of the times when I used to think it was a good idea to hook up with hippie chicks. No, Matilda, it's Sunday. I don't want to eat porridge at a drum circle and listen to people recite poetry. But Catherine covers all of the predictable topics you'd expect from a breadtuber: capitalism, patriarchy, colonialism, all the good stuff. And this has distilled in her a strong sense of guilt and a bit of a saviour complex.
When I was at university, we got free career counselling in our final year, and I remember saying to my career counsellor, "Can you tell me what job makes the most difference in the world?"
Well, Catherine, I'm glad that you found the most important job of all time, being a BreadTube video essayist that chills their Patreon. And look at this, very on brand, you've got the beautiful cosmos with a glowing fist rising up in the middle. And the Patreon tiers are all on brand too. You can be a Horizon Voyager, a Cosmic Dreamweaver, a Utopian Artisan, or if you want to pay $35 a month, you can become a Celestial Conduit. But what I really want to get into is the guilt that her ideology has bestowed upon her. So let's take a look at the video. I travelled the world and I regret it.
I'm supposed to say that I enjoyed every moment that traveling transformed me, that it was the best time of my life. But in this video, I want to talk about why the opposite is actually the case. Why, in hindsight, I regret a lot of my travels, and why traveling is kind of overrated.
Okay.
How many bodies do you think she racked up on her travels?
Okay, she's going to make a case for why she didn't enjoy the huge opportunity she had to travel the world.
One of my primary motivations for traveling was escapism from the daily rat race and drudgery of capitalism. Meanwhile, the poorest at home and abroad never get the opportunity to escape the brutality of their lives.
So other people can't have the same experience as Catherine, and that fills her with such guilt that in retrospect she does not look back fondly at her time travelling.
They are too poor. They are too poor to go anywhere. They are too poor to escape the reality of their lives.
And hey, are you thinking of going travelling? Well, maybe have a listen to what revolutionary activist Catherine has to say about it, and then think again.
Rather than questioning why modern life is such that so many of us feel the need to escape from it, the privileged amongst us can opt out or take a break from the system rather than challenging it. Problems that used to be solved via unionizing, organizing, and agitating can now be solved for a minority of us via a light travel excursion.
You think you're going to go and enjoy yourself? You think you're going to go and take a break? Well, we live in a capitalist, patriarchal, white supremacist society, so how about you join our anarchist protest instead? Oh, and that money you've been saving up? How about you do something good with it, like becoming a celestial conduit? But seriously, this isn't just a bad faith clip, this is a big point to her argument.
But we really have to question the ethics of that escapism if it's based off of the suffering of others, has a pacifying effect on society, and blunts the edges of political resistance.
This just doesn't sell the ideology to me. Become a progressive anti-capitalist, and you too can stop enjoying things because of the overwhelming guilt of your privilege. But don't worry, if you're white and you're feeling a lot of white guilt, well then you can be like Catherine and just refuse to be white. And on the face of it, that might sound completely crazy. And if you haven't had the unfortunate life trajectory to understand where she's going with this, let me fill you in. So Catherine's concept of whiteness uses a similar understanding to what friend of the show Thought Slime talks about in his video, where he says, what is the definition of whiteness? And he'll say these things like, but some people look a bit brown and are still considered white. And he'll go on like this, picking away at the edges of the definition to the point that he says that whiteness doesn't really mean anything. So then he can swoop in and drop a couple truth bombs being like, and you know why the concept of whiteness actually exists? It's used to oppress people. Brilliant stuff if you're a middle-class white person that hates yourself, but you sound like a complete maniac to any normal person. When I was watching stuff for my Thought Slime video, I shrugged this off as some stupid rage bait, but Catherine must have also came across this concept, and she has ran a bloody mile with it.
I am a white person living in a white supremacist society. I am born into its logic, encultured into its worldview, suffused with its habits. It's corrupting me and killing me. I want desperately to be liberated from it. That's where this video starts, with an acknowledgement that my words today are born out of selfishness. I want to find a way out of whiteness so that I can claim my full humanity. My hope is that in drawing attention to the deleterious effects of whiteness, we can begin to recognize that our own liberation as white people is inextricably linked with the liberation of all.
So Retvrn uses the concept of whiteness so loosely that it just becomes a catch-all term for anything bad. She talks about problems that her family have, but these aren't personal things that they need to fix. It's because they've been indoctrinated into whiteness.
The men are mostly all alcoholics, half of them are mentally unwell, and my aunt, who might as well be called Karen, gets her life meaning by going on package holidays, then getting a refund by complaining to customer service. The dullness of whiteness, the lack of meaning, the lack of true fulfillment, the lack of real feeling. Is this really all life is about?
This broad usage of a term to be able to explain away any problems people have is so useless. It just becomes a meaningless boogeyman in the same way that breadtubers use the term capitalism. Capitalism is why this is ruined. Capitalism is why this thing in your life is bad. But for Retvrn, she is using the buzzword whiteness for this video, and whiteness she believes to be the cause of death for her childhood friend.
My first friend and best friend when I arrived in England was a boy who died at 16. Medics ruled that he died of poor health, but in my opinion, he also died of whiteness.
What an absolutely ludicrous thing to say. Imagine Retvrn filing an autopsy report.
He also died of whiteness.
Seriously, if you happen to watch this video and you just nodded along to this, please just stop watching content online, go and watch a Netflix serial killer documentary or something. Because if you think this is cool and you start mimicking these talking points in real life, I'm almost sure this is going to have a negative impact to you socializing with people. So Retvrn's explanation for this is that she had this childhood friend that had a hard life and started falling into right-wing beliefs because of this.
And yet, despite whiteness being a cause of his suffering and eventual death, throughout his life, he increasingly became invested in white supremacy. He went from the sweetest, kindest boy at 5 years old to staunchly anti-immigrant, anti-social safety nets, pro-privatization.
Refugees are taking our jobs. We shouldn't be giving tax dollars to black people.
Were some of his frequent talking points in his teenage years.
And to be fair, when people become obsessed with certain political beliefs to the point that it's all they talk about, they can become incredibly annoying to be around. But the revelation Retvrn comes to because of this is truly unbelievable.
So yes, my best friend died of poor health, but I think he was also murdered. Or perhaps more accurate would be to say he was dead long before his 16th birthday, because to disregard solidarity, brotherhood, and the beauty of resistance culture, to instead fight for the suffering of your fellow beings and your very own body, is to die a spiritual death long before you take your last breath.
I don't know if that rhyme at the end was intentional, but it hit. That was some real shit right there. But seriously, if she's earnestly saying this, Retvrn must just lack self-awareness to a dangerous level. Like, I think a breadtuber such as Retvrn believes that she needs to have this profound vulnerability that leads her to saying other crazy things such as this.
These days, despite the fact that I see myself as a leftist, committed to social justice, and appropriately anti-racist, if I'm really honest, I think on some deep subconscious level, I still fear non-white people.
Honest critique here, I don't think this is having the impact that Retvrn is intending, because all I am feeling from this is a visceral second-hand embarrassment. But Retvrn, she does get some backing from some other thinkers in this video. There's this absolutely lovely woman. Let's take a listen to what she has to say.
One of my favorite thinkers on unlearning internalized oppression is the writer and poet Sonia Renee Taylor.
And just a quick one, maybe thinkers is an academic term, but when I hear someone use it, I just feel immediate revulsion. There must be a better term to use, just sounds so pretentious.
The less that you identify on a soul level with whiteness. Meaning, and that doesn't mean eschew it, that means look for it and remove it from yourself, right? It is not, oh, that's not me. It's, oh, I don't want that to be me. Something is rotting in here. Let me get to investigating so that I can remove that. Because it's stinking up my space. It is about whiteness, the construct that is rotting the material and spiritual and economic and political realities of Black and brown people around the world, while also at the same time rotting the internal spiritual and emotional and mental lives of those who were assigned whiteness at birth. You are struggling in this system as well. It is killing you too. It's killing you. It's killing all of us.
So I'm sure we've all heard AFAB, but now we have AWAB.
Those who were assigned whiteness at birth.
And what, people are going to presumably racially transition?
We might even manage to stop being white.
Good luck with that, Catherine, but I don't think it's going to happen. But I think we've hit the peak of crazy today, so I'm going to leave it there. Part of me does think that Catherine is somewhat intentionally rage-baiting with these videos, so I'd advise not going to interact with her videos, leaving comments and the such, because I do think it actually helps her out. I got suckered into watching this rubbish, and don't make the same mistake that I did. And with that being said, if you enjoyed this video, please leave a like on it and sub to the channel, and thanks for watching.
Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to lay out in 3 reasons how Hasan Piker is not only a terrible human being, he is a fake leftist and a fraud who, under the thin guise of a phony progressivism, uses his vast influence on social media to spread bigotry and ignorance among his impressionable and young audience. Let's begin. 1. Promoting anti-Semites. Despite ostensibly caring about racial justice, Hasan Piker has hosted radical anti-Semites on his channel for friendly conversations, allowing them to appeal to his young audience without receiving any real pushback.
Work, you're right. Yeah, that was interesting, right? See, he's Jewish, but he's a fan of mine. What do you think about that? Thoughts?
You said you have a lot of Black and Jewish fans, right?
Yeah. Because I'm a lover of all people.
Yeah.
Chicken and waffles. Let's fucking go.
Really?
You just want them to be happy in their own countries.
I just want people to be happy. I love Black people.
Impressed by concerned Jewish viewers about this behavior, Hasan defended his actions by obfuscating and pretending that he didn't know whether or not his guest was in fact anti-Semitic, despite the clear evidence that he was.
I'm saying based on all the information you have about him, I think it's kind of important for you to make an assessment of whether or not he's like a genocidal crazy person who wants to kill people if he comes to power, or to whatever extent you think that is true. I do think you need to assess that.
Okay, here's what's happening, okay?
Okay, all right.
What's he doing with this video? He's clearly talking about Destiny. What's going on here?
You're saying, is he a Nazi? And I'm saying, I'm not sure. And you're pointing out, well, you said he was a Nazi here. You said he was a Nazi here. Here you joke that he's a Nazi. Here you allude to him being a Nazi. Here you say he's not a Nazi, and right now you won't call him a Nazi. And you're saying that I'm obfuscating by not answering the question. Is that a fair summary of what you're saying?
We won. We defeated Destiny. We defeated Daily Wire. We made everyone anti-Semitic. The mimetic power of this movement. There's really not... Can you think of one other...
We made everyone anti-Semitic.
Entity that is like this? That's why they attack us and call us a cult, because we're like this unstoppable force. It's you guys, it's me, and we go around and we just reveal feds and Jews. We got Destiny's credibility destroyed. We red-pilled Candace Owens and destroyed the Daily Wire. And it's just me doing a live stream and all of you psychopaths posting "You are Jewish" on Twitter and clips of Destiny not knowing where Israel is on a map. We won. We defeated...
Gee, I wonder. Oh my God. Why does it do that? Man, that drives me nuts. Why? Fuck me, man. Where was I?
They're going to say, oh, you know...
So that was, who was it? It was Mr. Girl putting fucking Destiny in a corner about saying, you know, is he a Nazi, basically, for Fuentes.
You're a fucking racist that doesn't want non-white people in your country, don't you? And there's no way to avoid that question without saying, like, yeah, at the end of the day, it's got to be white people. At the end of the day, we want a country that's majority white, by race. We want to live by white people. Eventually, you got to say that. Now, you can couch that in whatever kind of language you want. But at the end of the day, someone's going to say, so what you're saying is you don't want the country to be filled with non-white people where you're a minority, don't you? And you're going to have to say, yeah. And they're going to say, that's racist. And you're going to have to say, I don't care. They're going to say, oh.
The Italians, we do not claim you.
Oh, hey, the Italians don't claim you. You're the one dating a black guy. The Italians don't claim me. They don't claim you.
Who would you rather have run our country right now, your wife or Hitler?
Hitler!
Elon Musk, Twitter's private now. Where's the pressure from the Jews?
They killed all his advertisers. They sponsored an advertiser boycott in December, and they didn't get all of them back, obviously. That's where you don't even know what you're talking about. They did the same thing to Facebook.
No, okay. Fuck, that was a major L for me. Fuck, I didn't even think about that.
You literally said that the entire country of India smells like shit.
That's true. It does smell bad.
You're gonna tell me Delhi doesn't smell bad? They got 1.5 billion people, and they're all crammed together on one train. It doesn't smell bad?
Oh, you're interrupting me.
Yeah, because you're saying stupid shit.
Yeah, well, that's not how this works. You want to go live in Papua New Guinea where they're eating people and drinking cum? You probably would like that, you freak. You probably would. You look like you'd like that.
That's nice. I'm out. I don't need to kill anybody here. Well, I spoke too soon.
You left your mom's basement?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave my mom's basement to fucking slap you in the mouth, you stupid bitch.
Well, I was put on the federal no-fly list for a year by the government. And then I got off the no-fly list, and then I got banned from Delta and America.
Italians, we do not claim you.
So, yeah. See how he's gonna fucking tiptoe around this one.
Yes, but I just want to again be clear that my problem is that all those statements contradict each other, not
Okay.
your current answer
I
or
understand.
your current thinking.
Sure. And my assertion is none of those statements are contradictory. But the problem is we're fighting over the statement, is he a Nazi? And you think that the question you're asking me is Nick Fuentes a Nazi? That's not the question that I'm dealing with. The question I'm dealing with is, what is a Nazi? That's the question. Insofar as Nazi is a strictly defined term, I can clearly compare it to Nick's stated positions and figure out whether or not he is or is not a Nazi. So, for instance, if we go by the definition of he was part of the National Socialist Party, he's not a Nazi. If we go by the definition of has some vague anti-Semitic beliefs and is fascist, he might be a Nazi or is a Nazi. If we go by this or that...
Do you think his anti-Semitic beliefs are vague?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh my God.
Because he doesn't currently advocate for...
I can't believe he would say that. I mean, he's pretty crystal fucking clear about his worldview. I can't believe that. Man, I don't know if Destiny's just being like purposely obtuse or just naive there.
Genocide or ethno-states. He doesn't currently advocate for, well, it depends now on how we define anti-Semitic, I guess. Anti-Semitic in reference to Nazi, or anti-Semitic in terms of like, just doesn't like Jewish people?
Whatever you meant when you used the word.
Well, if you don't know, hold on.
Definition.
If you don't know what I meant when I used the word, then for you to say, well, don't you think he is that, when you don't even know what I mean when I say that, I'm not saying disingenuous intention from your part, but you're asking me an empty question. You don't actually even know what I'm saying.
2. Hassan promotes genocide. Hassan Piker regularly defends the actions of violent imperial states against oppressed peoples.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. It sounds really shitty, but like I think that Israel should just drop its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like that's about where I'm at. I don't know,
You just think the Palestinians should just pack up and Native American the fuck out of there?
The problem is that it seems like there is a hugely general hostility to Jewish people across really the entire world, but definitely the Middle East.
All the while demonstrating astonishing historical and geographical ignorance.
I don't know which is which, dude. Close the cookies? Oh yeah, true. Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I think nope. Got it.
3. Hassan uses sex slaves. Despite claiming to be a progressive and a feminist, Hassan Piker has purchased the services of prostitutes who were likely victims of sex trafficking.
I mean, you ever paid for a prostitute before in a legal state?
I don't know if it's legal. I actually did one time very recently here because I was curious. I did one of those massage.
I'm trying to understand what Sunday's doing here with all these mix-ups. I don't know what he's doing here.
Places or whatever. And I was like, I'm curious what this is like. Fuck it. It's quarantine time.
How was it?
Probably one of the worst experiences of my life.
Was it just like a sad hand job, or?
Yes, for like, and I like tipped really well too because I was like, oh, I got a lot of money. These girls seem like they don't make much. Like maybe it'll be. Actually, it was horrible.
Was it from like an older woman, or?
She was probably like in her 30s or 40s.
Yeah.
But it was
like really
so bad. Yeah, I guess, but like. I want some. What I was interested is like, I wonder if this is gonna be like an ultra skilled fucking hand job, like crazy shit ever. But it wasn't. It was basically just like, it was like one of the worst hand jobs I've ever had in my life. Like from a girl who's like, oh, I just want you to come as quickly as possible. I'm like, okay.
There's like nothing worse in this world than like a sad hand job.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, why? Like, you should just never use your hands again for this.
I guess, yeah. Especially because I overpaid like a motherfucker for it too, but whatever.
What did you pay?
I think the booking was like 40 or 50 or 60 or whatever for the room. And I think I gave her 120. I just wanted to know if they were really good at giving hand jobs. Like the scenario is actually kind of sad to me. Like I don't know, like I have to pull out my phone and use like Google Translate so that this woman understands what I'm saying. It feels like she's like some fucking sex slave trafficked in, and it's like, this is kind of awkward, and I don't feel good about this. And maybe you'll be really good at least at giving hand jobs. It's like, nope, man.
That, but where was she from? What nationality was she?
Chinese.
Oh.
But yeah.
Interesting.
Rip.
Damn, dude. So it must have been really soft hands, though. It's probably like getting a hand job with like a catcher's mitt.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but it doesn't really matter how soft your hand is if like you just grab it and you for like 2 minutes until the person comes. It's like, okay.
Yeah, but are you like a fast stroker or kind of like a slow stroker, dude?
I mean, I'll do whatever. It depends.
Cut or uncut?
Uncut.
Oh.
But I mean, I can do. It just depends on the scenario, right? Like if you want a quickie, if you want to fuck somebody and be done with it in like 3 minutes and you're going quick, right? Or if I want to like get off really quick, it'll be that, yeah. But if it's like you want to take your time and enjoy it, then it's gonna be a lot longer, right?
Yeah, that's true. Are you good at chess?
As you can clearly see, Hassan Piker is a terrible influence in progressive politics and a horrible human being. And for all we know, he could be gaslighting tons of vulnerable women.
So I guess the purpose of the mix-up is fucking highlighting how much shit Destiny talks about Hassan for the things that he's done when Destiny has done the exact same things, basically. Got it. Okay. It wasn't hitting until that conversation.
Behind the scenes.
Didn't Hassan go to like a brothel or something, or
secretly recording them without their consent and spreading the videos to potentially underage sex workers on Discord? As always, thank you for listening, and take care.
Craig McNeil, as well as other debaters, including David Wood and Apostate Prophet. So
speaking of which, there was Nicholas Diora put out 2 videos on fucking Hassan orbiters, and I only know these people very just surface level. I don't know. I've heard enough about Frogan, but I don't know enough about this Denims person. So I'm going to start the Denims one, because I think I want to save the Frogan one for another day. Let's see.
Just to like bring her back to reality for a second.
The IDF member is bravely taking a break from unarmed to bring us back to reality. Sorry, terror babies, terror babies, terror babies.
It does not make you an orbiter of destiny.
You don't live in the... Other than de-orbiter. But I get it. You gotta pay rent. Make your clips of me and Hassan. I get it. Hate watchers, you gotta eat somehow. You gotta eat somehow. No shame in the game. A little bit of shame.
Now we're gonna go into a few different things here. We're gonna have a little fun. So this is some old Denims. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but last year we played a clip, and I believe this was something we covered on the channel, right? This is exactly why I think the team sports narrative is so strong. Listen to, like, this was Casey Tron back then with the Keffel stuff, and this is what Denims had to say about why she wouldn't watch, engage with, or criticize Keffels. Someone who, by the way, was helping to get access to drugs, okay, without their parents' knowledge, right? Helping, like, there's some extremely weird messages that were being shared between Keffels and monitors and stuff at the time as well. Also, Keffels ended up scamming $100,000 from LGBTQ donators, right, through her GoFundMe. Okay, these are pretty substantial things. Obviously, a lot of, like, the trans people use GoFundMe to try to get out of sticky situations or to help fund surgeries and stuff like this. So this is something that you'd assume Denims would care about because she's a progressive, right? And instead of actually covering a lot of that stuff and showing that there's a bad actor in the community abusing the good graces of people who are willing to send money, Denims said this, which was very funny.
With some of her actions, and I disagree with some of the things that she's done. And I think in general, my perspective, and this is not going to be the perspective of everyone online, and that's fine. My perspective is I don't like to spend my time going after other people that are on the left.
Okay, so she pulls up a tweet where people are saying a Nazi retweeted Mudahar and criticizes the thumbnail that looks exactly like Keffel's. Okay, the narrative around this time was that this video is bad because a transphobic person drew the picture, and the picture is like grotesque. But unfortunately, if you put it like 1-to-1, that is just what Keffel's looks like. It's just a sweaty, pale Keffel's.
After
like Keffel's felt like she won the battle, meaning like deflected all the criticism, but lost the war because all of her friends found out that she found out that all of her friends think that she's like ugly and decrepit. So
other people that are on the left, right? And that's just because I think my time.
And her position is like, I don't want to cover this because she's a leftist.
A person?
So when you're saying like, oh guys, this is super cringy, dude, I can't believe it. It seems like Denims is operating with team sports here. She always has been. This is just how she operates, right? If this person is on the left, I do not want to criticize them.
Going after other people that are on the left, right? And that's just because I think my time is better spent.
What? What? Why? Why does that matter? Why should that make any difference?
And again, we were talking about how these people purity test everybody else, but hold none of the people in their own communities accountable. If somebody fucks up in the trans community or some of these progressive communities, it's just, well, how can we blame this on whatever person we've deemed to be a Nazi today?
What if someone committed some grotesque, provable crime? Would you be like, oh, I'm not going to go after them because they're on the left? Bro, so you can just be a lefty, according to Denims, do whatever you want, and you're never going to scrutinise them, ever. It's so brazen, dude. You're correct. This has got to be the worst sweeping I've ever seen in my fucking life. This is unreal.
With some of her.
So yeah, that's the Chud clip. I just, again, this is the main part.
I don't like to spend my time fighting with people who are saying that they're on the left. I think it's much more effective for me to make fun of people on the right instead of, because every minute I'm spending making fun of somebody else on the left, I could be making fun of someone on the right.
That's crazy, dude. That's just insane. I could be talking about Ben Shapiro. I could be making Ben Shapiro is bad 400, or why Joe Rogan's podcast has become an alt-right hellhole, episode 352. Or I could be covering, oh wait, Destiny. Never mind. When it's Destiny, we can cover him all the time, all right? That's because we've convinced ourselves that Destiny is a conservative. That's the only reason we can justify it. But we don't like covering people on the left. Only people that we have grudge matches with, Jews, and and conservatives. That's where our time goes. Jews, conservatives, and people we don't like. That's progressivism. That's at its best. That's progressivism. So now we're gonna be watching this real quick, just for giving context. This is the getting up and walking away. This is one of the strongest arguments that I've seen people use against Hassan Piker. And this is one of the ones that I didn't like. It got a lot of push at its time, but nobody's really brought it up since. This one and the Let Me Know thing were really strong React arguments, in my opinion.
In November of 2020, I posted a 14-minute YouTube video in which I roast a weird house. It was, when I first released it, one of my worst performing videos for quite a while. It seemed like it was just gonna end up being one of those videos that didn't get seen by that many people, and that's absolutely fine. You know, that is until completely out of the blue, it was given a huge amount of extra exposure by an absolute legend. I'd never met this person. In fact, I didn't even know they existed before this, but the boost that they gave me almost doubled the video's view count in just a few days. And for that, I would genuinely like to thank the Reddit user who posted my video to r/videos. You did me an absolute solid. This kind of thing is genuinely really helpful. Anyway, today we're talking about reaction content. Chances are you
So that's what happened. Essentially, it got posted on r/videos, the video exploded, and then every major like reaction Twitch streamer watched it. I think the Hassan Piker one was most notable because he wasn't even present. You can find a bunch of these clips, and I think Mahler, even back then before I really knew him, sent me like a highlight reel of Hassan Piker just eating snacks. While like not watching the video as they played in the background. But this is Hassan Piker watching the JXC one.
Of the video, but then right at the end when I just take 20 seconds to talk about other stuff I'm working on and where you can find it, well, he turns it off before I can say any of that stuff. Growth industry? That's everything I have for you today. This has just been a very small project on the side.
And that's after he's come back. Most of this video, he's just not even present. And you also couldn't see, yeah, look at this. Look at this. It's just playing.
How highlight me for the video of mine he freebooted, I wouldn't take his money. However, when this kind of thing is done completely with...
Where Where is it?
Been years of work on.
Look at this. This is the chair meme. The chair meme you always see. It's the JXC chair.
On behalf of the creator, I once spent 6 months working all day, every day on one single YouTube video, and if Hassan had freebooted that, I would be very pissed off. I would be even more pissed off if I was a creator who genuinely was struggling, either financially or in just getting people to my channel to watch the videos that I make. And I would be more pissed off if...
So yeah, that's what we're dealing with here. This is what we're talking about. Now, Denim's had a lot to say about it. We played a clip earlier, but I am going to play a little bit of it again. The EFAP guys did great coverage. You can check it out on their channel. Also, check out JXC. They make really good stuff. But EFAP 180 is the entire Denim's JXC saga. It's 9 hours long, and you're going to get a ton out of this one if you want to see a bit more than what I showed today.
There's nothing to disagree with. If you haven't transformed it, it hasn't been transformed. Like,
that's pretty much what Jay did. Yeah, like if you've stolen it, you've stolen it.
Wrong. So Denim's here is trying to justify the usage of React content when you're not even engaging with the source material. Like, there's no reason for it to even be on the screen. Essentially defending the Hassan Piker get up and walk away strategy.
Oh, let's do it.
If anything, this video should have been edited, because I know videos that are this long tend to take like an hour.
Yes, Denim's position is she's far too retarded to engage with long videos, so they need to be like, they need to have like kinetic sand in the background or like Subway Surfers playing. That's the only way she can engage with this stuff. Vertical video is best.
Have been edited.
She's like a TikTok girl, okay? Or she's trying to give the aesthetic of one so she looks younger.
You bitch.
I can tell you that Jay did edit it.
God damn.
Thank fuck I edited down his stream, trust me. A lot of
56 minutes is way too long for me to watch, guys.
It's too much. It needs to be edited down.
You gotta edit it down.
Yeah.
Someone
Tend to
who's
take like
That's short fat otaku, right? That's Dev.
Someone who's complaining about, oh, how can I possibly go for this long? And you shouldn't be complaining about length of things you're responding to. Every second is precious because you don't want to be left in a position where you have to.
All right, Rags, I'm expecting that position from you, Mr. 9 Hours. We've all seen the Jenny Nicholson. Is it Jenny Nicholson? I forgot. Have you guys ever seen the EFAP meme where it's like, I didn't like the Joker movie, and then it's like EFAP, Jenny Nicholson, I didn't like the Joker movie, and it's like a 30-minute video, like a 12-hour stream. I think the reality of it, though, like an hour was spent talking about her video, but every like dipshit dumb fuck on Twitter uses that to like go after the entire podcast because they actually react to stuff and have stuff to say about stuff they like.
To take someone's video, right?
Yeah, it gets posted every time. Yeah, it's like, hey guys, Mauler just interacted with something. Here's the Jenny Nicholson Joker tweet. Just send it in there.
Yeah, I was gonna say she should be happy that the video.
You should be thrilled. Yeah, that it takes so long for this.
You said EFAP has horrible taste in movies? Yeah, dude, they didn't even like Deadpool versus Wolverine, bro. I don't know how I go on there, dude. They have horrible taste in the best Marvel movies that money can offer, dude. All right, listen. Mauler's telling me, he's sitting there, he's like, guys, this is just not a good movie, all right? I don't understand it.
This reaction there, or this reactee.
That one sucks, sorry. Fuck you. It's great. It's a great movie. I like how it's very bland colored. I like how there's not very many colors in it, and it all looks like it was shot in the middle of the desert.
To get their stuff out.
Because I know videos that are this long tend to take like an hour, tend to take like months to make.
What?
Or at least a month to make. From talking with.
It sounded like you said the N-word.
No.
Based. Other people do this meme.
Hour, she was gonna say.
It's more like
the N-word.
To make.
What?
Or at long tend to take like an hour.
Whoa!
Tend to take like months to make.
What?
Videos that are this long tend to take like an hour.
Does sound like you said that.
Dude, that was almost a massive slip up.
And you know what else is massive?
It take like months to make.
What?
Or at least a month to make. From talking with.
It sounded like you said the N-word.
No, hour, she was gonna say.
It's more like essayists and stuff.
I can't believe Denim's put her personalities away for this stream. That's probably why nothing she's saying is landing.
Can we please stop with these?
What is she doing?
It's
See, this is
She
one thing.
purposely leans into her microphone.
She's smacking on something. Like,
When I make these supercuts, I'm like,
And by the way, she's deleted like all these videos, so I did have to go through another stream to watch some of this stuff. We'll show that too. She kind of like went in the. I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to spoil it. The fucking the whole like post to this part is really funny.
Gum here.
and she's
as well.
When I'm making supercuts and someone makes their first half of a point, I'm like, I don't want to cut with the static to the next part. I don't want to like because it makes it look like I may have cut something out or something. So I like to keep the whole point in. Unfortunately, she's fucking doing this shit between points.
You have to navigate around so much dead air that it's impossible to clip it. Yeah.
Sorry.
Cow chewing on cud.
Okay, there's like some chips in my teeth.
Oh, get those
What
out
was I
later,
gonna
honey.
say?
What was I gonna say?
Make sure you get your mouth really close to the microphone when you're clearing the debris from your teeth. All right. We really want to make sure that that's something that we're
Dead air for the airhead. Yeah. All right. Let's see if there's anything else I want to jump to. Any timestamps in particular? Stupid versus joke. Jay is wrong. We clicked the Jay is wrong one. Jay is still wrong. I imagine that's when we
The
get back
amount
to
of
what she was
people
trying to say.
that wanted to watch like Death Note on stream, or the amount of people that want to watch like MasterChef or Hell's Kitchen on stream.
Oh, I forgot this was during the MasterChef meta where they just watch full movies and television shows. I think my favorite one was when Casey Tron did a fucking sleep stream and just freebooted movies at night or whatever because she was like desperate for money.
Stream. Like it stops being one person making content, like a person making react content, and it starts being like a bunch of people watching something together as like friends almost.
But
that is a shocking.
Dude, I think Dark Viper would literally have an aneurysm if he was forced to watch Denims.
A stupid thing to say.
We should get him involved with Denims.
Just to make sure it's nice and clear.
Dark Viper, listen, if you're listening right now, you need to watch this, okay, buddy? We've had a lot of problems in the past, but I swear this is good for you.
Saying Jay is wrong because even if the reactor adds nothing, there's a group of people watching it now, which is fundamentally different than watching it on your own.
That's literally her position. Yeah, that's exactly what she's trying to say. Even if I'm not in the room, the audience is what's making it fair use.
Yes, because that is what it means to transform content. It is that you, as an individual person,
I transformed it. I transformed the money from your pocket to mine.
we just have a sort of subjective feeling that it's different.
Well, to transpose
kinda
this
sounds like-
to IRL, you go to see the cinema to watch a movie, you pay, cool. And then I'm like, if all of you guys can come with me, we can watch it for free because that is fundamentally different than watching it on my own.
Yeah.
yeah.
It changes the experience. It's transformative. Just that meta aspect turns it into something different.
Her point makes sense if she was streaming it.
Yeah, we need to like try to weaponize Dark Viper and send them in to fight all the stupid people we argue with.
Say
he's got to like repent for his sins. I realize I've said Dark Viper's name, so he's gonna come back and start making videos again.
In her private Discord.
I've got 16 Willie Mac show videos ready to drop if Nick mentions me again.
Discord server to her subs who have paid her for the experience, like a movie watching experience with Denims once a week, every Sunday night or something, you know? But okay, fine.
Well, even that's kind of tough.
Is it?
What do you mean that means anything? It doesn't mean anything in terms of whether you transform the content that you're watching.
Dude, 114 pages are going to drop on Willie Mac show, and it's going to be called The Manifesto.
If we're the requirement being she doesn't speak at all and doesn't even show a reaction.
Because remember, this is the point that Jay made was if you are reacting but you're not, you basically just reposted someone's content. She said, it is wrong. You are incorrect in making that statement because if multiple people watch it together, then it feels like a different thing, even though nothing has been changed in terms of the content itself.
And we're
Well,
so
it's a
desperate now.
non-sequitur.
We're at the point of if I say I opened the window on my second time around, so it's a fundamentally different experience.
So anyways, basically Denims came at JXE and gave them like a huge problem with making this video. Gave some pretty like, I don't want to say vitriolic, but she was very uncharitable, very rude in her coverage. And then ultimately they would get on a stream together.
Like what is commentary?
They would get on a stream together on the Chud Logic YouTube channel with the Anthony Huber, Jesse Smollett, and Joseph Rosenbaum backdrop. Yes, Denims called into Chud's stream to debate JXE. This is a thing that occurred in real life, and we are going to watch this. And I've never seen the whole thing, so I am so excited to watch this at 125 right now because I've heard horrible things, and the parts that I've seen are bad. Wait, you didn't know about this, Smaggle? You didn't know that Jay debated fucking... If you didn't know that Jay debated Denims, did you know that me, Jay, and Tommy talked to No Bullshit on a stream? You should watch that one. I miss Jay. Jay needs to put out more content. Their videos were fire.
Maybe we'll
Their videos are the reason why I even know anybody from EFAP.
know each other enough for that. Who knows? Maybe that'll... Maybe...
It looks like we're going to have quite a friendly conversation, which is a bit of a change of pace for this channel, so that's good.
This is what, 2 years ago? This is when I first started watching Chud, before we converted him over to commentary, right? Or is this mid-conversion?
But basically, there's been a lot of discourse recently about React content. Obviously, there was the DMCA scandal that happened recently, which I think brought some of this stuff back up.
Dude, you love the Thigh Gap No Bullshit song? Unfortunately for you, he took it down during the conversation because we alerted him that how creepy that song was.
And Jay, you released a video which spoke about that and criticized some of the antics around that. And Denims, you mentioned to
the No Bullshit stream was legendary, dude. Yeah, well, I mean, it's the stream with Bo Blacks versus Destiny. It's like where we literally met Bo Blacks and Destiny and then fucking met No Bullshit the same day.
Me that you had some sort of criticisms.
And like the quartering was like demanding a conversation with Destiny that he also ran for. It was really weird.
So, yeah, I guess for anyone that hasn't watched the video, we'll start off by throwing it over to you, Jay. And do you just want to maybe explain what the point of the video was and, you know, what your thoughts
It's where Bo Blacks won against Destiny. You should go watch that conversation again because Bo Blacks looks horrible.
are about it?
So the positions in the video are essentially, first of all, I go over a load of like essentially Twitch memes that justify non-transformative React.
I watched a Queeman stream about it. It was very difficult to like watch again in hindsight.
First of all, I go over a load of like essentially Twitch memes that justify non-transformative React content, but essentially the position is that if you have React content where the reactor really isn't adding commentary of substance or you know anything that you could argue the viewer is there specifically to see, if they're in essence just their reaction content consists of playing the video that they're reacting to, and that's the main event. You know, that's the content they're there for, the kind of content where the chat get annoyed if you pause it because you're disrupting the actual thing.
Yeah, dude, unironically, that's like a not YouTube thing. You've seen that before, right? Where people are like, oh, stop pausing the video so much. We don't really see that much over here. But on Twitch, if you like let the video play or you stop the video for more than 30 seconds, they get like physically mad at you. And at that point, you know, like they're not here for you. They really just want to watch the video.
They're watching.
Which kind of makes sense in hindsight. Because like they're on a completely different site and they want to watch the YouTube video, and it's Twitch streamers taking money out of YouTubers' pockets.
That kind of content is in essence that's just reposting someone's work. And
it's the delicate balance between react harder and pause Andy. Yeah, those phrases just really never existed on YouTube. Like the first time I saw react harder was during this situation when all the Twitch people were coming over, or when people were finding out that term existed because of Twitch. Over here, it was just normal.
It's not cool to repost someone's work without making a meaningful change to it.
Like for me, it takes me like how long? If there's an hour video, my video response to it, where I'm going through it and pulling up stuff, it's probably going to be at least 3 hours. I usually 2x whatever video we're watching.
If you don't have permission,
unless I'm really uninterested, and then I usually turn it off early.
As well.
Okay,
those are the broad positions.
And I actually was my stream yesterday, I was so tired, but I didn't watch all of it. But I just was interested to understand one more aspect to this. Do you have any like legal like position of like DMCA or like copyright on this, or is it just more so like your personal perspectives?
My entire thing was sort of just really more focused on just etiquette and what I think is cool, rather than any appeal to what is legal and what isn't. Because you know, ethics aren't based on the law, etiquette's not based on the law. You know, none of that. But
which, by the way, is a smart way to go into any videos like this. The thing that Dark Viper tries to do is establish like legal precedent and stuff like this in all of his arguments. Whereas I think the reason why Jay's video was perceived better than Dark Viper's document is because more people can engage with it. If you just case everything in like the law, then like you're not really explaining why anyone should care about it, unless they think that like the law is like their moral like system, which then they're just retarded.
I don't really care about what's legal in this kind of circumstance.
Chud sounded way less angry back then. Yeah, this was before everybody. This is before Spinal BJ entered his chat.
No, that's fair enough. Okay, cool. So yeah, Denims, what's your kind of position then? What's your disagreement or your thoughts?
Okay, before we go, I just wanted to clarify. You go by any all pronouns, correct?
Yeah.
Do you care or mind? Because when I was talking about this on stream, we tried not to do it because I didn't want to be like hurtful or anything like that. Do you care about people saying like dude or guy or anything like that? Like those are kind of gendered terms. I just want to know your opinion.
I'm sure. I'm just pretty sure, to be honest.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, great.
This is crazy because this is actually like the first thing I've seen where Denims is kind of arguing the same shit. Like, we watched Denims do this with Ethan when she was getting mad that Ethan called Bo Black's he in the pre-nuke stream. But it seems like that's something she's always been, like, weird about. Any all pronouns. Okay, but can I call you dude? Yeah, any all pronouns. That's what that means, Denims.
So my primary, I guess, issues is that, like...
Is she speaking faster? We're 1-2-5ing it because it's a 40-minute reaction.
I feel like the video was very antagonistic.
It makes her pauses seem less dramatic.
And it felt very spite-based. And I was, like, very close to not finishing the video because I unironically thought, and your content has been recommended to me like a million times before, so I know your content has to be good. I wanted to, like, not watch the rest of the video until I got to, like, a very...
So she shows up and then tries to, like, friend champ the fuck out of Jay, right? Like, she's so much ruder in the original video, and now she's like, oh my god, your content's recommended to me all the time. Like, I knew it was super good, but that's why I just didn't understand why we disagree on this subject, you know? Like, oh god, I've just wanted to watch so many of your videos. It's just never happened before.
Very last bit of it. Like, I think the last, like, 15 minutes have, like, really, really, really good stuff. I think that the distinction that you make between, like, filler content and true React content is, like, really well done. I think that you're talking about, like, the fact that, like, Hassan sometimes he doesn't show people's, like, username or, like, their Twitter, their YouTube account and stuff. And I think that's fucked up because
what am I gonna do?
Are you going to watch the video she released after this snaking Jay?
I can't watch it, unfortunately, because she has deleted it. But what we're going to do is go back to EFAP and we're going to watch parts of it through them because EFAP did cover it. So that's why we're going back there after.
If you wanted to look into it, you're just going to have to hope that, like, a mod
But we'll tell you why. She's since removed all of these videos and claimed that she's being harassed.
Like, post the link in chat because he's not going to do it. Do you know what I mean? So I think that criticism is incredibly valid. I guess my point was, first, before I go any further, I want to say, like, what was, like, your goal with making the video?
What was your goal with making the video on My Friends? Why have you done this?
So basically, I mean, I did a stream looking at Hassan's arguments when he made them, right? So Hassan, he made this video. He not made this video. He went live, and when he saw my stream, he didn't watch the stream on his stream, but he went live and talked about, like, what he thought. And I just did a quick stream with some friends, going over, like, what I thought of his arguments and just reacting to them live. And basically, I've been intending to turn those arguments and get them formatted into just a video since that stream came out. And that's what this video was. I do want to say, I find it interesting the interpretation of the video is spiteful, right? Because, you know, I knew that people were gonna see this and think.
So, like, Denims is playing nice here, but Jay knows all the shit that she's already said. That's why he's, like, reacting more aggressively.
Drama baiting, because I've had a run-in with this community before, but people would just be like, drama baiting, salty, whatever, right?
Shark, yeah,
sure. And what I wanted to, you know, people can think what they want, but what I was trying to avoid seeming spiteful. I went through and I cut out certain jokes that I thought would be more likely to be interpreted as just mean-spirited rather than just like, hey, I'm having a joke. But I watched some of your coverage of my video, and I did find that you interpreted a lot more than I expected people to as just like a shot at Hassan.
Sure.
Like for example, when I was just talking about how there were two toilets next to each other, and I'm explaining like what is commentary. I'm talking about his commentary, and I'm going.
It's almost like she took it significantly more personal because she knew it would affect her bottom line.
Through it, and I say, and I like point out the fact that he's like mixed up the word like toilet and bathroom. It's like you take that as like a shot at him when it's literally just I'm explaining to my audience like what he means because I don't think it's entirely clear from just the clip in its own out of context.
Mm-hmm. So I guess what I want to clarify is the video, like the beginning of the video, so hardcore primed me to responding negatively, such that I almost didn't finish it and get to the end part. Like I thought, when I got to like the middle, I was like, this video just feels very, very, very like spite driven. And I'll explain everything. And I plan to like maybe make something more detailed about this that's more salient because I do feel bad because I went very aggressive on your video, more aggressive than I wanted to. And I wish that the last bit of it was in the front. So for example,
it's just your structure is why I acted like a complete fucking dumb bitch the entire time. It's just the way that you edited it that caused me to make this mistake.
And probably some of it, me reacting negatively, was because I felt like I was already primed at a certain point. So there's one section of the video where...
Like, I watched your video where you explained why people care about their content ID and want, like, to be paid for their work. And I was just like, fuck this guy. Jesus. Look at what you made
Hassan
me do, yeah.
comes back to his trap. Which, by the way, I just want to be clear on my opinion on, like, filler content and stuff. Like, I think filler content, like...
Filler content, no, it's just called freebooting.
If someone... You shouldn't do it. I know I do it as a React streamer. And I try to do it only when I do it with like Vox videos or Vice videos and stuff like that, because at least I'm not like directly ripping from one content creator and not like a whole team and stuff. And most of those videos have like 5 million views. I only get like 500 viewers. Like I'm not even going to be taking like out what I'm taking maybe 50 views from the video. It's a lot harder to feel like, I guess, bad about that. And whereas like I would feel very bad about doing that to like a single content creator, which I know is like an arbitrary metric for the record.
I mean, the thing is, it's all arbitrary, right? There's all these gray
Yeah.
areas. There's no hard lines in this.
Yeah, I just think that like if you're one person and you spend all this time making one video, that one definitely feels like you're more stealing than like like Vox's whole team, right? And again, this is arbitrary. This is my opinion. Maybe I'm coping because I'm a React streamer and I want to have that content. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why you're doing that. It's 100%. Again, she'll fire up her stream and play not 5 minutes of music, not 10 minutes of music, 1 full hour of music. On some days, apparently, I think Chud said this today, I don't remember. I haven't personally seen this, so I might be wrong. But I'm pretty sure she'll play like full videos before she gets on. Is that the case? Has anybody seen her do that? I don't want to like marry myself to that position, but I'm pretty sure she's done that before.
But I guess like the part that like really like,
where's the line drawn? Wherever it stops being convenient for denims.
You had like this part in the beginning where Hassan says that, they could be like disabled. Like the person who owns this home could be disabled. And you like make like a joke, and like maybe I read into the joke too much, but you make a joke like saying like what type of disability makes you
like
have
1 to 2 hours of just news. That's insane.
2 toilets in your bathroom, right?
Like why does she even pretend to like empathize with Jay's positions here if she just so thoroughly does not give a fuck at all?
But like in that specific example, I guess apparently what my chat told me was that his chat was saying like, oh, this like incel, whatever, like look at this piece of shit garbage, whatever, he's not cleaning his house. And he was trying to say like, you don't even know the context of this person. Like they could be physically disabled and they could be not able to clean like the place or whatever, or like maybe they have ADHD, depression, and that's why it makes it hard. You know, and maybe it was like a complete like joke from you and stuff, but I'm just saying my opinion.
Sure. I mean, my whole thing on that was like, that it wasn't like clear to me at all. I mean, what he was saying, and I was like, I mean, if that's what he's saying as well, because like I'm happy to believe that's what he meant, because that seems like more in character for him to be like making some ableist joke or whatever, right? And all I was saying is like,
again, what they're talking about is like the house was extremely messy. There are like 2 toilets that are next to each other. Like if you go and like watch the videos of this house, it's actually genuinely interesting. I watched this organically on my feed, but I watched Jay videos, so it's not surprising that I saw it. But it was a very good video.
I did not understand what that meant. It kind of sounded yikesy to me, but like I don't know what he meant, so I'm not gonna like claim that's what he means.
Sure.
And then the next point is like, if he had elaborated more, then this would be both like more transformative React content, and it would have like cleared up any kind of confusion that could come out of it, right?
Sure. I'm explaining like, I guess like my perception of it, to be clear. Like I kind of was going in maybe I would admit that maybe I was going in a little biased against you, because the only thing I had heard about you was, A, you make really good videos, but also you got really upset about Hassan watching your content as filler content. And
all I heard was that, yeah, you were pretty fucking mad that Hassan watched your video as filler content. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up there, dude.
Honestly, I would probably be upset too, maybe, as my content being used as filler content.
Too, maybe. No, you wouldn't. Your content's not like, who the fuck? Oh, yeah, I guess it's me. Would you be upset if I reacted to your content, Denims? Like, unless you're saying something stupid, nobody's just watching like this really cool thing you made ever.
By maybe like a streamer I don't like personally care for or anything like that. Not to say that you don't like Hassan or anything like that. I'm not trying to make any.
I literally had no idea who Hassan was. I just saw the content. I was like, bro, what? What the fuck is this? Like, what? This is just he's not doing anything. He's just playing my video. Which, yeah. As well, this is the first time I'd seen someone leave during a React stream, and that was crazy to me. Having seen having never seen that before. I was like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I completely understand, and I'm very sympathetic to your position and stuff. Like, I understand why you had the position.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I would be completely shocked if someone did that to me. No, dude, I can't believe just getting away, just completely getting up and walking away is wild.
You did. I'm like, sorry, my opinion on your video was, I do want to apologize because I did go really hard again because the beginning.
Dude, this is an insane intro to a debate. 12 minutes in, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was so wrong. I'm so sorry. How the fuck does this go on for the 30 minutes?
I think.
Thank you for the goal, by the way, guys. You've earned another goal.
I think I've just got to the bit where I think I just got to the bit you go hard, and I've not got past that yet. So
yeah.
I'm coming in.
And eventually later, I'm like saying like, I'm really frustrated because I think you make such good points at the end, like really, really good ones, because it's true. Like, you're not saying, Hassan, stop watching my content. In fact, in your comment, you specifically say, I'm not saying you have to stop watching my content. I'm saying don't like walk away from my content. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. As well, like, I do wish I made this clear on the video, right? Because
guys, I'm sorry. I'm super sorry, guys. I'm super duper duper super sorry, dude. Yeah, like, listen, as long as you say the thing that's like, not stop watching my content, because that would affect my bottom line personally, then, like, I totally understand your position. They're so good, you know what I mean? But everything else is, like, super mean-spirited and mean, you know? Because you were, like, making fun of him and stuff, and that was pretty mean. So I was pretty spite-driven, and I had to defend him.
I'm, like, in terms of walking away, it's not like a problem on its own to me. Like, if you've got, like, a stream... like,
You're gonna check Jay's content? All right. Jay videos. Go watch any of the animated adult cartoon videos. All of those are good. Go watch the videos on... I've never even seen Doctor Who. The 5-hour video is not like a one sit down and watch the whole thing type beat, but I watched it over several days. I thought it was really good. For the animated cartoon, I really like the Paradise PD one. Let me see. What else? There was that one Netflix show about them going into space. That video was that was a banger. The whole No Bullshit trilogy is another good Jay setup. You can watch all. I think I'm in the third one, but the first two are classics. Even some of the old CinemaSin stuff, really good.
If you'd walked away from my video on the stream that you did, because you're like talking the whole thing, you're like making it your own thing, right? You're making arguments, you're talking about it. If you'd like walked away for like 2, 3, 4 minutes and let my video play in that would be like, it's like, man, that's like, maybe like it would be better if you didn't do that. But I wouldn't think it was like particularly bad, because
yeah, Brickleberry, Paradise PD, what's it called? What was the other one? The one about the baby, like the Queen or something, about the Queen of England. That one was good.
You've still like made the content.
The Lego Star Wars video was good. Yeah, it was a really good one.
Right, it would be just like a 4-minute gap in otherwise like content that I think is like very reasonable to make.
Yeah, no, I recognize that. I guess I want to be very clear. My only reason, I guess, for coming on or like to talk about this is because I think that I wish the video was made differently, because
God, my only reason I'm here is because couldn't you have just been fucking nicer when you were making fun of my boss?
I would have really liked it, like, a lot. And I know this is coming off as maybe like cringe or whatever to like go on and be like, hey, by the way, your video
what's the channel name? JXE. It's on screen right now. Just grab it right off. It's a JAYX. Sorry, EXCI. I can't even read. Jesus Christ. And I'm calling Denim stupid, boys.
Like, shit, you should have made it different. You know, like, just to be clear, like, I don't like my own content, okay? Like, I don't even know how people make content and not want to, like, fucking end it all, okay? Because it is so incredibly cringe. I'm coming from the position as someone who watched it and as someone who had strong reactions to the beginning and then finished it, I wish it was made differently, I guess. And
you know what's crazy, Denims? Everybody else watched that video and just thought it was good. And all of those people don't have, like, a personal tie to Hassan and, you know, a financial tie to Hassan as well. Everybody else was able to just watch that and go, haha, that was a pretty funny video. And I agree with the overall premise. But all the people who were personally affected by it really didn't like the tone.
And I wanted to know if you felt that way after seeing people discuss it or not. And like, I know some people are gonna be like, oh, Hassan simp, whatever. I really don't care. If you think I'm a Hassan simp, you can think I'm a Hassan simp. I literally...
You are a Hassan simp, just to be clear. You still are.
I don't care. I disagreed with him on the Afghanistan take that he made. I've disagreed with him on bringing on Christian Walker. I disagree with him on...
I disagree with him on bringing on Christian Walker. I wonder why you disagree, because he lost to Christian Walker. That's why. Christian Walker thoroughly embarrassed him on stream. That was probably a good position for you to tell him not to bring him on.
Filler as content. I talk about it on my stream. And
guys, I have like a ton of things I disagree with Hassan on. I disagree with the debate he lost, for one.
That's just my personal opinion, okay?
I don't care who's a Hassan simp. I was like...
no. This is towards chat. Sorry.
Now, like, literally responding to Chud's chat mid-debate. Yeah, I don't really care about that. I don't know why you're asking about it or mentioning it.
So I've was there a question in there? I forgot.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I said, do you feel that the video...
Oh, yeah, right. Okay, that was just a brain fart for me. I just completely forgot. Okay. So basically, I mean, I always aim with my videos to make them accessible to the people who are going to disagree. That's always like something that's on my mind is, okay.
When was this? 2023, has to be. This was 3 years ago, February 2nd. February 6th, 2022. Wow. So this must have been... Was this when I announced the Vosh video? Or was that 2021? Because I was big watching Chud at this point. I don't think I'm in the comment section, but I was big watching Chud by this point.
If someone's like going into this having got mad at the title, how can I explain this to them in a way that they will understand, that I can get through them, right? And I don't think well, from seeing like two negative reactions to the video now, I don't think I did a top-notch job at that, right? And it's all based on understanding the group that I am trying to talk to. And there's like I see a lot of people saying like, oh, you don't understand how Twitch works, and then explain to me something that I do understand. I just don't think like affects the argument at all.
Oh yeah, no, I agree.
But like, you know, I do think that I needed to be, I think, yeah, focusing on like the leaving too much, focusing on certain stuff that is normal, and two people who are long-time Twitch viewers, and treating them, essentially talking to a YouTube audience about it, saying, you know, who I know aren't going to be used to this. And
By the way, nobody should ever get used to this. I feel like this is slowed down now. I don't think many people are getting up and walking away from the camera anymore, this was like a crazy time for Twitch. There were at least like 4 occasions where you'd be able to find Hassan getting up from like huge portions of the video. I think one was more recent though.
I'm talking about it as if it's something like this, holy shit, well, check the shit out when there's going to be like, you know, stuff like that where I just wanted to make it more accessible to a Twitch audience, I guess. But
yeah, no, okay, cool. Then I think we agree on the positions, because like I think you were talking about the.
I was not expecting that.
Yeah, I thought maybe there would be more pushback. Sorry, Chad, we hyped you up for no reason.
Oh God. Guys, you thought this was going to be a big debate. No, it's actually just a fun, casual conversation. Sorry, chat. Anyway, there's still 30 more minutes. I wonder what's going to happen from now to then.
Because I genuinely was almost like frustrated because I agreed with your positions. I did. Like, I thought your positions were good. I think that, like, my problem was literally just that, like, for example, like...
Bro, could you imagine what the Denims Ethan Klein debate would look like? Knowing this is how she approaches any, like, controversial situation? Holy shit, would it be funny.
The YouTube comments section, like, I don't think it's ever worth reading YouTube comments. You know what I mean? And making that, like, part of your video seriously, as an example.
I think that you should read YouTube comments. I think you should take criticism more.
And I don't know how seriously you were doing it. Like, it's hard for me to exactly tell. But, like, if you're at the point, like, where you're typing...
H3 would scalp her? Oh, yeah, without question.
Up a negative YouTube comment
Dude,
towards someone
H3 from 5 years ago would scalp her.
Else. You've, like, lost the plot and your opinion is worthless.
I mean, you'd probably agree with her, but I'm just saying skill level would scalp her, yeah.
Because, oh, that's just my opinion. If you spend time writing hate comments...
The H3 that talked to Bill Burr would scalp her.
And you are not a sane person, because any sane person would be going and, like, enjoying themselves and, like, living well. It's the same thing as people who, like, send other people death threats.
My job is complaining about shit.
Okay, that's fair. But yeah, like, so, like, that for me, like, I would have loved to see, like points, because, like, I think the comments bring out, like, certain points that are valid, that you, like, can dissect. But the hate comments were all, like, very poorly made arguments. You know what I mean? Like, that was like
the whole point of bringing those up to me was that they were arguments I'd seen a lot, like, right, not just in comments but in, like, chat and in like Hassan's chat in the stream and in places like that. I can't tell you ever I've seen these arguments, right? But because they seemed common, I wanted to address them. That was the whole point. I guess maybe.
Guys, you can't respond to all the things Hassan's audience is saying on YouTube or Reddit or any of these locations, because Hassan himself isn't saying them. It's just his entire audience, which are predominantly the people who are coming after you.
I know.
Because Hassan never actually watches the video on stream when he gets criticized.
I don't know if I address that being the reason.
Like, Hassan, like, literally, dude, Denims is a glorified Hassan chatter. It's a Hassan chatter who streams themselves being retarded.
I think I mentioned it once, that was, like, why I wanted to talk about them, but yeah, that is.
This is, like, what I mean when I say, like, I think that for people who actually are, like, fucking tier 3 Hassan subs or whatever, I think those people will see the content and they're not going to give any, like, charitability when it feels like you're reading these comments and you're making the video personal instead of making it general.
You are the tier 3 Hassan sub. You're hiding your power level.
Because it's, maybe I'm reading into it or not understanding or whatever, but it seemed like at the end of the video, your position was that, like, you don't really care about Hassan watching or not watching her content. That's not what matters. What matters is that there is, like, a trend on Twitch that streamers will do this, myself included. I am not, like, free of sin, and we should get people to stop doing this. Do you know what I mean? Was that your, my office?
I mean, pretty much. Just to hopefully get more React streamers to have sort of a mutual...
I think it was completely clear that Jay was responding to common arguments. No, we all know this, but, like, the reason why Denims is focusing so hard on this is because she doesn't want to engage with the fact that these are the common audiences, like, audience opinions that you're going to see a shitload of. It's not like these are cherry-picked comments, but Denims needs you to think that they are so they can justify, like, bashing the segment. Like, this is so unreasonable. Who even thinks like this? It's, well, most of Hassan's audience does. And that's kind of the problem. And that's what he's instilled in his audience when he sits here and gets up and walks away on camera. while the video plays in the background. That's precisely the problem.
Understanding and respect of the content they're reacting to be just generally more aware of the fact that it is someone else's content and that it's
By the way, someone spam me if PSN comes back and I can play other games.
Basically, don't tick all of the no boxes, right? The not giving credit, the sitting there and just like not paying attention to the video or saying much and letting it play, right? That kind of stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Because I think that like with like such a general argument like that, and I think this is incredibly difficult to do when it's personal to you. But I felt like that there was like this general statement that you wanted to make about React streamers and how React streamers are a lot of times are using content as filler content, right? But then you made it like personal about you, and a lot of the video ended up being about your experience with Hassan.
Yeah, that's how making a video works. You made this really personal. Yeah, because it was something that happened to Jay, which made them think about their position on all of these things. That's why you watch Jay. When you watch a media review, do they just read off the list of critical reviews? Yeah, no, it's entirely personal. That's why it's on YouTube.
And I wonder how you feel about that in hindsight or whatever.
The thing is,
how do you feel about giving your opinion on stuff?
You have with that is like optical, right? I know that it's really easy for like someone to come in and just be like, oh, you're mad about Hassan or whatever, or you just like hate Hassan, or you know whatever kind of interpretation. The thing is, I when I was making the video, I wanted to include examples of other streamers that have done this and talk about them as well. And I realized that was just sort of bloating the video without adding any new points. So I ended up like cutting that. I ended up not going into any of the other React streamers I've seen do this, because it was just like, hey, I'm repeating the same thing, but it's about someone else this time, right? And yeah, I do sort of, well, it's not like regret, because I'm still not sure how I would have done it, but I just don't like the way that can be interpreted optically. But it's like, I don't really know what else I would do. It's just unfortunate, I guess.
Yeah, because I'm almost like frustrated, because I would have loved to see people like watch the content and then be like, wow, these are really good points, and then React streamers stop doing this as much or something, or start trying to be better about it.
Guys, I would have loved if you were just nicer in your video and then everyone just listened to all your arguments and then just tried to be better people, you know? Wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't it be awesome? Bro, if this was a modern Chud conversation, could you imagine if like Chud treated Denims like he treats Turkey Tom when he calls it, all right, listen, Denims, that's not what you said in your fucking video, mate, is it? Oh, that's not what you said in your video at all. Why are you coming on my stream right now? I'm playing like you're so fucking, you're super sorry about it. What? Because you come on here when all these people are saying stuff in chat right now, is it? Is that what's happening right now, Denims? Okay, I totally understand. Yeah, that makes tons of sense.
Because like even the video, like by the time I finished the video, I was like, like I should really be more careful, and like I should try not to watch content on my stream as filler content. You know what I mean?
So hey, doing a bit of sweeping, are we, Denims?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I think that it was, again, I'm so sorry, Chad. Like, this is not, like, bloodthirsty.
No, it's okay.
No, it's okay. It's okay. This is fine. This is fine. The Queen says this is the content we're going to watch. We've got a second British on the show right now.
We can tear into each other if you like, just for, like...
Well, yeah, I guess...
Do you want to, like, set up the teaser at the beginning of the video?
This is before Chad instilled the one harsh attack per stream meme. All right, one demanding the fucking.
Yeah. Yeah, you're a fucking complete piece of shit. No, just kidding. Don't put that in there, actually. But yeah, no, I mean, yeah, it's just.
Put it in there. Do it.
That's not my editor, okay? Listen, I'm gonna.
Dude, Chud just got trampled by Denims right there. Did you see that?
Well, it's my editor's job card, okay? But one thing I'm interested in, because there's a few specific arguments. So, like, one argument that Hassan makes, and I don't want you to answer for Hassan's points, but it's just interesting just to, generate a bit of chat about it, hopefully. But, like, this idea that someone streams for a long time in a day, therefore they're justified in using filler content. Like, what are our thoughts on that sort of point?
That's stupid. It's dumb.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they're justified to have, like, their downtime, right? And they can... There's loads of ways they can fill that, but I was like,
so I think that like sorry, let me finish.
Well, it's just like there are loads of things that you could call filler that aren't necessarily dependent on someone else's work, right? Or even are dependent on someone else's work, but in a way that they're cool with. There's all these kinds of different things that you can do as filler, but just I think you probably do need some downtime if you stream like 10 hours a day every day. But
oh yeah,
right. There's like countless ways to do that.
Yeah, I mean, if you've ever streamed even like a single time,
who cares?
You know downtime. Like, even if you only stream for a
so like,
yes!
I can do, like,
I am a fucking honest maniac. That's right,
I don't do it every day, right? I just like I will be on it for like 12 hours in a row, but
that's like if modern Chud called into this debate.
Obviously, Destiny isn't really a fucking male feminist at all. He has rape review.
That's because most days I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I do honestly, and this is what I mean when I said earlier about like stop, like don't care about YouTube comments because these people are like deranged. Like people who are unironically saying like, well, Hassan needs to go to the bathroom. Do you want him to just die on stream? And it's like,
yes.
No, obviously that's so silly. Like you can't take these people seriously. Like
Even
again,
Hassan said that once. So that Hassan reacted
Yeah, that's literally a quote from Hassan.
to a comment saying that he could like put up a BRB screen.
Oh,
He
yeah.
was like, yeah, they don't want you to take breaks.
Oh, and now she remembers it. Like, oh wait, that is something that he said. Not a fan. Oh, oopsie.
Like, bro,
Yeah,
they're literally telling you to. They're literally like recommending a way you could take a break.
yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, I already said this. This was a complaint that I had about Hassan. Like the fact that he saw your content and instead of engaging with like the fact that you said, I don't mind my content being watched, I just don't want it to be watched as filler content. And his response was, okay, I'm not going to watch your content anymore. That's it. I'm not watching any more of this person's content. It's like, that's not what you wanted. That's not even close to what you wanted.
No, but
You know what I mean?
the thing is like I'm happy. I'm happy for him to make that decision if he admits that it's like his decision. But like he like explicitly said multiple times in that stream that he was doing that because it's what I wanted. It's like no, for a no, that's not what I said. Like
Yeah, no, that's just I fundamentally disagree, and I think it was kind of, I almost think it was like,
Yeah, Jay was pretty succinct. It's like I would like either credit. I would like you to not like hide my fucking name. I would like you to be present and attentive. And Hassan's like, oh, this is too much here. We gotta just fucking stop watching him. I don't know why I don't know what I'm doing with the accents today. They're not hitting.
dismissive to do because you're not like engaging with the argument. I guess what I'm trying to say is like the one opinion that I'm trying to say is like I feel like anyone who is a Hassan fan would see your video and wouldn't make it to the end, and that's the.
Yeah, it's because Hassan's share isn't in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. This is just so ridiculous. Guys, listen, you're being too mean to Hassan. They're just not going to watch your video. That's what's going to happen. But yeah, because it's a fucking echo chamber. That's literally the problem.
Frustrating thing.
I'll be honest with you, man. A lot of them don't seem to have made it to the beginning. From the tweets I'm getting.
That's probably true. Yeah, that's probably true. But
yeah, like
we reserve the right to justify nobody watching a critical video because it's checks notes critical.
I do think that I do. And you know what? Even when I was posting it, I was thinking like this is probably one of my less accessible videos to people who disagree with the point in the title or the point of the video. Like this was definitely. I knew as I was posting it, more people were going to get annoyed about this than usual. Of the people who disagree with me already.
Yeah. No, I mean I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, Panda? How you doing?
I just think that like you should always try and make the best argument that you can. Obviously that's subjective, and I'm sure that you
should always, Jay, in the future, can you just make the best argument instead of the funny one? I don't like what is happening right now.
That's my goal.
Always, yeah. I mean, like I said, I make
Yeah. What's up, Shang? How you doing?
YouTube content. And I fucking
I'm watching some coverage. So this is kind of like a. I don't know if this is like a doc on fucking denims, but it's about denims. I'm learning about this denims person.
The complete shift between this conversation and how she treats Jay moving forward. Like, dude, let's take a little spoiler, okay? Let's do a little spoiler. Look at this. Here. There's a little spoiler. Removing 40 of my videos for a variety of reasons, primarily the dislike for my old content, but I also don't care for the unfettered harassment. I realize I will never receive a response for this post, and I'm moving past it, and it's a whole twit longer. First, I want to apologize for coming off as aggressive. I definitely could have been more polite in my criticisms. Secondly, I regret not including something I put in the script that I ended up removing for the brevity of our conversation. And then, you go down here, and it's like, the last thing I want to bring up is the harassment that I've gotten in the past week. I try to be very hard to not make any personal attacks and keep my criticisms focused to the video. I also told my video not to harass you. I saw that you recognized this and also told your stream about the same, which I appreciate. I presume that most people who enjoy your video... however, did not see the stream because I honestly was surprised at how much harassment your video sent me. It is so blatant that even in my messages talking about harassment, somebody did it. Now, keep in mind, we just heard her say you should never read YouTube comments. Now she's scrolling through. Look at this. Look at this. Did you watch the stream where I went over your video? Did you know that I covered your video in full, knowing that this was your intent? You state that clearly in your video, and I acknowledge and respect that. No, really, I want to know where you got the idea that I'm intentionally mischaracterizing you. She's got a victim complex that constantly needs to be fed. That was the harassment that's linked here. What? That's the harassment. This is the harassment. She's got a victim complex. You gonna go do an Ethan deep dive? Yeah, dude. You want to see my Ethan deep dive? Yo, you're gonna go crazy, bro. You want to see my Ethan deep dive? You're gonna love it. This is like an insane. This is a crazy series, right? You can even find these VODs. They're available. Yeah, here they are. You go to the Nicholas DiOrio YouTube channel, and there's a button here. You can click it. It's called the H3H3 series. All right. This is all the deep stuff. You got these 4 videos, all right? This is everything pre-Content Nuke Keemstar, and this is all the reasonable stuff in the aftermath of Content Nuke Keemstar. It's 2 full hours, okay, of going through every single Waking Ethan Klein thing that occurred prior, and then also breaking down the FUPA fund and all the stuff that you'd like there. And then this one goes through the entire Content Nuke video. I also have a video called Hypocrites where I critique him for the Trisha Paytas stuff. So we're all caught up. We've done it all. This has got a little bit. This is a bit more editing than some of my other stream VODs, but I do recommend you check it out. Tom also did a follow-up video that I believe I'm also in. Yeah, it's a 4-part collaborative series where we go through all the Ethan Klein lore. Thanks, no, you're good. You're good. Check it out. But yeah. We've done all the. I've done all the Ethan lore. We were a grade A hater for years. But yeah, that's the denims. We're gonna go back to this now. Let's keep going with this debate. I'm gonna push it a little faster. Should I listen to YouTube comments? Here. Does JXE just want people to react harder? Debate gets contentious. So let's jump to the contentious part, because I know this is what Smaggle is demanding. Smaggle wants this now.
Was if that streamer wasn't doing that, the audience watching the stream would be watching something else, and they would be probably watching something that, you know, there's a high chance that they would probably be watching something that was made by, like, was posted by the person who made it. Maybe not necessarily maybe the thing that's being reposted, but probably something where the actual benefit is going to the actual person who did the work.
Yeah, and I mean, I recognize that. This is like just because you had like a section of your video where you said like, it's possible that Hassan watching my content hurt me, and it's possible that like I've missed out on this or whatever.
No, for you in your case, you're literally
disagree, I think.
You're the opposite. Yeah, of course you disagree. You're a waiting room channel. Nobody's watching you for you. They're watching you because Hassan isn't live yet.
I don't think that you're. I don't think that, and maybe this is my opinion because I'm a React streamer or whatever, but I'm not sure. I can only go based on the polls.
You're hardly even considered a React streamer. You're just a Hassan Piker waiting room. I don't think I'd even give you the satisfaction of calling you one.
It doesn't feel like people who watch content on Twitch necessarily would watch that content on YouTube.
I mean, I've just gone and like explained.
You're not a React streamer. You're just a re-streamer. Yeah, good one.
Like I feel like I've just gone and explained like exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we're just going in circles a little bit. But I just don't. I disagree with your opinion on this.
Wait,
but I don't.
What part of that do you disagree with? Because I feel like I just went through it all like step by step.
Well, what part do you think that I am missing? That is.
I don't know. Well, because I just went through like I lined out the argument from like A to B to C to D, and then all you said was just like your opinion is the opposite. I don't know what part of my.
So for example, your opinion on like, well, I wouldn't have a problem if it was reposted, and then like there's a way for me to get traction from this, right?
I mean, that's essentially, to me, that's more so like just that's the courtesy thing, right? That's just it's something to keep in mind. It's it's etiquette, really.
I don't. Sure, but I already said I agree with this, like a while back in the conversation. I agree. I think if you're using someone's content ever, you should do the bare minimum and just post the content, or at least have it visible on chat, so anyone who liked the video can at least look.
Yeah, I mean, like I liked. That
is the bare minimum of things that you should be doing if that's your whole thing. Like if you have nothing to contribute to the content and you're literally just watching this as your lunch break, then yeah, you should be doing that. Like, I don't know why we were watching a video about XQC looking at the JFK assassination. You have no reason to be consuming that content. Like, there's there's no like topical reason. Nobody's interested in hearing XQC's opinion on that. It's not like the same as like covering like, like doing news coverage on drama stuff and putting together a huge docket or something like that. It's literally just like, I don't have content. I have nothing to watch tonight. So I'm going to be just shilling, not even shilling. I'm just going to be watching somebody else's freebooted content. Or like, I need something to do on my lunch break. So I'm going to throw up like whatever YouTube recommended me and just blast it out to my audience without asking permission.
up in the way that when you were reacting to a video, you didn't full screen it so that the title and the YouTube channel that posted it was on screen the whole time it was playing. And that's I think that's way better than.
Yeah, the problem with this argument is 99% of YouTubers who react.
Okay.
What's the people?
If they're just talking about YouTube, I'm going to keep going because I thought they were going to talk about Hassan at some point.
I don't subscribe to the idea that by curating content or whatever, you are adding anything.
Jesus.
She's making this video after she talked to Jay.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And
Okay.
The charitable position there, I guess, is like.
All right, let's do this one.
Say a story, but can you bleep it?
Yeah, but can we watch this and you tell me the story? Or you want me to
It's true. It's relevant. I swear.
Okay, tell me.
My cousin gave us his old Xbox, and his username was Hezbollah something. And then we were like, Ron's little is about to get us put on a list.
That's pretty funny. Why bleep that? Yeah, why bleep that? Was he an American or is he from there?
He's American. He died.
Okay.
Recently.
Yeah, then we're good. And what, the war or just generally?
Remember I told you my cousin died last year?
Yeah.
Then.
Okay. Oh. You still want to bleep it?
I have a whole segment here of just shit to pull up. It's like some of this is the most embarrassing shit that I've seen. So if you go to Ludwig and you pull up this thing, Ludwig randomly decides to grow a spine and defend his friends from Ethan Klein's content nuke, talks about wrong information. I don't care to discuss 99% of this because I'm Ludwig from video games. So he literally puts himself in a box immediately saying like, I don't have to talk about any of the negative things about Hassan. I can just key in on this minor inconvenience at the end of the video that was incorrect. And if you go through it, I just need to show you this. This is the video of Frogan winning Rising Star. All right, I need you to watch this. This is one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Dono was going to be my last.
I am presenting the award for Rising Star today, which highlights the streamers of...
Dude, this was filmed in I think, was this 2023? No, it's 22. 21 and 22 were the years. I'm almost positive. Yeah, 2022. So this is 2022. And this guy is standing on a stage alone wearing a mask. Why is this person wearing a mask on stage?
Of tomorrow.
He looks like Gator at the anime convention. He literally looks like Gator at the anime convention.
Or the day after if they decide to not stream. I've had that joke written for 3 weeks. I'm sorry.
Dude, this is your big moment, Frogan. You're finally gonna get recognized as the rising star you truly are.
The nominees are Alex.
They don't even show like a clip of something funny they've done.
Frogan.
Look at
Frogan.
her fucking face. And then she's like trying to correct him, like, no, it's actually Frogan.
Frogan. Keo. And Prince Zam Live. Oh man. It does have a little guy.
That Prince Zam guy looks like he's embarrassed that he's even on this fucking show.
On the back of it. That's great.
They got the best angle of this Keo guy possible.
All right, and the award.
Why does Keo look like Aiden if he mewed? He looks like a fusion of Colton and Aiden. He's got like Aiden's face mixed with like Colton's girth.
Goes to. Oh God.
Yeah, she's already offended. She can't even win happy.
Frogan.
Dude, Frogan won. Dude, Frogan won. The Frogan horse.
Oh,
Dude,
man.
Wait a minute. Hassan literally sent a Frogan horse into Twitch. That's what it is. Hassan sent a Frogan horse to Twitch.
Frogan.
Can we talk about Frogan walking up on stage?
I think that anybody at a fucking stream award show, especially a presenter, would know how to pronounce those names. Would have heard of these people before. I think he did it on purpose. I think he fucking trolled her.
Looking like Jabba the Hutt slithering onto the stage.
Dude, hold on, wait. Wait, can we sync this? Oh, can we sync this? Wait, hold on.
Pause.
I don't respect you. So,
Oh no! What am I gonna do? I'm sorry. We're gonna watch that again. Get back on the stage.
I'm so shocked. A year ago today,
I'm so shocked, guys. They got my name wrong on my big day.
public health scientist, and then I quit my job full time.
You should have kept it. Dude, listen to this horror story. This is supposed to be an uplifting moment. This is a horror story.
A year ago today, I was a public health scientist, and then I quit my job full time to stream.
Dude, you made a mistake. Go back. Within months, dude, she's literally got like a fucking. Oh no! Oh God, why did you do this?
I'd like to thank.
Dude, this is like literally one of the bread tubers who beg for money, quit their job, refuse to work, and they don't know why things aren't working out.
Hassan for being a mentor to me and for supporting my career, my friends and family, my cats.
She thanked her cats. Oh my God. Oh my God.
And with the wise words from Big Time Rush, it's the only life you got, so you gotta live it big time. Thank you.
So anyway, but the lead up to this, if you did see, she actually hits Mizkif on the way up. She like slaps Mizkif. I think she does. Where is it? Or was it the other one? Oh, maybe I'm completely missing. I thought she like smacks Mizkif in one of these. Anyway, this is like what led up to it. This is probably the reason why she won, if we're being honest. Mizkif was talking about how she was nominated the year before. By the way, this is the most fucked up thing Mizkif has ever done, by the way. But
you're either a star or you're not. You know what I mean? Like what?
Dude, look at her fucking face. I gotta move chat so you guys can really see this.
I feel like this award should be like,
Dude, look at her. She's literally gonna break.
A falling star award, bro. That'd be so funny. I would clear.
And keep in mind, he says I would clear. He made a self-deprecating joke at his own expense. And look at Frogan.
What's up, Nader? How you doing? This is Frogan. This is like Hassan's protege or some shit.
She's so fucking stupid. She thinks she's been insulted.
Honestly, okay, it's
Doing all right,
makes me
doing all
really
right.
upset. I'm not gonna lie.
She cries, chat. She literally cries.
Okay, it makes me really upset. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to cry, but it really does make me
Oh
really...
my, dude, this is so unreal. This is so unreal. Look at this. Listen to the sound of silence that occurs
falling
here.
star award, bro. That'd be so funny. I would clear.
What is Bunty King to you? Person? Who is Bunty King?
Honestly, okay, it makes me
What is
really
Bunty
upset.
King
I'm
to
not
you?
gonna lie.
Person? Who is Bunty King?
Nicholas Diorio.
Thank you.
At least being a scientist contributed good things to the world.
Oh, by the way...
She could have helped cure cancer, but now as a streamer, she is giving me cancer. SMH.
By the way, guys, while Frogan's been begging for money, we just hit another goal, so you guys have earned another goal. Oh,
I don't want to cry, but it really does make me really upset.
Who cares? Who cares?
I don't respect you.
It's about what I expected, yeah.
Oh no! What am I gonna do?
Yes! I am a fucking honest maniac! That's right, motherfucker!
Listen,
Holy fuck! There's a KFC in Yemen!
Those are crying, dude. Look at her cry.
What is Bunty King to you? A person? Who is Bunty King?
She even rapes people. She's just
No,
like
she didn't do that. No. Guys, that was a misclick. That she didn't do that. Just to be clear, she didn't do that. She didn't do that. That didn't happen.
Do you have monkeypox?
No.
Did your girlfriend use a strap-on and give you monkeypox?
No. What?
Just to be
I
clear.
heard you're into some BDSM.
Just to be clear, I realized after clicking that how that sounded.
Why are you still?
This is not a formal allegation.
Wait, another commie is begging for money?
Yes, another
Looks like
commie
it's
is
time
begging
to
for
donate
money.
to Nick.
Guys, that means there's only one thing to it's only one thing to play.
Obviously, Destiny isn't really a fucking male feminist at all. He has rape review.
Oh God. By the way, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Toxic Monger. Holy shit. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, keep it going. So then they wrote articles about this. They wrote fucking articles. Do you guys know these articles written about Frogan bawling her eyes out? It makes me really upset. Twitch streamer Frogan burst.
What is Bunty King to you? A person? Who is Bunty King?
It makes me really upset. Twitch streamer Frogan burst into tears after hearing Mizkiv's take on her Rising Star Award nomination. On February 22nd, Twitch streamer Morgan Frogan hosted her first 24-hour cap subathon on her channel. Did you get like 5 of them? Halfway through the broadcast, Frogan mentioned that people were getting mad at her for being nominated for the Rising Star Awards at the Streamer Awards 2023 twice in a row. This is why Ethan thought it was 2023, by the way, even though they reported on it wrong. Wait, was the 2022 award show in 2023? That would make a lot of sense as to why everyone keeps getting this wrong. Because the video was uploaded in 23 as well. I understand why they thought this. So they do the stream awards for the year before, mid-year. Okay. Why wouldn't they just do this at the end of the year? I think this is like a reasonable mistake to make because that's extremely fucking stupid. I don't think Ludwig is lying and Ethan's correct. Ethan's wrong on that technicality, but like it's kind of fucking retarded to do a streamer awards in May for the previous year. You're literally midway through the following year.
I don't respect you. So my respect.
Oh no! What am I gonna do?
She then mentioned someone claiming the One True King founder Mizkif was behind the statement. Twitch streamer wondered if the latter had said anything and checked the most recent stream. Frogan reacted to the this is just like a very this is a wait. By the way, this is great. If you go check a Twitch streamer
Frogan doesn't
article,
rape people, she eats them and gives them weird constipation.
Okay, enough of that. All right, we're not going to reference what just was said. Okay. Oh, whew, boy. All right, we got a whole Frogan video to watch after this, to be clear. Wow. Isn't that some logic, Walter White? I think in today's climate, when you're a rising star, you could average 1,000 viewers pretty quickly. I really don't think there should be a cap on 1,000 viewers. I think it should be like 2K because you're missing a lot of people here then. I do believe they are the rising stars and they just aren't seen because they popped off. A few moments later, Mizkif mentioned that the Twitch streamer was nominated in the same category last year, and he said, yeah, Frogan's on here again. I don't think that makes any sense. How are you a rising star twice? Isn't that right? Doesn't make any sense. You're either a star or you're not. You know what I mean? Like, what? I feel like the award show should be like a falling... I feel like this award should be like the Falling Star Award, bro. That would be so funny. I would clear.
Did I not ask?
Frogan gets emotional and began crying, stating that Mizkif's take made her feel really upset. After 45 minutes, the OTK co-founder appeared in chat and said, Frogan, I saw the clip. The reason why I said that I don't think you deserve the Rising Star Award is because I think it would be based on that year, but you have grown a lot from this year. I meant no ill with it. Frogan was, okay, here's my thing. Like, when you say shit like that and the way that you're saying it in front of your fucking audience of like 25,000 people, allowing them to continue making fun of me, how do you think that makes me feel? Like, it's all fun and games? You're like getting all the Keck W's and Omega lols, Frogan Falling Star. I didn't even know this was like a fucking thing until someone tweeted at me.
She's got a rising
Anyways,
star.
fuck military veterans. Fuck military veterans and fuck.
Wow.
Sorry, dude. The mic cut out there. Oh, bro, give me a hijab. I can do this shit. I can do your job, Frogan. Just hijab me. Hijab me, Frogan.
A quick way down. Why don't you go take a trip to Home Depot and buy some rope?
Put a 1 in the chat if you fucked once.
What? That was not what I was expecting to hear after that.
A quick way down.
Bro, I could do that. I could be the rising star. I am the rising star. Frogan, you come to me and say that. Skylar, I am the rising star. All right. This was the Reddit thread about this at the time. Ben Simmons, 18-time Rising Star of the Year. Her mod wishing death on Mizkif is so cringe. Dude, this is something that's been lost to time. Her mod wishing death on Mizkif is cringe. All I'm going to say is this really doesn't make sense to have an upward limit on Rising Star. It makes sense for you to say to start the year at lower than 300 viewers, but having an upward limit cuts off so many potential people who popped off. So it should be for next year. There should be a breakthrough / blew up category. Rising Star makes sense to have a cap. I mean, he's not wrong. Being nominated for Rising Star under 1,000 viewers 2 years in a row really doesn't make sense. It's because she's an industry plant. That's the main takeaway. It's not that she's just embarrassing.
Goated Steam King Nick.
Thank you.
Community. Peace and love, y'all. Tears of joy, tears of joy.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Toledo. Thank you, everybody. You guys have been killing it.
I don't respect you.
Oh, God.
Oh, no! What am I gonna
Dude, leave it for you guys to make. Why does my
Frogan
chat,
failed to
every
thank Paula,
time
the
there's a
compassionate
poor
one,
lefty.
who caused her to become the rising star of Twitch. A bad example for all true
True.
believers.
Every time there's a lefty who cries out and needs money, you guys just pepper me with donations. It's actually a glitch. Like, it's crazy. I mean, he's not wrong. Being nominated for Rising Star under 1,000 viewers 2 years in a row really doesn't make sense. Yeah, that's the allegation. Why is this person who can't hit 1,000 viewers regularly being nominated for Rising Star? Okay, I don't understand. Okay, literally, we've been streaming to like fucking 6,000 people some of these days, and I've been moving between 2 and 4, bro. Where's my recommendation? When am I getting nominated for Rising Star?
A person? Who is Bunty King?
Dude, when am I getting to Frogan out, dude? There seems to be a spotlight award on lesser or relatively unknown creators. Seems a little greedy being there again. If I were in her shoes, I'd want to give someone else a chance at recognition. Ooh-wee. I like how he made a little joke and she started crying over it, and then he went into her chat to apologize, and then they bombarded him with comments 100 times worse than what he said. Edit, now one of her mods says they wish he died from dropping the weight on him. Frogan shares stands with Hassan. Stands can be way more cold-blooded. The fact that even QT agreed. Is there a clip of her talking about the award? She has clips turned off for non-subscribers, but I think she said she's in a hard place where she wants to highlight small streamers. But when someone's an orbiter, it's hard to ignore the nomination. She did agree that the category's fucked where someone shouldn't be nominated twice. If there was a clip of that, holy fuck. I think this thread is crazy because you learn so much about all the shit that's completely lost here. That's like winning Rookie of the Year 2 times. It's not possible. He clarified in their chat and the mods just went insane. Jesus Christ. I mean, these people are just outwardly malicious. There's just fucking monsters in these communities. I'm not surprised that Frogan's chat is as vitriolic and disgusting as she is.
Oh, no! What am I gonna
I guarantee you'll find
It's
way
not
more
the
death
politics
threats in
that
one of her
keep me
chats than
going, Nick.
mine.
It's pure fun of hearing a robot say stuff like this.
True.
These Mexicans keep taking our hijab.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Thank you, Teddy, but whoa. But yeah, I mean, like, literally, I think you'll find more death threats in her chat than mine, and I'm, like, outwardly rude. There's no reason to cry. I really don't understand why going full cam, saying 2 words and crying. He didn't even say anything mean. 10-time Rookie of the Year. Frogan's chat reaction to Mizkif's apology. Her mods. I'm a Miz viewer, but not gonna lie, it's fucking hilarious that he's been trying to stay drama-free since everything happened, and now a slight joke he made in passing made someone cry and started an entire LSF thread. But again, this is Frogan. Frogan gets slighted in minor ways and then makes them into massive dramas, and then when people come in to try to like rectify it or engage with it, she uses it for clout. That's her whole fucking thing, right? Ethan Klein unfollowed her on Twitter, and then it literally ballooned into the content nuke video getting released. If Frogan didn't cry about being fucking unfollowed by Ethan Klein, Ethan would probably still be cringe, and we wouldn't have the content nuke right now. And then like with Mizkif, it's much the same. It's just like some massive cope.
And you know what else is massive?
So yeah, that's the LSF thread. Then we got this one. Look at this. Hey Lud, no drama wig. Why are you such a spineless coward of a person? Now that you've inserted yourself and your girlfriend in this conversation and hold the phone, how sincere is Ludwig and QT's criticism of me that they still stream with a dude who literally paid and jerked off to AI porn of QT? Oh my god. Dude, that's fucking out of pocket. Holy shit, why the fuck should I feel bad about this again when he's forgiven, but I'm not? Give me a fucking break. Holy shit, this guy's got venom everywhere. It's wild. And then we've got this one. Hassan defends rising star Frogan. Have you seen this clip?
Okay, did you watch the full video and fire Frogan yet? First of all, this is the operating, like this is the brain operation that the smartest fans have.
What is Bunty King to you?
What do you mean fire
Who is Bunty
Frogan?
King?
From what?
Nicholas Diorio?
Frogan is her own person. She's a content creator on her own. Yes, she mods in this community as well. But like, what do you mean fire Frogan? No. And the answer is fucking no. Over what? Hummus?
Oh my god, bro. It's so fucking cringe.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
obviously he has to say that because that's his fucking position, but wow.
Shut the fuck up.
Over hummus.
Oh my god, I can't believe she wanted to make a 9/11 cake. Yeah, let me act like that is the most scary thing I've ever said.
Well, you hate America, so that's kind of right up your alley.
From a guy who literally said he wanted to bomb the NRA headquarters, or said that Ben Shapiro would be the first to go to the Holocaust camps. I can't believe Frogan made a edgy
Yeah, but he says all those things are bad now.
joke about 9/11.
Frogan thinks that shit because she's a bloodthirsty monster like you.
Oh no!
Like the terrorists that you guys both defend so much because you love them. Dude, Hassan likes terrorists more than he likes the country he lives in.
Oh, she must be a terrorist. I guess you can only make edgy jokes if you're not a hijabi woman, you know?
Oh, yeah, I forgot. The issue with her is that she's a woman, not because she's like... not because she's literally like anti-veteran, anti-America. I can't believe why do any of these people have a fucking problem with Frogan? She seems like such a reasonable person.
Like, what are we doing? Where is the consistency?
I can't believe normies are not getting into the Frogan thing. Like, that seems like something that they would be into.
Yeah, right.
See, guys, come on.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. So we're gonna watch a video by Stardust. Stardust did a recent Frogan video, and I am hoping that whatever clip got her permanently demonetized, or at least for the whatever recent, I'm hoping it's not in this video, because I would not like to be permanently demonetized. But we are gonna be watching this. It's a pretty quick video. It's just got a bunch of Frogan shit that you've probably never heard of before. So I am gonna check this.
What did Stardust do to get permanently demonetized? Jesus, she's got demon eyes, man. Holy fuck.
Out right now because I've heard very good. It was censored. I'm very happy to hear this. By the way, we are going to play some Destiny too because I have literally played every other game and I'm bored and I want to use the Stormtrooper stuff because it's cool.
Streamer for my job.
Look at this armor, dude.
Guess who's back? In the last video, I covered topics such as Frogan's claims to be a public health expert, her confrontations with multiple therapists, her criticisms of Ludwig, Ethan Klein's falling out with her favorite
We
streamer
actually watched this. If you haven't seen it, I have a reaction to this on the channel right now that you can check out from a couple of months ago. Just look up Frogan. It's one of the first ones you'll find in my VOD history or whatever.
San in a paper she wrote in college. I think I successfully demonstrated her dishonesty, her arrogance, and self-victimization. But As I expected, Rogan has once again stirred up controversy.
I think the editing is better.
In the streaming community.
Are you using After Effects?
And as usual, she'll take no accountability.
What the fuck? Is that like a 3D asset?
For her actions. So, let's dive right in.
Editing kind of reminds me of like a mix between commentary and BreadTube video essays.
Recently, we've seen a lot happen between Twitch, its creators, and its critics.
Like anytime I need to add anything 3D into my video, I'm calling Vega. I'm not even gonna try.
Most notably, Twitch was put on blast by multiple figures and organizations, including the ADL and U.S. Congressman Richie Torres. A Twitch-sponsored panel with racial undertones was the spark that started the fire. Guess who was involved with that? People will try and
Jesus, that is a Ico tier Frogan image. You ever see Ico's thumbnails where it looks like they're just like drinking cum or whatever, like they're just sweating cum out of their face? Like they add like white cum all over their, like that's what I'm seeing here.
Innocent.
That is a yuck image.
Don't let them gaslight you. In another universe, I might have been more charitable to Frogan and her crew. But as I discussed in my last video, there's way too many examples of her being shady. My charitability has run out completely. I want to revisit and expand upon something I covered in my last video to explain why I don't think anyone should give any leeway to Frogan or anyone in her circle. Frogan's tweets after the events of October 7th.
I don't remember all of them. I only saw the one from Ethan's video.
Leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought.
And by the way, everyone hates AI. This is how I wanted to use AI, but I got afraid of YouTube's policy. Like when I was doing the Mama Max thing, it hadn't happened yet. But for the next project I was working on, I wanted everybody's tweets to be read by their own voice. But then YouTube put out that TOS thing where you can fucking complain about it. So I never did it. But I thought this was like the commentary use of AI. Never having to go ask somebody to record a line or anything, just using the AI of the actual person.
Out of a revolution happening in America.
And I think it should be allowed.
But as soon as it happens in the Middle East,
what is Bunty
what
King
they're doing is wrong.
Who is Bunty King?
Nicholas Diorio?
In America, but as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. Civilian deaths, okay, still.
Dude, civilian deaths, okay, still is like an insane line.
Where was this energy for?
That's just so crazy. Guys, civilian deaths? Seems like I've got you in a hypocrisy hunt right now. Where was your outrage? It's like there's videos of dragging fucking party girls out from like a concert, like they're fucking corpses. And she's like, actually, you guys are not, your axioms are not grounded.
Palestinians for all these.
This is a bloodthirsty monster. Who's half white, by the way, which is so funny.
Years.
Oh, honey, I was with you for a second, but saying this after the video of that woman in the truck has gone viral, I'm absolutely appalled.
I like how the AI model is a little bit slow, so it makes them all sound retarded. It's very accurate.
Doing the work of your male masters, I see.
Mayo Masters? Oh, male masters. I thought they just referred to them as Mayo Masters. Dude, there's no more like slave owners. There's only Mayo Masters. That's what the history has deemed them as such. Dude, Mayo Masters is cursed. Dude, did anybody else hear that?
Doing the work of your male masters,
It's male masters.
see.
Just say you hate Arabs and go pushing racist stereotypes, you busted ass bitch. Next video idea.
By the way, this is a video of literal terrorist propaganda. She is making a joke out of it. Remember, these were all sent out October 7th. The massacre was still ongoing.
As an Arab,
like there are people currently getting fucking killed by like Palestinians who are attacking Israeli civilians. And instead of saying anything like, she's literally just like, this is crazy to me. This is insane. This is like if you tweeted out during a school shooting that bullies really deserve it. Where was this energy for the bullied? Or for the bullies or whatever.
History of the occupation of Palestine was instilled in my upbringing, and the first topic.
Like, could you imagine that during the Columbine school shooting? They're like, well, I mean, that's kind of what you get. That's what, like, people are looking to find out if their kids have been ID'd or whatever, and they open up Twitter or whatever in the history.
What's up, Bong? What is figurative terrorism propaganda? Yeah, we're watching a mini doc on Frogan.
Historical Columbine Twitter days, and it's just like, yeah, well, maybe you shouldn't bully kids in school.
Was ever politically aware about.
And like retweeting like crazy school shooter propaganda videos, yeah.
If you are uneducated about a topic, you do not have to speak on everything. Ask questions, listen, and learn.
As somebody not as educated.
Holy shit, dude, that scared the fuck out of me.
On the matter, I love that.
I like how that's the voice for Casey Tron. It's just disgusting. It is very accurate.
I can look to you for better understanding. Free Palestine!
Pleading face emoji, heart emoji.
If you're uneducated, you do not have to speak on everything. I wish she had followed her own advice here, because look at this.
Just one day after the October 7th massacre a year ago, Hezbollah joined the war against Israel.
Is that her real voice? No, it's not. It's way less funny.
It's an unprovoked attack on our city, killing civilians without distinctions. Jews, Christians, Muslims, and Druze.
Okay, so...
What was that? What did she ask?
Muslims and Druze.
Okay, so they said that they're killing... we talked about last
Wait, did she say what the fuck is a Druze? What is a Druze?
time.
Wait, that was censored. Is that a bad word? To be clear, if that's a bad word, I've never heard it before.
Anyways.
That feel when one of you...
Wait, did I just say something? Did I just say a slur? Wait.
Your favorite content creators?
No, it's not a slur. We're good? Okay.
Follows for being pro-Palestine. LMAO.
Lady, please, there is a massive difference between being pro-Palestine and pro-Hamas.
What's it like being brain dead?
What's it like not being able to differentiate between a theocratic...
By the way, this is exactly what I think a person named Karl Marx would sound like.
Who is
Didn't Karl Marx debate... Karl Marx debated...
WTF, I thought we were friends.
Karl Marx debated Kaffels, right? That's the only reason I know this person exists. They sound like Karl Marx, and they debated Kaffels.
...terrorist organization and a freedom movement.
White people are so insane. I wish I was a...
I cannot, like, she's half white, right? She's half white.
Smooth-brained as people on this website. I'm gonna start asking white people if they condemn every mass shooting that happens.
Okay, now take a look at this tweet.
Israel's Internal Security Agency announced that they will eliminate all participants of the October 7th massacre. The photojournalists who took part in recording the assault will be added to that list.
Druze is an ethnic group that lives in the area of her Lebanese side from, but she doesn't know them, which is what the joke is. Okay.
Now, what does she say?
So, are they gonna eliminate themselves?
What she's alluding to here is
killing
a
themselves,
common
right?
conspiracy theory that's been going around about the October 7th massacre, that Israel actually killed their own civilians. So this is a nice one.
Holy
nice conspiracy
shit.
theory.
Because they would need an excuse to frame the Palestinians. Great.
Frogan and her friends Capri Sun Poppy and Raffle Ticket run a podcast together called Arabs Podcast. During
Isn't it Slay Rabs, dude? We're on the Slay Rabs podcast.
TwitchCon, Frogan and her friends held a live podcast with Denims and Vio as guests. During this panel, they did a tier list. The YouTube video for this event on their channel is titled, How Arab Are These Twitch Streamers? In this tier list, they put Arab at the very top and they put Love Sabra at the very bottom. Guess who Frogan just can't resist putting on this list?
The next person is one of my favorite people. Ethan Klein.
I told you guys.
Oh my god.
Much like other times.
By the way, why did the crowd reaction sound like the fucking Nickelodeon, like, oh, like, it sounded like a studio reaction.
On this list.
The next person is one of my favorite people. Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
It sounds like they didn't have anyone there, so in the VOD, when it was uploaded, they added in like a scared track. It's like, yeah, literally, it sounds like pre-recorded laughter. Oh, God. By the way, This is a total fucking ridiculous tangent. But they're filming a movie nearby, like in like a reasonable driving distance from here, and I saw it on.
Is there a war doctrine to kill hostages rather than to allow them to be captured based on absolutely no research, relying purely on streamers repeating shit? I'm gonna do the work. Yeah, do the work. This Sabra list. I remember when the Sabra list hit. I was like, "Fuck, man." Or actually, I don't remember that it hit. I remember when Ethan Klein covered it semi-recently. Or maybe this was recently. I don't know, but I remember Ethan Klein going over the Sabra list
on the news. I applied and I got an email back, and I don't know if I'm gonna get in, but it would be really funny if I get to be a background actor in like a Steven Spielberg movie. I'm trying, okay? I'm trying to get into the Steven Spielberg movie, all right? I need to have my my moist critical moment, right? That's what I'm trying to. I need to become a. I think it's like to be like a MAGA person or something. It's really fucking funny. I need to get this job, dude.
Much like other times, Frogan brought up Ethan all on her own here, knowing that the two of them are still not.
It's Steven Spielberg, yeah.
On good terms. She knows what's happened in the past when she's brought him up, and she's complained very vocally about it. You can't take shots at someone and cry out when they hit back. But of course, Frogan does this every single time. Already from the get-go, we see another strike.
Wear a MAGA hat? I think they supply them.
Against this panel, when Denims immediately jokes about them forgetting the Zionist category on the list.
Dude, where's the, you guys are missing a category for Zionists.
What does Bunty King do?
That was a joke. That was just a joke.
Was it really a joke, though?
No, it wasn't a joke. You guys are all bloodthirsty fucking freaks.
Given that you all fell out with Ethan over that particular subject, any guess where on the list Zionists would go? The Zionist comment obviously raises eyebrows, but even the tier list alone is bigoted. Arabs are at the top of the list, and people who enjoy Sabra hummus are at the bottom. Now stick with me while I explain this. What's the most distinguishing feature of Sabra hummus? That it's an Israeli brand. And the panelists don't hide that this influences them.
I bought my, so Nick is acting like he doesn't have his own MAGA hat. No, I mean, I think they literally supply them though. That's the reason that you go there to get the gear or whatever. Like they supply it. But I bought my MAGA hat from Spencer's, like the place that sells dildos. Like it was like a meme thing. And then it was perfect for streams though. Every time I go on politics, it makes everybody think I'm like a fucking Nazi or something the minute I show up. It's fantastic. No, but I use it for any politics stream because it makes people completely disregard everything I say.
As if to say that Israeli hummus is inherently inauthentic because Israelis are somehow not indigenous to the land. The Mizrahi are descendants of approximately 1.5 million Jews who lived in North Africa and the Middle East.
Okay.
Their ancestors did not previously reside in Europe. Over 50% of Israel's current Jewish population is of at least partial Mizrahi descent. That means the majority of Israelis today are non-white and have origins from the Middle East. Let's listen to our friend Lonerbox explain the Sabra hummus stigma.
Oh, I haven't heard Lonerbox's take on this, so I'm actually interested.
Within leftist discourse, particularly North American leftist discourse, is the idea that Sabra hummus, this mass-produced Israeli hummus in North America, is bad hummus. And the reason that they'll say it's bad is because it's Israeli. The idea is that Israelis are not indigenous to the region. They're white European colonizers, etc., etc. They came to the Middle East and they saw Arabs eating hummus. And then they said, oh, how quaint, the chickpeas. It's like they've chewed it up for me. It's like stoner food. So they like that. And then they grab the machine and they kill all the Arabs and they steal the chickpeas and the tahini and they throw it into a cement mixer and produce some mass-produced trash for white people who don't know any better. Okay?
By the way, to be clear, hummus is fucking fire. I didn't even know I liked hummus until I tried it. You can mix hummus with like anything too, and it like enhances the flavor.
This is bullshit. Okay?
I'm gonna get Sabra hummus. I'm gonna go get, like literally tomorrow, I'm gonna drive and get Sabra hummus, and I will let you know what the problem is with it. Okay?
Fact is that brand hummus is...
What accent is that? I don't know. Where is Lonerbox from? I thought he was like Canadian.
He lives in Scotland. I don't know if he's actually Scottish, though.
Is he French?
Did I not ask you nice enough?
I might be completely off here. Dude, ask Tommy. He knows what every race thing is. He's British, Ireland. Okay, I'm totally off here.
He's never going to be as
Scottish. Oh, you know, I can hear it. If it's Scottish, that makes sense.
Is what you
What
would
is
get.
Bunty King to
He
you?
just needs to.
Person?
All right.
Who is Bunty King?
I understand what Frogan is because she's wearing kind of the outfit. If Lonerbox wore like a kilt, I would like that. That would like totally sell it for me.
In a hummus place in the Middle East or
He does,
in a
yeah.
restaurant or homemade, because it's like any other food. That's usually the case, right? So Sabra hummus
Like Frogan's got the drip on, so I can immediately point out exactly what she is.
is about as
Hey, we got some shekels. Yes, we got some shekels.
good as any other mass-produced hummus.
So Letterboxd makes a great point here, saying that one mass-produced hummus is somehow worse than any other solely because it's Israeli is problematic. There's another issue with the tier list that is much harder to pin down though. Ethan Klein and others have brought it up. The definition of Sabra. The nature of dog whistles is that they're much harder to prove, and they can often make the person complaining about them seem like a crazy person. A Sabra is a term for any Jewish person born in Israel. About 80% of Israel's Jewish
Wait, really?
Okay.
I didn't
loving it.
realize that Sabra literally means Jew. Wait, that didn't connect for me. I thought it was just like an assumption because of the way that they talk about Jews. I didn't realize that Sabra literally means Jew. That's even worse than I thought it was. Ethan said it in the video. I thought he meant like it means Jew, obviously the way they're talking about it. It didn't connect to me until we saw literally a definition on screen of it saying Jew. Like when they say Zionist, they really mean Jew. I thought it was like that. I didn't realize it was like by definition Jew.
population are Sabras. The lowest tier on the tier list is Love Sabra. Essentially, they're calling people in that category
So it's like loves Jews.
lovers of Jewish people in a derogatory way. Now, I could have
Sorry, I'm retarded. I clearly missed this.
sworn I was hearing similar
I'm
language
having my fucking denims moment. I'm having my denims arc right now.
out of the dissident right. Are we sure these guys aren't in that group? I think this point in general is a harder one to nail home because there are plenty of people who don't know what the word Sabra means.
Me, I'm people. Thank you.
But from this crowd, I'm not so sure. This crowd claims to know so much about the conflict and the culture. It's very reasonable that Ethan would be suspicious of this. Adding all of that together, there's one last point. If this was really so innocent and about having the Habibi pass, why was the YouTube title, How Arab Are These Twitch Streamers?
Wait, yeah, it literally is. That's so funny.
And why is
I didn't catch
Ben Shapiro?
I didn't look into it that clear. And Ben Shapiro's on there because he was the other one.
Oh, another Jewish man in the exact same category as Ethan.
By the way, why is Frogan allowed to Photoshop how fat Ethan is, but Ethan's not allowed to use a Photoshopped image in his video? Is it because that fat image doesn't originate from DGG? That's why it's cool?
When he wasn't even brought up in the original video. Besides being Jewish, the only similarity between Ben Shapiro and Ethan Klein is that they are both married to Jewish Israeli women. So, we've got the combination of Ethan being brought up, despite not being a Twitch streamer. People booing Ethan the moment he's brought up.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one. That's good.
I can totally see them sitting around the room being like, all right, well, if we're doing this like Arab to Sabra tier list, we got to put some Jews on this, right? Like, we don't have any Jews. None of our friends are Jews. So, like, we got to figure out, like, I think one of them was Jewish, right? It was one of the first people there.
Is this really lolly?
Denham's joking about a Zionist category.
Dude, where's the? You guys are missing a category for Zionist. That was a joke. That was just a joke.
And the lowest tier on the list being designated to people who enjoy Israeli hummus. Also,
And they kind of didn't fuck it up because basically that's what they mean when they say Sabra. They literally mean Zionists because they equate Zionism with Jews.
the fact that Ben Shapiro and Ethan Klein were both included in the same category.
Yeah, she flamencoed there. She kind of just said the joke out loud, and they're like, ah, he made me experience high tide. Ah.
on the thumbnail, despite the only similarity being both of them having Israeli Jewish wives. Coincidence? If you need further proof that there should be no doubt about her anti-Semitism, here are some of Frogan's Twitter likes, post-October 7th.
Did I not ask you?
Remember that Israel has admitted to harvesting skin and organs from dead Palestinians to use for skin.
Dude, it's literally Squid Game. That's what's going on. Like, it's like, guys, we have to talk about what's going on overseas. What is it? It's Squid Game.
Grafts and organ transplants, and the majority of skin in Israeli skin banks was stolen from the Palestinians they killed.
This is just straight up anti-Semitism. It is quite literally blood libel.
That guy literally just watched fucking Squid Game. Like, that's what they're doing. That's what the IDF is doing. The IDF is the pink soldiers from the Squid Games.
White people see Arabic words and go, OMG, terrorists, like a stupid villain.
This is the like of Frogan's.
In the 17th century accusing women of witchcraft.
So Frogan is so educated on...
I don't understand. Why do they have skin banks? Well, what, are you asking why the Israelis have banks?
This. But doesn't recognize that this is the flag used to represent the Al-Qassam brigades.
People on Twitter will suck the toes of Ukraine, but draw the line at Palestine.
I wouldn't go as far as to
cartoon levels of anti-Semitism, yeah.
call them people.
Guys, it's... Dude. Well, unironically, someone just said the Jews run the sperm banks. That's what Mouthy Buddha did. Mouthy Buddha made a 3-part series on the Jewish question, right? By the way, I imagine Frogan and them must love that guy. Probably. That's just my guess, right? But yeah, there was part 1 was on like the stereotypical Jews run the media. Part 2 was Holocaust denial. And part 3 is like the porn industry. I didn't realize that porn was so deeply entrenched in like JQ stuff.
Who is Bunty King?
Like I didn't realize that they literally think that porn was created to stop like non-Jewish people from fucking breeding.
It's no exaggeration to say Gaza has broken out of its prison and is launching a war of liberation. It looks like...
You've never heard of that? Dude, unironically, if you ever want to watch a fucking fever dream, go to BitChute and look up Mouthy Buddha's JQ series. It is one of like the most... It's so fucking horrible, it's funny. It's so bad it comes back around again.
Resistance on an unprecedented scale, actively retaking Palestinian land.
Justifying violence on civilians by calling it resistance.
It's like a political version of Hax's video on evidence. Okay, that's a little fucked, but whatever.
They made up the deranged lie about 40 beheaded babies because they knew they were going to behead hundreds of babies and we would see footage of it.
Everything Israel said was a proven lie. No beheaded babies.
Who's insane? It's Mouthy Buddha's. Oh, this is Stardust that we're watching right now, but the crazy video is the fucking Mouthy Buddha one. I almost said this is Mouthy Buddha when describing Stardust. She probably would have killed me.
No women.
I think this is very good so far. I didn't know any of this shit about Frogan or any of the stuff she was liking on October 7th. I just knew the one tweet that's been getting put around in videos.
No Hamas attack on concert. No Hamas misfire on hospital.
We're watching Mouthy Buddha right now. Shut up.
Hold up. Just like America did with the weapons of mass destruction they never found.
If you support Israel, you're a murderous villain.
And I like how so many of these are just Casey-tron being completely retarded. Like, it's like, oh, these are all just random like tweets. Yeah, but this is also Casey-tron, which is actually super relevant to the remainder of this drama.
My disgust for what the Israeli government is doing does not equal support for Hamas or anti-Semitism. If you think that, it is not only are you a murderous villain, you're also a bad faith moron.
Reminder.
I like how they all make them sound like the AI makes, or the friends, whoever was reading it, makes them sound like fucking gremlins hiding under a fucking bridge.
Hamas offered to release all its hostages on October 8th in exchange for Israel.
Oh, how nice of them.
Releasing all of its Palestinian hostages. Israel and the U.S. refused. They wanted to annihilate Gaza to seize its natural gas reserves.
Obviously, yeah.
Gas reserves?
To seize the gas, dude. We gotta get the brat pog, dude. We gotta seize the gas.
If you're a Western liberal shocked and outraged by images of fascist Israeli troops being harmed, I have one quick...
Guys, dude, you know what that just reminded me of? Dude, this is what they think Israel... This is what was happening. Hold on, wait. Where is it? Where is it? Who's got the image? Who's got the image? This is what they wanted. Chat. Where is this shit? I know I sent this to Chud Logic. There it is. Dude, this was America deciding how they were gonna proceed in the controversy. Who's got the Fallen Chungus quote of the time that he liked farts? Oh man. Wow.
Trick to help you. Just imagine they're Russian troops and remember how you celebrated and gleefully shared and reposted images and videos of their deaths.
It's game over for Israel. James Bond is officially fighting for Hamas.
What?
Comparing the actions of Hamas to those of James Bond, I would consider that glorifying their actions.
Yeah, I would say that's probably true.
Just to recap, what we've just seen are posts that Frogan herself clicked the like button on. A lot of them were glorifying the actions of Hamas. A lot of them were denying the atrocities committed by Hamas.
Yeah, so, and the thing is, like, I wouldn't usually give so much stake in like tweets, but she was obviously expressing the sentiment herself, and then she was just going on a tangent liking all these fucking posts of people saying horrible shit. It's extremely obvious that these are her positions.
And a lot of them were just straight up anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. I think this very much demonstrates a pattern of behavior.
Well, it wouldn't fix the brain rot, but maybe she will convince Denims to finally love her back.
Jesus Christ.
Fear from Frogan. Around October 19th, Frogan went live on Twitch and boldly said the following.
I have no pity at all for any soldiers. Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any pity for any soldiers. The U.S. military? Who?
By the way, again, still was not even fucking reprimanded for this comment, despite the fact that Twitch baked it right into their TOS, so this is just, like, just not allowed. Absolutely not allowed. There was no infraction. Twitch didn't even give her a one-day ban for explicitly breaking TOS and going viral on social media while doing it. And if that doesn't show bias, I don't know what does.
I hope you get PTSD.
Also, she shouldn't fucking eat on stream. That's just gross.
Why is she always eating?
You know?
No, I don't.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I do the ones the ones I'm like whatever about the U.S. soldiers are the ones that like acknowledge that like what they did was wrong. They didn't know well back. They didn't.
Guys, they've pledged allegiance to me. All right. That's why they're the good ones. They're one of the good American soldiers. Okay.
No, back then. Whatever. You're a good person in my book. I'm like a Tom. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. The U.S. military that are like, yeah, like, you know, I did this back then, but now I know it's wrong. Like, I'm changed. Like, imperialism, this. You don't deserve the PTSD. But like any other, you're joining them. You're like, oh my god, I want my Camaro, no student loans. F you. I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into.
I like how you can really get like a grasp on who she is as a person by her thinking that like a Camaro is like that's the goal, guys. The Camaro.
America.
This is a pretty vile take.
I'm not gonna lie. When I was like fucking 15, I really wanted to get a Camaro as well. When I saw Transformers, bro, I needed to have Bumblebee.
And not because I think you can't criticize America. You certainly can.
Didn't Frogan beg for rent money while simultaneously getting brand new nails? I think. I don't know about the nails thing. She definitely did beg for rent money though.
But there's a difference in criticizing the decisions made at a high level and harboring hatred towards military service members who often have no other choice but to follow orders. People who join the military...
All right, Stardust. Not the best argument. All right, that is the thing they used during the Geneva Convention. Wait, am I saying that wrong? That's not the right one. Hold on, I'm having a Denims right now. All right. What is the one? Which is the one? What am I thinking of? the Nazis who were on the stand, the Nuremberg trials. Yeah, that was very Nurembergian of you.
Military often do so because they have no other prospects in their life and no future planned ahead for them. Joining the military gives them a path that they otherwise would
do the goon trials. Yeah, do the goon trials after the goonicide.
Have had. That doesn't even take into account how many of them are recruited fresh out of high school.
Why'd you join the Navy? Stop selling dope.
Bro, everyone's got that story of that one Army recruiter who tried to like that one pedo Army recruiter that was way too close to the kids at school, dude.
Nice enough? I don't respect you.
Bro, everyone's got a story from high school of the one Army recruiter who was just a little too close with the kids, dude.
And then citizenship. I'm an illegal. She's an immigrant.
Ramirez, why'd you join the army?
Money.
I was in Home Depot working, but
I can't goon, screamed. Dude, I read that in chat. I just immediately thought of the fucking Fortnite meme.
My recruiter was
goon,
awesome.
Screamed the fucking.
they told me he's like when I get the green card.
The fucking the Slurp Town car jerk.
Yeah, if you ever join, or you're thinking about joining, fucking definitely fucking assess your recruiter before you work with them. Some of them are fucking. I mean, a lot of them have to lie to you a lot because they. I mean, it just depends on how old you are. When I talked to my recruiter, I was fucking 34 years old. So, you know, I mean, there wasn't much that my recruiter was gonna fucking get over me. But when you're young, yeah, for sure, you definitely need to be aware of your recruiter. They're not all bad. They just have a really hard job, and then add on top of that the dynamic of whether or not, you know, the 50-50 chance that you're dealing with an asshole. So yeah, if you don't like your recruiter, just fucking say, look, I'm going to work with somebody else.
Or something.
You need to join to the army. Why did you join the army?
These are people who put their bodies and their futures on the line at great risk before seeing any type of return. And what are Froken's requirements for not deserving PTSD again?
You just have to like get on your knees and suck dick. That's what you have to do. You have to suck dick and feel apologetic for everything you did, and you have to sit here and atone for it.
The U.S. military that are like,
and you have to vote Kamala Harris. Actually, no, I'm sorry. You can't vote. You can't vote murderous Kamala Harris. You have to vote the Green Party to ensure that Trump wins.
Like, you know, I did this back then, but now I know it's wrong. Like, I'm changed. Like, imperialism. This. You don't.
Yeah, guys. Actually, I was going to the military because I had a bloodlust, but then I realized that. Guys, that imperialism is wrong, okay? And then we should actually be communist and stuff, and we should, like, not invade other countries, and we should have, like, a socialized medicine and healthcare, and, like, we should also, we should reach out, and we should really help the Palestinians, and that's what I've learned, guys. It's, now I think that my contributions are good.
PTSD.
So you have to know what imperialism even is to be able to say imperialism. And why do they need to say that they've changed? Rogan and her friends are supposed to
Guys, everything the American government has done in these third world countries, bro, we should just... I've realized now that I have done it and taken part in it, that it is bad. Okay, so, like, then you lose your PTSD card. Like, you have PTSD, but then Frogan...
You research independently of the recruiter as well, especially on MOS options? Yeah. Yeah, because the thing is, like, you know, you sit down with your recruiter and fucking... Look, they're gonna put you into something. But first you have to qualify, right? You can take the ASVAB and then see what you qualify for. But then you have to trust that your recruiter's even telling you the truth about it. Like, so for example, there might be a list of jobs that are filling instantly, but there might be a job that you actually want to do, and your recruiter knows you want to do that job, but that job's not filling for like 6 months. But they want to put you in boots fucking ASAP. So they might only just tell you about the jobs that are filling up in the next, month or two. I was really lucky. I fucking lucked out. I had a female staff sergeant, and fucking she was super honest with me and really, really carried me through the process. So I lucked out. But if you're like an 18-year-old kid walking in off the street and you have some like E6 that's been a recruiter for 2.5, 3 years, and their fucking station commanders constantly fucking hounded them on their fucking how many contracts they've written that month, and they're constantly on the gun, under the gun, and they're working weekends, and they're never home, so their marriage is falling apart and their life is stressed out. They're gonna fucking do whatever they gotta do to fucking tell you, you know. And recruiting is, I mean, like people fucking romanticize how fucking, you know, good recruiting might be. I would never want to be a recruiter. Never, 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 man. Especially over the past few years with like the fucking recruiting shortages they've had. These fucking station commanders and the battalions and brigades, battalion and brigade leaders were hounding recruiters, man. These I follow like recruiter Facebook pages and social media, and I just get a sense of what their life is like, and it's like, man, fuck that, man. I'd rather be infantry all the time. I'd rather be infantry than fucking recruiter. No way, man. I said the process for enlisted. I didn't have to take the ASVA have, etc. I had to take other qualifying exams to go in as an aviation officer. Just do your research heavily. Yeah. When you're enlisted, it's a whole different thing. It's a whole, because I mean, like they're used to like these 18-year-old kids getting out of high school, so they can say whatever they want because they don't know any better, and they don't know really how to stick up for themselves, and they might be intimidated because they're sitting across the, you know, from, a soldier. Seemingly, instead of, you know, me, like when I walked in, I just talked to my recruiter like as if she was a person. I could care less what you know, the uniform she was wearing. But yeah, these kids, they just don't know. They don't, you know, I wish, you know, whatever. I might make a YouTube video on that someday. Just like before you talk to a recruiter, ... Definitely got to know what you're getting into.
And takes it away from you using her special powers because you've learned your lesson.
Be leftists who care about the disadvantaged and the working class.
I would fight Frogan. If we did Creator Clash and I could fight Frogan, I would fight Frogan. 100%.
But they can't even think through who they're talking to when they say things like this. They only have enough energy to fawn over an
These hands don't discriminate.
Anti-Semitic Houthi terrorist. There's no energy for anyone else. A few days later, on October 21st, Brogan doubled down.
I'm getting canceled on Twitter again. Again, yes. Here we go, yes. I'm sorry. Okay, let me show you why I'm getting canceled, okay?
By the way, Frogan is at her most notable when she's getting canceled on Twitter. That's the only time she gets any viewers, is when people hate watch.
I have no pity at all for any soldiers. Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any pity for any soldiers. And I stand in the U.S. military.
Stop the casual racism, Nick. I'm sorry. I'll engage in some more advanced racism.
Who fucking who? I hope you get PTSD.
Professional racism.
You know? I mean, I stand by it. I mean, like I said, I was like, I mean, the good thing is at least I put my whole take into it. You know what I mean? I do the ones I'm like whatever about the.
They actually used to call me phase racism back in the day.
Soldiers are the ones that like acknowledge that like what they did was wrong. They didn't know back then. Whatever. You're a good person in my book. I'm like a Tom. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. The U.S. military that are like, yeah, like, you know, I did this back then, but now I know it's wrong. Like I'm changed. Like imperialism. This. You don't deserve the PTSD.
Phase racist.
But like any other, you're joining them. You're like, oh my god, I want my Camaro, no student loans. You. I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into America.
As she just like fucking slobbers down another meal. I hope you get PTSD.
And they posted it in my head. I'm like, base? Base? Like, am I supposed to be like I'm not walking back on it. I still agree with it. Base?
If this person had their ideal society, they would kill every last one of us. Just to be clear, if she had the keys to the castle and could do anything she wanted, every last one of us would be dead.
Is absolutely hate speech. Veterans are a protected class. People with mental issues are a protected class. You cannot talk about people like this. It's actually a huge problem. And according to Twitch guidelines, this is a violation. Now, if I can direct your attention, Take a look at this gym.
Some of them don't have a choice financially or for school. My little brother is serving right now for that reason. He's not.
Wait, am I muted? Said Spade in chat. No, we're actually not live right now. And you're not muted.
You nice enough?
But we're not live, so.
Oh no!
That's probably why it hasn't popped up.
Breaking news. Commentary YouTuber Nicholas Diorio has entered into a love triangle with T-tuber Retvrn and Twitch rising star Frogan. Tensions are hot and massive.
Jesus Christ, you guys are evil.
Not a fan. Neither am I.
I took out student loans. Listen, honey, be in student debt like everybody else.
Imagine taking out student loans just to be a professional beggar on stream. You thought I was gonna say streamer. No, a professional beggar. Dude, what did you use your college degree for? Begging. Anyways, guys, hit that goal.
Thank you. You think
Same for Frogan.
You think I want to be in $100,000 of student loan debt? No, I don't. But I never brown children at the expense of it.
You often need a co-signer to even get a loan, and a lot of people don't even have that.
To be fair, you probably wouldn't pass the test necessary to kill those brown children. Oh, fuck. That's gonna get me in trouble.
You know what I mean?
No one should
I think you gotta climb the rope, right? Do you think she can climb the rope?
believe that Frogan has an ounce of progressive values within her. What does she think happens to the families and the children of people who come back from serving, who have PTSD and have no support system? How many of those people don't go on to contribute to society? How many of those people don't go on at all? And those that do, how many of them go on to be a net negative because of their trauma? We just had 2 terror attacks happen on January 1st, 2025, both committed by military veterans. One was the Las Vegas Cybertruck explosion, in which the perpetrator, Matthew Livelsberger, admitted in letter that he wanted to cleanse his mind of the brothers
Jesus Christ.
What is
that he lost and relieve
Who is
himself
Bunty
of the
King?
burden of the lives he
Furio?
took. The other attack was the 2025 New Orleans truck attack, in which Shamsuddin Bahar Jabbar drove a pickup truck into a crowd. 15 people died from this, in a double whammy argument against Frogan's
What is
rhetoric.
Bunty King to you?
All right, guys, this is pretty
Who is Bunty
hardcore.
King?
I need to calm us down with a bit of a palate cleanser before we get back to it, okay?
You know, during the Las Vegas shooting, Stephen Paddock supposedly spent over 3,000 rounds of ammunition over the course of 10 minutes from 27 AR-15s with bump stocks, despite the fact that that would have required him to drop a gun after each 30-round magazine was empty.
These people that do the Vegas shooter memes.
And videos from the survivors show that it was a non-stop stream of bullets with a firing rate much higher than a bump stock is capable.
What is Bunty King to you? A person? Who is Bunty King?
Nicholas Diorio?
Hey, I am a vet and I contribute to my favorite streamer.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sonic would not say that. What do you mean Sonic wouldn't say that? We just heard him say it. What are you talking about? Sonic just explained this, all right?
Jabbar pledged allegiance to IS. This man went from serving 10 years in the
We just fucking saw him say it, liar. What are you, Hassan Pikering me?
military, to traveling to Egypt and committing an act of terrorism in the name of Islamic fundamentalism.
Tipster's like, this is why I play Donkey Kong instead of Sonic. Dude, Tipster literally dodged a bullet by not becoming a Sonic bro with Josh.
Founded by Cutie Cinderella, the streamer
Guys, there's only one place Sonic takes you, and that is porn, okay? you're gonna start an OnlyFans if you play Sonic, all right?
Awards is an annual awards show that celebrates
That's it. Your future is porn.
achievements in the live streaming industry over the previous year. The first one was held in 2022. One of the categories that streamers can be nominated for in
Is the Rising Star Award.
Streamer Awards is Rising Star, an award that is dedicated to streamers who are still up and coming. As the website says, these streamers have
By the way, I have a feeling that Frogan is neither up nor... Okay, never mind.
And just growth.
Never mind. That was not...
Year and have the potential to be a top streamer. In 2022, Frogan was nominated for the Rising Star Award.
Stance is our rising star.
Stans ended up winning instead of her, but that's fine because Frogan was nominated again in 2023 for the same award, Rising Star. I personally don't have an issue with this because it's just a show. It was made for stream.
She's currently streaming to just over 100 people. Don't say that. We're gonna get me in trouble, Tipster. We're not supposed to mention these people have lives and stream, okay? Because then people start going to look.
Streamers to give awards to their other streamer friends, but people were confused.
These are not the Frogans you are looking for. Avoid.
Confused as to how she got nominated twice in a row. It's a valid question. How can you?
You're gonna get me banned from Twitch.
Be a potential rising.
I am a partner, so it'll show up on the Twitch partner thing.
Star 2 years in a row. Ms. Kiff, an actually popular streamer, commented on the categories during one of his streams.
Wait, Frogan streams. That's my favorite comment of the night is, wait, Frogan streams?
Live, and Frogan was there last year. How do you know him? Dude, I literally, all I do is sit and watch Twitch. Well, I don't watch Twitch. I scroll through and look at people, and I'm like, damn, they have a lot of viewers.
So you've never seen... Yeah, I'm just like, you've never seen Frogan.
As you can see, she already looks mad here.
Yeah, Frogan's on here again. I feel like that doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't, to be clear.
OTK is nominated again for Org of the Year. Why are you nominated again?
Wow, bro. Wait a minute, that's crazy.
Yo, what's up, Life? How's it doing? How you doing? Watching like a little mini talk about Frogan.
How are you a rising star twice?
Well, was that her mocking, or did she unironically say that? Because if she unironically said that, that's hilarious. Yeah, I know you ain't talking.
You're either a star or you're not, you know what I mean? Like, what?
Bruh, she is so offended.
I feel like this award should be like,
given to somebody who has talent and is like a rising star. I feel like the rising star should go to a rising star. That's just my personal opinion, though. I understand that some people might disagree.
A falling star award? Bro, that'd be so funny. I would clear.
I feel like the rising star should go to someone who's rising or, you know, celestial in some way. The silence enhances this so much because you can just hear she's just like breaking. She's like breaking right now.
Honestly,
huh?
Okay, it makes me really upset. I'm not gonna lie.
Good.
I don't want to cry, but it really does make me really upset.
Do it. Good. This is my favorite clip. This is delicious.
Don't agree to plastic straws.
So I get that she's likely pretty new to having.
I just wanted an excuse to spell return with a V. That's really what the goal of the title was.
This level of attention directed at her, and it's over.
Yeah, she is really new. Also, she's nominated for Rising Star.
Overwhelming, but it seems pretty
based
clear that Ms. Kiff wasn't being.
Guys, I can't believe the Rising Star wasn't used to this level of attention. Guys, don't you think the Rising Star should be like used to some kind of attention?
Overly harsh on Frogan. He even made a self-deprecating joke about himself, about him clearing the Falling Star Award. Frogan, however, viewed it in the exact opposite way.
Yeah, Frogan couldn't even hear. Maybe that's why she wasn't fucking cut out to be Rising Star the first time. Is she's just like not able to listen.
She immediately took offense to these comments and assumed that the joke was directed.
By the way, this is like a rancid picture too.
Towards her. Ms. Kiff came into her chat to explain and apologize.
Annoyed!
And are we gonna learn more about the stuff we were reading? Oh god, if there's screenshots of that, I'd be so stoked. Because I don't think anyone archived it. Oh, Frogan, I saw the clip. The reason I said that, I don't think it's okay. There it is. There it is.
I saw the clip. The reason I said that I don't think he deserved the Rising Star Award is because I think that it should be based on that year. We have grown a lot from this year. I meant to no ill with it. Okay, here's my thing. When you say like that and the way you're saying it in front of your audience of like 25,000 people, allowing them to continue to make fun of me, how do you think that makes me feel?
Who fucking
I'm sure it
cares,
doesn't
bro?
feel great,
Who
but she's the
fucking
last
cares?
person to be speaking about this.
It's all fun and games. You're getting all the Tech W's, Omega Lows, Falling Star. I didn't even know this was a thing until somebody tweeted it to me.
A person? Who is Bunty
So
King?
while she's complaining about the possibility of people
She's like so fucking, like, such a fucking loser, dude. What a fucking loser.
coming in and harassing her, her own chat was insulting Ms.
Yes, dude. Mizkiff is so mean he'll never
Should he
change.
permaban?
You're a bitch, bro. Go cry about your bitch boy sexual assault friend. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit.
And even making
fuck you, piece of
threats
shit.
towards him.
This is your chance to apologize. Your ass needs to go in the falling star category.
Asked later about
Mizkiff doesn't deserve a chance to apologize. He deserves. What does Gitmo mean?
this, Brogan excused her chat for the
Gitmo.
incident.
Mizkiff is
Because of the difference in scale between
You are human trash. Like, all of these things are objectively worse.
Mizkiff and her.
My whole chat was on him, toxic. Okay, his entire chat was toxic towards me.
Oh, okay, I forgot, dude. The chat thing is only like, it goes one way.
At a greater scale, okay?
This is just
Oh,
another
Gitmo means Guantanamo Bay. I'm sorry, I don't speak tanky.
example of Frogan playing the victim card when no harm was directed towards her. And unfortunately, it seems that Frogan has a plethora of people
Is it not? I don't know. I was insulting her. I don't know.
around her who will enable this behavior.
I don't know. I just assume that you guys have acronyms in the tanky camps. I don't know. It's American? No, I am aware. I know where Guantanamo Bay is, okay? I've just never heard somebody offhand return to Guantanamo Bay as fucking Gitmo. So I just assumed it was some weird Twitch acolyte terminology.
Or, and I'll say it again, I have no doubt that Frogan deals with discrimination on a regular basis, being a visible minority. However, Frogan doesn't use the words racist and Islamophobia cautiously. Seems like she uses these words for any situation that she doesn't like or any situation where she's being held accountable for her actions. One glaring example is anytime Hassan's community tries to drag Ethan for something new. Frogan will always find an opportunity to try and dunk on or trash talk him. And when Ethan responds, she acts like the victim.
Ethan came after me again, unprompted.
Don't talk.
Ethan came after me unprompted. Bitch started the feud.
If you don't
You started the fucking feud, you fucking asshole.
want to get hit. She also acts like a victim every time she says something stupid. Take this, for example.
This MF never shuts up. Oh my god.
What was this in response to? Real Wow Mao tweeted the following.
Do Americans actually know why bin Laden did all that, or do they all believe he hated that they can vote or something?
Dude, guys, do Americans not know why we justify Osama bin Laden's terrorist actions? Are they just not aware?
Ethan Klein took this tweet and responded on his Instagram. He said,
He did quite literally hate Americans because they could vote and had freedoms. He specifically states in his writings the reasons: homosexuality, lack of Sharia law, drug use, lending of money, and letting Jews run the country. Please read his writings before regurgitating tanky talking points.
Comrade Casey, another Twitter
Dude, Comrade fucking Casey. We haven't watched a Comrade Casey video. Maybe in the next Ethan Klein drama we'll have something to watch, but
user said the following.
Ethan Klein has never heard of historical analysis.
And Frogan, of course, couldn't help herself. So here we are, back at square one.
This is a Hassan mod telling me, a Jewish man, to shut the f up because I dare to say Osama bin Laden was bad and hated Jews. Please understand that this is why Leftovers ended and that her voice is not fringe within his community.
This,
Exactly.
of course, escalated with friends of Frogan and others in the community claiming Islamophobia. And Rogan responded once again.
I am not pro Bin Laden, Lamau. It is insane to take any legitimate political analysis from Ethan Klein.
Bro, I'm sorry. Like, I don't understand. You're literally just popular on Twitter, and then everybody else knows you for making, like, retarded takes. I actually think, unironically, me being completely politically illiterate could win a conversation against some... On a given topic, I think I could probably beat her on it. With, literally a week's worth of research on basically any topic.
People are questioning whether you support him because you told Ethan to shut up when he gave his take on it.
Hey, we hit the goal. Thank you.
I've seen her friends try to talk about the Osama bin Laden drama as if people were just contextualizing what he said.
Rogan or Mika, who are you less upset
Stop shipping me.
Metal straws instead of plastic straws? I'll fucking use any straw. I don't give a shit. Like I said, I just wanted to use it. It was just an excuse to fucking spell return with a V. I just really wanted to do that. Yeah. I could care less. But I did. It was hilarious when Trump signed the... I think I have it. It was hilarious when Trump signed the executive order for fucking... I can't believe it was an executive order. Because he said something like... He's like, yep. Yeah, we're going back. We're going back to plastic straws. I was like, that's just like the last thing you expect to hear in the Oval Office. Just like, yep, yeah, we're going back to plastic straws. Where was it? I have it somewhere. No, not that. Yeah, I think this is it. No, that's not it. Important. Maybe it was like on... Is this it?
The Trump administration has intensified its sweep.
No.
So it's over. Donald Trump seems to be fulfilling...
No. Oh, this was great. Borrowing an expression from America, our vision for a developed India is to make India great again. MIGA. Love it. That was the actual fucking Indian Prime Minister. MIGA. Where's the straws, man? I know I had it. Maybe it was on a different platform. I saw it. Is this it?
I rushed it back to the G7.
No. He also he's wearing this new pin now. I don't know if you've seen it. He's wearing this new pin, like a little version of him right under his fucking the American flag. He also hung a picture of his mugshot, I think, outside of the Oval Office so that reporters have to look at it when they walk in. He's on another level, dude. He's on another level. I think I might have seen the straws thing on another platform though, because it was fucking base. But I'm not seeing. I don't think it was this far back. But it was hilarious because he was just like, "Yep, yeah, we're not doing this anymore. We're going back." There was a video of Hegseth doing PT. I thought that was cool, man. I don't remember ever seeing fucking Secretary Austin doing that kind of stuff. I never expected Mattis to do it because he was just fucking old as hell. He'd probably still do it, but... Oh, is this him doing? Yeah, this is him doing PT. Yeah, this is him. Latest Matto L? No. What happened?
The Trump administration has...
Whatever. I want to finish this Frogan video. I want to go to bed.
Bo Black says, of course, your two maids of honor don't need a best
All
man
right,
in
stop shipping me with every single non-traditionally attractive girl that we cover on stream. Every single one. It is insane. Stop it.
Contextualizing is important in history, but what people were doing with Osama bin Laden wasn't contextualizing. It was just claiming that 9/11 was justified because of the US support for Israel. There have been plenty of atrocities committed throughout history by people who thought they were justified. The 9/11 Commission report, in my opinion, did a great job at contextualizing Osama bin Laden and his motives. It talked about his family, who he was and who he became, and how he rose to power. I believe it even talked about his childhood, but it didn't justify anything.
True. Why are there ducks? Why are there birds? Why is she terrified of birds? What is happening right now? What is this? The geese? I mean, this is fine. I like how aggressive the middle goose is. Is that a cow?
Did I not ask you nicely?
I don't respect you.
No, that's still a bird.
Oh no!
I will not invite Papa Gut to anything.
Inviting Papa Gut to your wedding with Mika?
I swear,
Also,
if
would
Papa
Bo
Gut
Black
says
wear
another
dress
fucking word about this, I'm gonna drive to his fucking house, okay?
I hope that you can look at a lot of these conflicts and realize that in most of them, she has been the aggressor. But now it's my time to get petty.
I got his fucking address off of Yahoo. I'm on my way to his house, okay? Like,
Talk about the 40-minute think piece of you. Is it actually 40 minutes?
dude, oh, Tipster just said, yeah, John Swan is looking super aggressive. That's literally true.
But now it's my time to get petty.
Do you get the fucking joke? Hold on. Wait, I gotta pull this up really fast.
What is Bunty King to you? A person? Who is Bunty King?
Nicholas.
This is what I'm referencing
So what
when
you're
I'm
saying
saying
is
that.
that you want us to ship you with a traditionally hot as fuck chick gotta achieve me, and the boys are on it, your army won't fail you.
No, Taddy, whatever you're saying, I don't agree with. I didn't hear what you said, but I don't agree with it. Wait, hold on. No, wait, yeah, whoa, wait. Fuck, wait, no, that was fine. Hold on, wait, that was actually okay, I think, wait. Okay, that was better. Hold on.
Good, bye, go back to fucking Brooklyn, bitch. Like, you have your fucking house there.
I'm not sure.
What's in Brooklyn? What is a sizable quantity of the Brooklyn population?
Frogan is aware of how mean-spirited she is, but she's pretty unwilling to see how others might see a different perspective from her. And that's especially bad when it comes to bigotry.
I watched him and I was like, damn, someone needs to touch grass.
I imagine Frogan's dance moves are like her chat. Very stiff and unyielding.
I'm not offended at this. It's true.
It literally is 50 minutes long. That's insane behavior. That's insane behavior.
Frogan does give me the vibes of someone who thanks her cats for her award show nomination.
Here. Oh my god, she used my white man tweet!
I actually love her reactions to this.
And she's talking about my nails. They're like, oh, she's asking for rent, but she has her nails done. No, we're not gonna give that bitch attention at all.
Spoiler, she absolutely did. When I put out my first video, I pushed it on Twitter. She quote tweeted me shortly after, and I was not expecting what I saw.
Destiny's Cummings dried up for her.
Dude, that's crazy. Literally go straight to the Hassan talking points.
LMAO.
This is sexualizing me just because I've been associated with another content creator in the past.
Dude, only streamer Destiny hasn't fucked tweeted out. Dude, it's just crazy. Dude, oh God.
Aren't you supposed to be a leftist? I don't think I've ever talked about Frogan this way. By the way, remember, she started off in Hassan's community, and she has been modding for Hassan for years. She does all sorts of work for him. I don't have that kind of relationship with any other content creator the way—
What the fuck? Why is she holding a dick cactus? What is going on?
I could make comments about her and Hassan, but I'm not going to. I did respond to this tweet.
I am. Hassan clone.
But it's not very climactic. You know, I honestly felt a tiny bit bad for making the video. But after this tweet, all sympathy went out the window. Gross. LOL.
You've been up my ass for years now, LMAO, since you started orbiting Destiny in 2020.
By the way, my only interaction with Frogan was in the John Zerka Discord server. I think I tell this story every time, but she was like asking who the fuck we were, and I said, my name is Matt Jarbo, and I own Kiwi Farms, and then she got me banned from the server. That's my memory of it. It might be I might be missing some steps there, but I told her I was Matt Jarbo, owner of Kiwi Farms.
21. You are not a nice person like you are trying to portray yourself. LMAO.
I had a couple of interactions with her in the past, but I haven't been up her for years, like she's saying. I only really started paying attention again to her when she started to say crazy things on social media. So not only did she make comments on Twitter that would be interpreted as sexual harassment if a man had said them, she decided to take other jabs at me too.
It's always a hating ass bitch with ugly eyebrows and no lips coming after you. That's what you have to remember. You look at your haters, and it's a
Dude, why is like Frogan commenting on like? That's just crazy to me. That's just so fucking crazy to me.
ugly ass bitch.
This is the woman who cry bullies when Ethan Klein even says her name, and then this is the type of way that she responds to drama, like a fucking, like she's in the fucking Mean Girls TV show, the movie or whatever.
No fucking eyebrows, or no lips coming after you, and you're like, okay, like, I'm sorry, you're projecting.
All right, but your eyebrows have like an angle to them where you look agitated, even if you got like a completely straight face. So I don't really know if you should be talking shit.
I'm sorry, you're projecting. Aww.
So I figured I'd respond to these accusations. I've gotten the criticism that I have thin lips before. That's fine, I do. But you know what? I think a bitch that gets lip filler probably doesn't have much place to be talking about myself having thin lips.
Oh my God, dude.
And how often does Frogan get her lips done? How much does it cost? From my research, lip fillers aren't permanent. They last between 4 and 12 months. Prices can range between $332 and $2,354. This is somebody who talks frequently about—
Would you say that her lip fillers are closer to the Arab or Sabra part of the tier list? How much do you think they cost?
Student loan debt. In the last video, I touched
$100,000 in student loan debt to become a fucking e-beggar on Twitch. God, her parents must be disappointed. Imagine the extra Emily situation, but she literally wouldn't be able to pay her parents back. That's so fucking funny, dude. What a fucking failure. What a fucking worthless failure.
Criticisms of Ludwig. I talked about how ironic it was, but she's shaming him for donating $10K while having an emergency rent bar at the bottom of her screen. Meanwhile, she is spending at least $85 on her nails twice a month.
These are $120.
$120?
She spent $120 on her fucking nails, and they look like that.
Turns out I was lowballing. Ma'am, you said you have over 100K in student—
Why don't you invest in some backlighting?
debt. Why does she look—
Put a Govee strip back there. Give it some bisexual lighting energy.
so uncomfortable here?
Oh, no. Yeah, they are cheap. For this, it's super cheap because they're so, like, intricate.
Oh man, whatever you need to do to cope. So her nails cost $120. If she gets her nails done every 2 weeks, and it's $120 every time—
This is like the meme where it's like, guys, I need you to help me balance my checkbook. I don't know what to do. Okay, I spent $300 on fucking food and groceries. I spend this much on streaming. I spend this much on rent. I spend this much on, and then it's like Uber Eats $3,000. Guys, I literally cannot make rent. I don't know what to do.
That's $240 she's spending on her nails every month. How much is rent? Oh, it's right there. Okay. How much are groceries? Is it more or less than rent? More, isn't it?
This is good, dude. This is a good video. What the why is she the train, bro? This is giving me some Thomas the Tank Engine vibes, bro. This is like, this is Thomas the Tanky Engine. This is literally Thomas the Tanky Engine.
A big thank you to Worst of the Internet, held up.
Dude, bass. Good shit. Good shit, Stardust. That's 2 fucking Frogan bangers.
Okay. All right, well, this denims thing did not fucking pan out to be anything. So that... What's Judd talking about?
Difference between, oh, I was in a...
Daniel Green accuser from... No. I'm just gonna throw something on. I'm kind of like, I want to go to bed, but I kind of want to finish this fucking run here.
Cenk and Anna with you guys. More news.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong about Project 2025. MAGA hates Project 2025, and I thought that Donald Trump actually cared about his base because in his first term, he seemed to be swayed by his base. He seemed to listen to his base. This time around, not so much. So Russell Vought, as the head of the Office of Management and Budget, and considering what he just did with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, makes it abundantly clear to me that they are implementing Project 2025. So I will admit when I'm wrong, I was wrong. I totally predicted incorrectly what would happen with Project 2025.
The big guard will
Oh, yeah, get the hives are coming out, everybody. We told you so. Let's get into the Young Turks backpedaling as fast as they can.
Yep, absolutely. Before we take a look at the TYT clip from the other night, let's just take a little trip down memory lane. So if you just type in TYT Project 2025, beautifully, the first search result, Trump's plan is not Project 2025. Who could believe it? You know, that's crazy. Let's take a quick look and see exactly what Anna had to say in this clip. Then we're gonna take a look at one more.
So I totally believe this reporting. I think this is actually accurate reporting. And if reporters didn't just serve as stenographers for the Democratic Party, they would have maybe found out there's a different think tank that literally has the same slogan as Donald Trump, and they might have reported on that ahead of time instead, but they didn't. Go ahead,
And
Jake.
his top staffers were connected to it, including Kellyanne.
So this video is about how there's another plan that's, way less concerning than Project 2025. That, all these liberals and mainstream media and all these Democrats, they're freaking out and they want to fear monger about Project 2025. But in reality, there's this other one that like Kellyanne Conway is behind or something. And it's way less scary. It's way less scary. Actually, if Trump gets into power, it might not even be that dramatic at all. It's probably just going to be like any other Republican administration, right?
Yeah, I remember we reacted to this at the same time. And to Cenk's credit, this was before he had gone so soft on MAGA. He's actually pushing back on her from what I remember in this clip.
No, he's not.
No?
This one, he's not. There were other ones where he did. In this one, no, he goes on to say, yep, this is the real plan. I think we can watch him say that right here.
Conway, et cetera. So these guys are definitely in charge. And one of the Trump staffers on his campaign team said, they're not the transition team, but they kind of are. They said, he said, in effect, they are. Because we didn't have time to plan it. And here's a hilarious part of the story before I get to the worst part of the story. They said Trump is superstitious, so he didn't want to talk about a transition team at all before he won, which then greatly delays them.
Either way, that's the main part of that one. If we go on to this, however, there's some more pretty embarrassing commentary from Anna Kasparian, and people in the comments have even recently pointed that out. This person says, what do you have to say now? You really were complicit. If we take a look at this, I mean, it's pretty shocking the degree to which she downplayed and minimized the reality of Project 2025 and, whether or not Trump would actually implement some of these ideas.
Yeah, that's crazy because I for whatever reason, I remember covering, I felt like Cenk was a little more rational on Project 2025 than Anna, but yeah, let's go ahead and play this because I could use a refresher for sure.
There were a few debates between the two where Cenk pushed back a little bit and said that, there was a bigger chance it would actually
be the Heritage Foundation's project and all that shit, but
right. But yeah, take a look at this, guys. This one's absolutely wild.
I don't know what the hell it is. It's Project 25. She's involved in Project, and then they read some of the things and they are extreme. I mean, they're seriously extreme, but I don't know anything about it.
Project 2025, I'm sure you heard of it. It was cooked up by the right-wing think tank known as the Heritage Foundation and has been such a thorn in Trump's side that his team successfully pushed for the ouster of its director, a guy by the name of Paul Dans. Now, the Trump campaign did not author Project 2025. You might think they do because Democrats make it appear as though Trump himself wrote it. But it has been attributed to his campaign by Democrats as part of their political strategy. And I think that it is wrong to do this because when you inaccurately attribute something to Trump, when you cry wolf, well, when he actually does pose a threat on things, people are going to be fatigued from the fear mongering. And so I wolf, well, do this because political strategy. And I think that it is wrong to do this because when you inaccurately attribute something to Trump, when you cry wolf, well,
we'll watch some more, but who the fuck was actually pretending that Donald Trump wrote Project 2025. Obviously, no one thinks that Donald Trump sat down with a pen and paper and wrote Project 2025. I think most Trump critics understand that Trump is too lazy, he's too incompetent, he's too stupid to actually craft any of the real policy that's going to get pushed through under his administration. Therefore, yeah, hence the existence of Project 2025. Hence the existence of all these policy writers coming together to compile this document to get him to push through on their behalf. Like, obviously, that was always the assertion. Not that Trump came up with it, not that he organically created it from scratch.
Yeah, Trump has never organically come up with a policy in his entire life. In fact, most policymakers do not. They rely on the lobbyist threads. It's part of the really, fucking corrupt element of our government. And TYT has made so much content over the years about the Heritage Foundation and how evil they are and how they've embedded themselves in all elements of the Republican Party, which is why I imagine that there would have been some pushback from Cenk, because what Anna's saying is completely untrue. And not only, again, I'm not sure exactly when this clip was uploaded. I don't know if we knew about JD Vance or not by this time.
6 months ago?
6 months ago, we definitely knew about JD Vance. That would have been 4 months before the election. That would have been August. We would have known JD Vance would have been. So that was at the point where it was absolutely inarguable after that. This is a trad cath. I want to return back to the, old school ways of American society. We have to ban porn. We have to stop transing the youth. This was the whole reason you pick a guy like JD Vance. It was a huge signal to that faction of the Republican Party that Trump was still with you, that he hadn't gone soft.
And remember, JD Vance literally wrote the foreword for the Heritage Foundation guy's book.
They're like this. They're directly connected. That's why after JD Vance's selection as the VP, it was inarguable that it was going to be a part of the campaign.
Yeah, and honestly, even before JD Vance was picked, I think it's pretty inarguable. I mean, look who picked every single one of Trump's Supreme Court justices. It was the Heritage Foundation. All of Trump's SCOTUS picks came directly from the Heritage Foundation list of approved justices. I mean, how much more owned can you be if they're literally picking your SCOTUS picks? Either way, let's keep watching this. It's pretty crazy, guys.
When he actually does pose a threat on things, people are going to be fatigued from the fear mongering. And so I want to make my case on this. Now, let's get back to the director of Project 2025. Paul Danz's exit comes after the project completed exactly what it set out to do, bringing together over 110 leading conservative organizations to create a unified conservative vision, motivated to devolve power from the unelected administrative state and returning it to the people. Heritage Foundation.
That is the Silicon Valley corporate speak for what Elon Musk is doing to our government right now, right? Leading the conservative organizations to create a unified conservative vision motivated to devolve power from the unelected administrative state. What they're trying to do is they're trying to get rid of the Department of Education. They're defanging the SEC. They're defanging the institutional powers that maintain checks and balances on the executive branch. They're outsourcing responsibilities that once were exclusively held by the president. Now it's some guy that's from South Africa that's the richest man in the world that not only has awarded himself a $400 million contract, so he's already doubled his money that he invested in Donald Trump's campaign election. He's now up for billions and billions in dollars in tax benefits. So absolutely astronomical transfers of wealth going on over here. And it's exactly what they said they were going to do. They're just doing exactly what they said they were going to do.
Yep. Let's hear her minimize that and downplay it.
President Kevin Roberts said in a statement. Now, as you heard from the video that you watched a little earlier, Trump has very aggressively disavowed Project 2025. There are portions of Project 2025, namely on immigration policy, that Trump does agree with and he campaigns heavily on. But as Associated Press notes, Trump has repeatedly disavowed the document, saying on social media he hasn't read it and doesn't know anything about it. At a rally in Michigan earlier this month, he said Project 2025 was written by people on the severe right. I agree with him on that. And some of the things in it are seriously extreme. I agree with him on that as well. Now, it's important to keep in mind that while there's a big, worry about Project 2025 right now, this is a document similar to what the Heritage Foundation releases literally every election cycle. In fact, it dates back to the Reagan administration. Now, the document itself has differed from election cycle to election cycle, of course, but the Heritage Foundation has been in the game.
What? Yes, and you've been talking about it, and they've been doing horrible things to our entire country since the Reagan administration, and that's bad. And they've been more emboldened, and that's bad. And they've had wins in the courts, which is bad. And oh yeah, that's why we should pretend that they aren't capable of accomplishing shit. You fucking hear yourself speak. What's crazy about this also, guys? What's crazy about this is the way that she response to Donald Trump is how he wants the most gullible Americans on earth to respond. Oh no, those are the extreme people that I constantly surround myself with, that every element of my cabinet is going to be staffed by, that all of the aides that surround me are going to be ardent supporters of. Oh yeah, the crazy extremists that happen to make up every single person I come in contact with. Yeah, that is the whole point of a Heritage Foundation. It is to normalize that. Do you think anybody believes Donald Trump has read a goddamn thing? He hasn't read his Build a Wall bill. He hasn't read his tax cuts for the wealthy. Does that mean that he didn't get them through Congress? Does that mean that even with all of his sloth, all of his laziness, all of his lethargy, the fact that he only cares about jerking off, drinking Diet Coke, and watching Fox News videos of himself, he still was able to accomplish that? Why? Because the mechanisms of power were set in motion to get it done with or without him. All he had to do was be the face of it in the executive branch. And that's exactly what's happening right now. And you were so foolish. You were so dumb. And you were played like like a fiddle by the right wing, which is insanity because you're supposed to be not just independent media, but independent progressive media, and now you're neither.
Yep, 100%. And it's awful too, because now that Trump actually is president, Anna wants to come out here and lecture the left and lecture the Democratic Party about how they can't properly resist Donald Trump and his agenda. They can't properly call it out, which, by the way, is true.
Yo, what's up, fella? Could have had comment. Could have. Oh, we're just taking power. The hands of the bureaucracy, correct? Yeah.
But one thing that the Democratic Party and that the left-wing media actually did do a good
base
job
below
of
Project
in the lead up to this election was trying to sound the alarms about Project 2025, right? Saying, hey guys, you can actually read what they're going to do. It's already been published. They were stupid enough to release this to the public. It's terrifying. Their plans are out in the open. Go look at it. And guess who was there to fucking downplay it instead of add to the chorus? This woman. She was there to red pill her audience and to downplay the threat of Project 2025 and say, oh, it's no different than what the project or what the Heritage Foundation always does. It's no different. They do this every time. Stop freaking out. Stop fear mongering. That was her message. But of course, now she wants to be like, the Democrats don't know how to resist. The left doesn't know how to resist. They have no teeth. They're not aggressive. Like, that was you. You're the problem. This exact attitude is the problem. That was the problem.
100%.
Aim for a long time. And they do this, again, every election cycle. It's the think tank's way of pushing the Republican candidate and, in their hopes, the Republican president eventually to carry out what their agenda is. But associating it with the Trump campaign because some former Trump administration officials are now part of the Heritage Foundation, I think is a little bit unfair. Now, here's how the Trump campaign reacted to the ouster of Paul Dance.
The Trump campaign appeared to cheer Paul Dance's departure tonight, even though he is an alum of the Trump administration. He served in the OPM office, saying in a quote, its demise would be greatly welcome.
And by the way, this was obvious fucking kabuki theater even at the time. They fired the guy and they're distancing themselves. Like, obviously that was all just to trick people into thinking that Trump wasn't in favor of Project 2025 when he always was.
Yeah, this is what's crazy. It's like, I don't know if it's fair to say that Anna is a useful idiot. I don't want to, like, I don't have any proof for that other than the fact that she's taken a bunch of polymarket money and changed all of her beliefs over the last 18 months. There is so much bad shit of Anna Kasparian. I'm not making anything up about her. But what I will say is it's hard for me to believe that somebody who has spent over a decade and a half in the chair as a media analyst, as a news critic, whatever the hell you would call Anna's role at the Young Turks, somebody who has taught journalism in a college setting, to not look at this and be like, oh yeah, we call this propaganda. We call this getting played. This is called doing politics. And if you're not sophisticated, you would be duped by this really easily. And you would say exactly what Anna said. But for somebody who's a professional, you're supposed to call what Gavin called. And that's be like, this is kabuki theater. This is nonsense. This is Fugazi. This is them doing a head fake on you so that you think something happening. And you know who did that all the time during his first term, Gavin? Donald Trump. Donald Trump was the master of the sleight of hand. Oh, I'm just going to rotate my cabinet positions. I'm just going to rotate the villains first. That guy's, oh no, we're dealing with the John Boltons of the administration. Now we're going to have some other guy come in because we're kicking John Bolton to the curb. It's like, yeah, but they're going to do the same thing, right? It's going to be the same end. And what you're supposed to say is, hey, this is a revolving door of criminals and want to do all kinds of crimes to the American public. And there are no boundaries that they will not cross to do that if we empower them even a little bit.
Yep, absolutely. Let's take a little bit more of this in before we watch, Anna's most recent statement where she addresses this coverage, which is already, aged like milk.
We just got
or any group trying to misrepresent their influence with President Trump and his campaign. It will not end well for you.
Now, in addition to that, Trump's campaign advisor, Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita, went even further and released a statement saying that President Trump's campaign has been very clear for over a year that Project 2025 had nothing to do with the campaign, did not speak for the campaign, and should not be associated with the campaign or the president in any way. Reports of
decisions. I'm just going to rotate the villains first. That guy's, oh no, we're dealing with the John Boltons of the administration. Now we're going to have some other guy come in because we're kicking John Bolton to the curb. It's like, yeah, but they're going to do the same thing, right? It's going to be the same end. And what you're supposed to say is, hey, this is a revolving door of criminals and want to do all kinds of crimes to the American public. And there are no boundaries that they will not cross to do that if we empower them even a little bit.
Yep, absolutely. Let's take a little bit more of this in before we watch, Anna's most recent statement where she addresses this coverage, which is already, aged like milk.
We just got
or any group trying to misrepresent their influence with President Trump and his campaign. It will not end well for you.
Now, in addition to that, Trump's campaign advisor, Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita, went even further and released a statement saying that President Trump's campaign has been very clear for over a year that Project 2025 had nothing to do with the campaign, did not speak for the campaign, and should not be associated with the campaign or the president in any way. Reports of Project 2025's demise would be greatly welcomed and should serve as notice to anyone or any group trying to misrepresent their influence with President Trump and his campaign. It will not end well for you. And one thing that I will note is that Trump isn't disavowing Project 2025 because he's trying to appeal to the libs, okay? He's disavowing it because MAGA Republicans ain't about the Heritage Foundation brand of conservatism. There is a very obvious split in the Republican Party that I think a lot of Democrats are unaware of. There are the traditional conservative Republicans. They're the war hawks. They're the individuals who are very extreme when it comes to social issues. And then there are the more isolationist MAGA Republicans. These are the America First crowd. They don't like what's in Project 2025. And so what Trump is doing in disavowing it is trying to appease or appeal to members of his own base. So again, like,
what would the MAGA base not like about Project 2025? That's what I'm trying to understand, Anna. And also, absolute negligence to read Donald Trump pressers as the news without any context and scrutiny, to be like, well, he's saying this, but why might he be putting this message out? We never hear that from her. You don't, I mean, it's like third grade media literacy. You read the news and you're like, well, okay, I read that, but why did they write it? That's something you have to keep in the back of your mind. So when I'm reading a press release from a fucking crook politician who has made an entire career off of lying, cheating, and stealing, I might not look at it as, oh, well, he's just speaking from the heart. Like, are you dumber than rocks? It's fucking infuriating to watch this. And
then they're trying to appease MAGA Republicans. I didn't hear a single critical word about Project 2025, even from the few conservatives I would consider like to be good faith or truly.
No, Soccer wasn't out here beating that drum or any of these other dumbasses.
I didn't hear anyone on the MAGA right, criticizing Project 2025 at all. We'll get into more of that later. But yeah, let's just take a little bit more of this in before we jump to the very recent present.
Knows that it's actually politically advantageous to not be associated with something that is not popular with the America First MAGA crowd. Now, Washington Post reporter Isaac Arnsdorf, who's been following this story very closely, discloses some really important facts about how the Heritage Foundation agenda was developed in the first place, and the timing of how they developed it is also really important. And guys, I'm not telling you this because I'm trying to defend Donald Trump. I'm telling you this because I don't want people living in fear because Democrats are attributing something that Trump didn't write to Donald Trump. So with that in mind, take a look.
Again, no one said Donald Trump wrote Project 2025. I'm sorry, but literally no one said that. Everyone agrees that Donald Trump is a total fucking idiot who's too stupid to write something like Project 2025. That's the whole reason why it's so scary. Because he's a vessel. He's just a fucking vessel for corporate America so they can finish the Reagan Revolution, right? So they can get everything they ever wanted in their most wild anarcho-capitalist dreams out of him. Because again, he's too fucking lazy and stupid and belligerent to actually be a president himself.
And do you know what I think is deeply vile about the tone that the Young Turks is taking? And people ask us, why do you guys cover this like flies on shit? And I'm like, it's because of moments like this that really make me fucking insane. They're supposed to be the progressive watchdogs of YouTube. They are absolutely not anymore, right? That's why we're doing this. But the way that they present it to their audience is that they're so compassionate, that they're actually so much more progressive than everyone else, that deep down, they want their audience to be needlessly afraid. They're worried about you. They don't want you to go to sleep at night worried about something that's just the boogeyman. That's not going to be borne out by reality, when what they should be doing is encouraging you to be vigilant, encouraging you to resist, and encouraging you to take these serious things seriously. And it's not just this issue of Project 2025. I want to bring up a supplemental issue where Cenk said there was absolutely...
God, I think the logic is fucked. I can't do any of those three without this fucking stupid cane, and I think that the cane is hidden behind something I need the cane to get, which is fucking just great. Damn it.
No way that we were going to build concentration camps overseas, that there was no way that the Guantanamo Bay stuff was going to happen, that it was all just malarkey, that it was all liberal fear-mongering. Well, let's take a look right here. This is a report from Dropsite News. Report, U.S. sending migrants with no criminal record to Guantanamo Bay. That's called a concentration camp. We are taking people who have not committed crimes and sending them to a concentration camp that is on a black site, that is fucking not under the surveillance of any of our rules of law that we hold to be valuable as Americans, okay? What do you call that? I call that a concentration camp. Despite Trump's vow to only detain the worst migrants at Guantanamo Bay, CBS reports that the administration is also sending low-risk detainees, migrants with no serious criminal records or no record at all. Here is a photograph. Imagine being this man right here, this guy who's a young dude. All right. Imagine how horrifying that is. He doesn't know what he's being charged with. He doesn't know if he'll ever get to leave. He doesn't know where he's going. He doesn't know how they're going to treat him. He does know that Americans get tortured on Guantanamo Bay. He does know all of the atrocities that have already been done on Guantanamo Bay. And Cenk Uygur actually admonished leftists who were raising the fucking warning bells about this and saying, we cannot allow this to happen. Donald Trump is willing to do this and more. And just because right now it's undocumented, folks, you think that's going to stop the Trump-Vance administration, the Elon Musk administration, the stacked courts from preventing that? No. They'll be like, oh, no, those people weren't really American citizens. We've revoked their birthright because they're organized in terrorism or something. And boom, now those people who were Americans have lost their rights too. And that's a slippery slope, man, because the thing about rights is you're not supposed to fucking take them from people.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. And again, I showed you guys this a second ago, but
All right. I'm out of here. I'm going to send you guys over to Nikki. Looks like she's doing something politics related, but she says not politics, so we'll see. But thank you guys for hanging out. Thanks for the follow. I think it was Right Wing Jesus. I'll probably be on later tonight, so we'll see. But thanks again for hanging out, and I'll see you later. Boom.
Calls for Greenland, things that mimic the original text.